music, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only thing that has been
Hey, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the his talking points. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. I literally said they need to understand.
Like that. If they want to be with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
Just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What do I think is okay?
Quite a while, but he's out on good behavior, so we're very excited to reconnect. I used to know him when he was he was a colleague of mine at the American Enterprise Institute, and now he's at the Hoover Institution, which we would destroy in softball if they weren't 3,000 miles away. Michael Oslin is the Payson J. Treat Distinguished Research Fellow at Stanford University's Hoover Institution, where they used to say, no longer, but where they used to say old scholars went to die. But now they are the bleeding edge of all sorts of exciting things as proof that Michael is there. He was an associate professor at Yale. He's written a bunch of books. I knew him when he was one of my go-to guys about Asia and Japan stuff. But now he's written a book about the great Nicolas Cage movie, National Treasure. No, just kidding. He's written a book about the Declaration of Independence, National Treasure, how the Declaration of Independence made America. Michael, welcome to The Remnant.
Jonah, it's good to see you again.
It's great to see you, man. So, as warned, first question out of the box is, what's your book about?
My book is about the Declaration of Independence. It is actually the first complete history of the Declaration of Independence ever written, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, from 1776 to today. And that's really the reason I wrote it, because I wanted to read it. I was at the National Archives a couple years ago for something very different. You know, we all go as kids looking at the Declaration. And so I'm standing in front of the case. And I thought, well, yeah, this is amazing. It's still here. Why is it here? I started talking to people, hearing some stories. I went to the gift shop to buy a book on the Declaration. They didn't have one. So that was it. And I did due diligence and discovered that, yeah, obviously there have been books on the Declaration. Most of them on 1776, most of them on political theory, some on Abraham Lincoln and that element of it, but just a soup to nuts, A to Z history of the Declaration and of our relationship to it, no one had written, which blew my mind. So I sat down, and before I knew it, I was transported, and that's what I've been doing the past 2 years, and we got it out in May, and that's really been it. I've been out of a writing cave for 2 years to finish this in time.
So, just so you know, Alan Gelzo is a frequent guest on this podcast. And if you say anything that will cross him, there will be a price to pay, which I've learned the hard way.
Well, good. I'm glad. I hope he listens, because I did email him a few times.
Excellent. He's actually a wonderful man.
I'm sure he is. I'd love to talk with him at some point.
And he is in contention to be considered the most euphonious guest on this podcast.
Yes, absolutely. Ronald Coleman might have beat him out, but other than that, yes, you're probably right.
So why don't we start sort of at the beginning? One of the things I took from like Gordon Wood and what's her name, Pauline Maier, is that? Yeah, is that one of the things that people don't know about, like, so first of all, one of the most interesting things to me about the Declaration of Independence is that I grew up thinking that the most important part was the beginning, right? The exciting, we hold these truths to be self-evident stuff, right? Maybe because I spent so much time around Straussians. But at the time, the big news was the end. Independence. The fact that, this breakaway colony was breaking away, and that was the big deal. When did we start to think that the beginning was more important than the end? And you can take it from a different place if you want. But let's just sort of where my curiosity goes.
No, it's part of so the book, just to lay it out so people understand maybe as our conversation develops. I talk about what I call three declarations. The first is the relic, so the material, physical parchment, the one you see over my shoulder here, signed by the 56 men of the Continental Congress that we all go and venerate at the National Archives. Why is that still here? It's an incredible adventure story, incredible technological and scientific story. It's the first declaration. Second declaration is the one you just referencing, right? See, the symbol, the great symbol of the American ideal and how it became that symbol, because as you rightly point out, it wasn't that initially. And then the third one is one I actually really love doing because no one had ever written about it, which is the declaration as this indelible cultural object in our history, whether it's prints like you see over my shoulder or T-shirts or baseball caps or scarves or plates, all the tchotchkes that we've put the declaration on and why we do that and how that developed over time. And quite frankly, I think connects us to the declaration in a way that's unique from other documents. So those are the three declarations that I interweave and talk about.
All right. So why don't we start with the first one? Tell me that story. Yeah.
Yeah. So the relic is, the big myths. I'm not a myth buster. I love myths. I think they're really important. It's stories we tell ourselves and why we tell them, why they're important. It tells a lot about us, but I think you have to be a myth contextualizer. I don't want, some little kid to go away from my book crying because, I busted a myth about, Betsy Ross or Dolly Madison, but you have to really know what the truth is. And of course, people go to the archives or you read it, online. And the first line, in Congress, July 4th, 1776. And of course, that thing that they're looking at, that piece of parchment didn't exist on July 4th, 1776. They didn't even think about making a permanent sort of official, what they called engrossed, meaning written in a big hand copy, until weeks later. And they didn't get around to starting to sign it until August. And so guys who had been in Congress on July 4th were already gone by the time they started signing it. And then other guys who weren't in Congress on July 4th just happened to be in Philadelphia, so they put their name to it. So there's all these, we have this wonderful myth of, the men lined up and they're stirring music and they're one by one walking up to the table and John Hancock hands them the pen and they write their names on it. And it's exactly that. It's a myth. But this parchment, what's fascinating to me is today 1 million people a year see it, go to the National Archives. And for the first basically 40 plus years of its existence, the parchment, no one knew it existed. They knew there was a declaration, obviously. They had read it. They'd seen a broadside. That's one of the other things you see over my shoulder here. But they didn't know that this parchment existed, nor that it had been signed, because that was this paper of state, this sort of state secret that was just kept rolled up with all the other papers of Congress. And wherever Congress went, it went. So when it's fleeing the British, they're throwing it into a cart. They're carting it around in Maryland and Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And when they're back in Congress, it's just lying there. So we think this was sort of the holy relic, the 10 Commandments from the beginning. And the reality is not until after the War of 1812 and the story gets out that it was saved in 1814 when the British torched Washington. Nobody even knew it existed. So they hear this story, the Declaration was saved, and they go, that's great. They go, what was saved? And then they suddenly realize there's something they'd never seen. So that's when you start getting these artistic reproductions of the Declaration, and most importantly, the signatures. We take them for granted. Americans in 1818, 1819 had never seen the signatures. They were utterly fascinated with looking at John Hancock and Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin and all these guys putting their signatures on. And it makes the Declaration once again part of the American political consciousness, where it had really fallen by the wayside. It did its job on July 4th and the weeks afterwards. But once you tell the people, you don't have to keep telling them they're independent. Right? You don't have to keep doing a declaration. They know it. And so very quickly, there's hundreds of different printings of what are called broadsides, from the first ones on July 4th by John Dunlap to local ones that are printed. And then they just drop off the cliff because people are, well, we've seen it. We don't need to see it. And then people forget about it. And they're on to different things. Number one, winning the war. Number two, fetching about the Articles of Confederation because they're too weak. And then the big one comes, the Constitution, right? In the Federalist, the famous Federalist Papers, they don't mention the Declaration once, which shocked me. I figured they'd be referring to it all the time. They don't even mention it once, and only once indirectly. So it takes decades for the Declaration to re-enter our consciousness. And when it does, people get interested in this parchment. And so then it's a race to save the parchment from the hand of time. And even as early as 1820, so we're talking, 45 years basically after July 4th, John Quincy Adams, who's Secretary of State, comes to this conclusion that, this thing's it's going to disintegrate. So what do? There's no science of conservation. There's no photography. So he gets a Washington engraver named William Stone to make an exact facsimile. Takes the guy 3 years. And again, that's that big one you see over my shoulder. Anytime you look at the beautiful handwritten and signed declaration, what you're really looking at is an image taken from the stone engraving.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, if you're in Washington, like we are, you can go down to the National Archives now, and the original plate that he engraved has been refurbished. It's on display. And next to it, David Rubenstein gave one of his original copies from 1823 that were pressed. So you can go see this thing. And, it's beautiful when you see it, because today, tragically, if you go to the National Archives to see the
faded
declaration, it's essentially unreadable except for a few lines and maybe half a dozen signatures. So now people want to see it. They're trying to figure out, how do you save the thing? Should we display it? If we keep unrolling it and rolling, it's going to make it worse. So Daniel Webster in 1841 decides to send it to the National Museum's precursor of the Smithsonian. It's in the old Patent Office, which is today the National Portrait Gallery. And they hang it up, but they don't know what they're doing. So they actually wind up sewing it to a backing, because they think, well, that's what you do. You got to keep it tight, right? But if it's an animal parchment, right? So it's expanding, it's contracting, it's cracking. And this whole history is of people doing the best thing that they thought at the time, each of which does really grievous harm to the document. And it's actually, I'm happy to go through it all, but it's actually not until 1951 that the first scientific case is devised and created for it, with gas, helium gas at that time pumped in, temperature and humidity sensors, hermetically sealed with special glass and special backing. And in fact, by the way, when they're preparing it for that case, and they had been actually doing a little conservation during World War II, they discovered that in 1924, when it went to the Library of Congress and it was put in the first beautiful case, they figured, well, the best thing we can do to keep it flat is to glue it to a backing of cardboard.
Oof.
And they had to spend days scraping off the glue that was on the back. No treasure map on the back, but, glue. So it's this incredible story of this relic that, by all accounts, whether because of the British, because of mishandling, because of time, because of mistakes and ignorance, really should not be here. And that's actually where I started the book. The idea was just a short story, a short study of, the material history. Why is the parchment here? Yeah. And then eventually it evolved into something much, much grander and much, much longer.
All right, so I have questions, but first, this gives me some agita, insofar as it kind of reminds me of, you ever been to Luray Caverns in Virginia?
Yeah, long time ago.
They have all those stalactites, right? And it's really cool and all that kind of stuff. In the 1920s, they used to have parties there. And as a party favor, they would pull off a stalactite and hand it to you for you to bring home. Like, that thing took 40 million years. Leave it. It drives me crazy. The idea of putting horse glue on the back of the Declaration really bums me out.
Exactly.
Right, but so you said that no one knew there was a copy and all that kind of stuff. Just my own clarification. You said people knew there was a Declaration, which presumably that makes sense, right? I mean, I've done a lot of reading about how, the shot heard round the world was, and the Declaration, and it was reprinted in all these European papers. So there was some document.
Yeah. So those were the broadsides. So you see one of them over my shoulder. And if I pan my camera, you'll see. So what happens is Congress, that's and again, another myth, right? So the myth is independence is declared on July 4th and the document signed on July 4th. And both of those are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Independence is is not declared. Independence is voted on July 2nd. That's the day John Adams says.
That's the day John Adams said should be remembered, right?
This will be the great day. He writes to Abigail on the 3rd saying the 2nd will be the great day of shows and fireworks and rejoicing. But obviously they have to tell the world what they did. And the month before, and in fact, yesterday was the 250th anniversary of the day that Thomas Jefferson presented his draft to Congress. They had gone into recess on June 11th in order to get all the wavering colonies on board, which still didn't happen until the very last second. And in those 3 weeks, they figured, well, we know it's going to pass. What they want is to get it unanimous. So they said, we got to prepare. So we'll get a committee ready. They'll make this document, and then we'll obviously have to send it out and tell the world. So that committee of 5 is Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, then Robert Livingston of New York, and Roger Sherman of Connecticut. But it comes down to Jefferson to write it. So he writes it yesterday, 250 years ago yesterday. Well, when we're recording this, yesterday means
Right. We're recording on June 29th. Yeah.
So the 28th of June, he turns it into Congress, and it just sits on the table because they're still at recess. They come back on the 1st, so 2 days from now, they come back on the 1st. They have a marathon 9-hour debate, basically between John Adams and John Dickinson. They're still not unified. They're still not unanimous.
What's the big point of contention?
Well, so it's all patriots. It's no one who thinks that we shouldn't be independent. The question is when. And for people like John Dickinson, it's not now, meaning July. It's too early. It's too uncertain. There's too many divisions between the colonies. There is, of course, deep fear of how are you going to survive in a war?
Folks, welcome to Stanley versus the World. It is July 3rd, and most of this show is going to be kind of a lead up till July 4th. I'm still not 100% certain. I thought about doing like an all day show, because I think on C-SPAN, the first festivities are going to, C-SPAN is going to start covering some of the festivities around 7 a.m. in the morning. I don't know if I want to wake up that early. So if I don't do it at 7 a.m., it'll definitely be by midday, but it might be as early as 10. Just haven't decided. But what I'm doing today is basically like, this particular video is a guy who has written a history, in his words, the first true actual history of the Declaration of Independence. Pauline Maier supposedly has written the definitive or a definitive work. I forget what it's called because I haven't read it. It's actually on my stack of books to read. Excuse me, it's something like Sacred Text, or no, I know what it's called. It's called American Scripture. But what we're going to see, and I do have a few news articles to cover. Oddly enough, most of them are around July 4th. But that's the theme. Basically, this is kind of history commentary about where we are since tomorrow's the 250th anniversary of the actual Declaration of Independence. So might be boring. And, like I was telling someone yesterday on a panel, this is stuff that I basically would watch whether I was live streaming or not. I like boring stuff to some people. And if you like history, you'll love it. If you don't, well, there's fuckery on other channels. So my feelings, excuse me, seem to be catching a cold here. My feelings won't be hurt. If you don't like history, fine. Hardly anybody does, obviously, but they love talking about it. Hardly anybody knows anything about politics, but they love to talk about it. A lot of people, just don't like reading or watching or, anything heavy. They just want to pontificate on their ignorance. And I'm still kind of fussing about a couple appearances I made yesterday on a couple shows where people will tell you all the stuff they don't know. And then when you mention like, hey, I read it in a book, can I recommend the book? They act like, the Wicked Witch of the West, you're throwing water on them. So anyway, enough of me griping.
World, even if you're successful, how are you going to survive in a world, this thin strip of settlements, on the far side of the ocean away from Europe? There's a lot of reasons why they're very concerned. And to be honest, the reconciliation movement, which is fairly well dead by this time in 1776. Nonetheless, it's only been dead for a few months. They're still sending olive branch petitions to the king, even after Lexington and Concord, and the hope is that the British will come to their senses, which they don't. And, you'll figure a way out of this. I mean, they didn't want war. Some of the firebrands did, Samuel Adams and Thomas Paine, but most of them did not want war. So the whole story of passing independence is, it's an incredibly dramatic story on July 2nd.
I don't know what I did here. I should be sharing this screen. Let's see what's wrong here. I am not sure why that stopped sharing, but anyway, let's get back on track here. Again, this guy is named what is it? Michael Auslin. I was going to say Austin. He has written a book called National Treasure, and it's an actual history, timeline type history of the Declaration of Independence.
But they do it, and it turns out to be unanimous, except New York has to abstain. They don't have instructions, but it's 12 for 12. And New York comes on board in a week. And so now you got to tell the world what you're doing. So immediately they go into debating this draft. And Jefferson's written this incredible draft that is much longer than the Declaration we have. And Congress actually does a fantastic job editing it. They cut about a quarter of it, and particularly they cut two things. One, they cut a very passionate condemnation of the slave trade that Jefferson had inserted, because this was a real hobby horse of his. And they also cut an incredibly bitter and ad hominem attack on the British people, recognizing that, first of all, there's tens of thousands of loyalists still in the colonies. And secondly, even if you win, by language, tradition, economic connections, you're still going to be very close to Britain, even if you are independent. So they wisely take that out. They shorten other things. They change some of the language, the way the committee had, and they come up with what we know. They adopted on the morning of the 4th. To them, it's really an administrative task. It's not an oversight. It's something you got to do. They don't celebrate it. They don't read it. They don't stop and say, now let's have the party. Thomas Jefferson himself, on the afternoon of the 4th, he goes and he buys gloves, to send home to Monticello. It's not a big thing to them. But they sent it to a printer named John Dunlap, and he prints up about 200 copies of what are called broadsides. He sends those back the next day to Congress, and then they start sending them out to the colonies. This is the news system. So they're sending it to George Washington and the Army. They're sending it to all the colonial, what are now they're going to be state legislatures. They're sending it to significant individuals so that it can be read. And they're doing it by postwriter, right? So it's taking weeks. It doesn't get down to Savannah, Georgia until the middle of August, and other places are getting it in late July, and they get it and they read it, and that's when people there know they're independent. It's also picked up by newspapers, but that's a slower process. So there are these broadsides, and then they get reprinted locally. And so, for example, Massachusetts has a ton of printing presses. They print up hundreds of these things and send them mostly to ministers, by the way, because that's where people are going to hear it. They're going to hear it in church on Sunday. And if you're a farmer, you probably didn't come in from the field the one day that they read it in town, wherever town happened to be, but you're going to go to church. So if you actually go to Library of Congress, has dozens of these, and you can turn it over, and on the back, it'll say, to Reverend John Smith, please read on Sunday. It's incredible. It's the sort of moment of history that's happening. So people knew about it. And as you mentioned, copies are sent over to Europe. The British get some copies, send it over to Europe. They intercept some copies. They send those over to Europe. It's reprinted very quickly in British newspapers. And of course, the British then start responding to it. The French pick it up right away. Of course, it's translated into German here in Pennsylvania and then makes its way back across. So people know about the Declaration. There's hundreds of these printed. But what they don't know is that, again, starting in August, Congress decided to make this beautiful formal copy that is sort of the official one, even though it's not the first one.
Right.
It's the official one, and that's the one that we go and look at. Of the Dunlaps, only 26 exist today, and we've found them as recently as the 1980s. They pop up at, believe it or not, at flea markets. They pop up in estate sales very occasionally, but they do come up, and that's the famous copy. And there's a bunch of them on display now. There's one in the National Archives. There's one at Yale. There's one at the Morgan. There's one at the New York Public Library. There's one always on display down at University of Virginia. So you can go see these things that were printed on July 4th and see what Americans saw that told them they were free. It's really an incredible piece, incredible artifact of our history.
Was anybody really pissed that they missed the chance to sign it?
That's a very interesting question that no one has ever asked, nor have I ever really, nor have I really heard anyone, talk about it. The answer, I believe, is no, simply because they all knew that it being held by Congress, and the secretary, his name was Charles Thompson, forgotten founding father who's incredibly important. They could go and sign at any time. And so some of them are going back months later and putting their John Hancocks on the document. What's more interesting is the ones who don't sign it.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, for example, was Robert Livingston, who was on the committee that drafted the Declaration. He was lukewarm at best about independence, but by the time they got to signing it, he had left Philadelphia, gone back up to New York, and was involved with local politics. He didn't feel the need to go back down and sign it. Probably the most famous non-signer is John Dickinson of Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania, letters from Pennsylvania farmer.
But I thought George Washington didn't sign it.
No, because he was in the field, and he wasn't a member of the Second Continental Congress.
Right. Okay.
He was at the First Continental Congress, and then at the Constitutional Convention. But the second, he's not a delegate. And you're right. And so most people sign. So here's a great anecdote for you. So we have to jump ahead again about 4 decades. When the Declaration becomes this artifact of interest to Americans, I mentioned that these artistic reproductions, not exact facsimiles yet, but artistic reproductions are done. And the first one is proposed by a guy named John Binns. He does such an elaborate one that it takes years to come out, and he's beaten to the market by a guy. But nonetheless, he has this very elaborate one, and he's the first one actually to put on his reproduction Declaration of Independence. No one had ever titled it that. They may have called it that, but usually they called it in Congress a declaration, right? But he's the first one. Anyway, so what does he do? Well, he puts 3 images of founders. They call them cartouches. 3, images, just the founders' heads on the document. One is Thomas Jefferson, right? The drafter. One is John Hancock, the president of the Continental Congress. And in the middle above them is George Washington. So this is 1818. He sends a copy to John Adams, who's still alive, and says, this is the great document that you were part of. And we have the letter. Adams sends it back to him and says, thanks, but I don't really need this, and don't bother sending another one. Because instead of putting Adams, who was the leader of the Patriot cause, he puts George Washington on there, right? And so people still think George Washington, signed it, and they go to the archives and they're looking for George Washington's signature. Now, of course, he did sign the Constitution as president of the convention, and it's a beautiful. The Constitution looks like it was written 10 years ago. It's beautiful shape. Everything is perfectly legible. And then you go over to the Declaration, and it breaks your heart. So John Dickinson doesn't sign it, but it's really interesting. He's opposed to independence. He's probably one of the most famous Americans of the day because of his letters from a Pennsylvania farmer and just the respect in which he was held. But he also knows that it's a fraught moment, and so he simply decides to stay away from Congress when the vote comes, so that Pennsylvania, led by Ben Franklin, can vote in the affirmative on July 2nd. And then he says, but I didn't support independence at this point. I can't sign it in good faith. But then he goes home and he joins the army. There's these incredible stories, I think, of patriotism at the time that show that that they understood the stakes, and they understood the necessity of some compromise and yet holding to principles. And so I don't think there's anyone who said I should have signed it, like, oh, I missed out. But it is really interesting to look at those who In total, we think there were about 80 members of the Second Continental Congress going in and out. The delegations would change. So for example, Thomas Jefferson wasn't an initial member of the delegation. Edmund Randolph was, but he wants to go back to Virginia. Jefferson comes. So, certainly not all of the men who had sat there debating independence ultimately signed it. But the 56 who did, often paid a pretty heavy price for it.
Yeah. And some of the people who signed it were, I mean, I don't mean to be unpatriotic or unkind, but some of them were kind of scrubs, right? I only know this because I listened to a podcast years ago on the most expensive autographs. For autograph collectors. And like one of the guys I think his name is Joseph Buttons.
Button Gwinnett.
Button Gwinnett, that's it. Yeah. And the reason why his autograph, because to collect the signatures of everybody who signed the Declaration is like a big thing that signature collectors do.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Ben Franklin, there are a lot of signatures from Ben Franklin because he had receipts that he was a printer, and he's like, so there are thousands of letters that have his signature on it. There are only like 13 or 11 documents that have Button Gwinnett's signature on it. So even though no one knows who he was, and he was kind of like a, down and out kind of guy, the scarcity of it makes more value. All right, so
it's because he also died I think he was the first to die maybe in 76 or 77, whereas Franklin lived to be 90. Same thing. Adams and Jefferson are in there. Adams I think is 90 and Jefferson's in his 80s. So they're writing a lot. There's a lot writing. Button Gwinnett, I think he's lost at sea. Someone else dies in a duel very, very soon afterwards. Some of them.
That guy's name was Hamilton, if you didn't know. But anyway, go on.
Yeah. Well, and by the way, another one who didn't sign the Declaration because he wasn't a delegate. Hamilton, Madison, Monroe was very young, but some of the names that everyone assumes is on there, they're not on there. And then very interestingly, I think just to as long as we're just talking about it, there are some who sign the Declaration, famous, who basically drop out, and then others who sign and then don't sign the Constitution or are against the Constitution. So for example, Samuel Adams, really never takes a national level position. And so he just sort of fades from the scene eventually, though he had been probably most responsible for ginning up passionate hatred of the British. Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death, in another 10 years shifts to being an anti-federalist, stating that the Constitution is exactly what we fought against in 76, a centralized, overbearing government. I think he has this, this wonderful, it's pure libertarian. And what he says, he says, eventually, I think it's either Patrick Henry or Richard Henry Lee, one of the two, I can't remember right now, but they write and they say, well, if you pass this Constitution, again, now we're talking 1780s, you will have a standing army, check.
Right.
You will have permanent taxation, check. You will have a government that intrudes into every nook and cranny of our lives, check. It's like they were very libertarian, and in many ways, so it took a couple centuries, very far-sighted about and one of them, there's a wonderful quote that says, if you pass this, at best, you will devolve into a soft despotism over time, because you will become less and less Republican and democratic and more despotic. So the idea that there's this sort of continuation in men and personalities and thought and ideology from 76 to 87 and beyond, that's another, that was Gordon Wood's greatest contribution, right? The radicalism of the American Revolution, and how by the 80s, Washington, Hamilton, James Wilson, obviously Madison, they're all deeply concerned about what's going on in the states and the state legislatures. And so they're trying to what they would actually back then call new model, reshape the system, reform the system while keeping it in general. Others had decided, no, we have to go much farther, the radicals within the states. And then there were those who were saying, I stick with the spirit of 76. I mean, it's a much more complicated picture than we get on the morning of July 4th.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, the Confederates who insisted that, they had the Constitution on their side, one of the things that's worth looking at is their proposed ideas for a Confederate Constitution. And basically, it's the same Constitution, just with slavery. And this idea that they were really sort of radically, opposed to this real radical alternative to the constitutional order was not true. They just wanted to keep slavery.
Not just that, their basis, and they were not wrong in this, their entire legitimation of secession was the understanding of every American up to 1861 on the core claim of the Declaration that government is only legitimate with consent of the governed.
Right.
If you asked any American anywhere in 1861 before April 13th, what is the core claim of the Declaration? That's what they would have said. Not all men are created equal. That was window dressing and ignored. Not obviously, maybe we hold these truths, but consent of the governed. And that's what the Confederates appealed to. And Northern, which I quote in the book, Northern newspapers agreed with them, saying, yeah, they're right. So if they want to leave, I guess they have the right to leave, but they have to do it peacefully. So that was the nub, right? Because it couldn't be done peacefully. Lincoln wasn't going to be let it be done peacefully. And the Confederates themselves, were in many ways itching for a fight to show that they had this right to do this. But they were claiming something that all Americans understood up to that moment, and did that through the war. And then even as I showed, it's interesting, there's even differences among the Confederates between, let's say, Jefferson Davis, president of the Confederacy, and Alexander Stephens, his vice president, over how you interpret the Declaration. Mm-hmm. For example, Davis said, no, the claim that all men are equal is wrong. And therefore we cannot support that part of the Declaration, and we don't give our consent. Stephens said, no, that's exactly what they meant, that all men are created equal, but we don't like that. So our system is a different one that we are going to defend. They even had these nuances between them. But, until Lincoln comes and essentially says, no, in this case, you have to say,
hey, Joshua, how you doing? Here's the deal. I read a little excerpt from American Scripture. That's Pauline Maier's book. It's more a political philosophy thing, I think, about the Declaration of Independence. And she says something that never occurred to me, but it is actually, I believe when she says, when they said all men are created equal, they meant in a state of nature, which is very Enlightenment. You'll have Hobbes who thinks that in the state of nature, man was basically uncivilized, uncultured, and things like natural rights really didn't exist until, everybody got organized and governments were formed. And Locke is kind of different in that he thinks a lot of things were basically there, and government was reinforced to basically enforce those rights. And I'm not I'm not a philosopher, like an academic philosopher. It's just what I've read over the years. The bottom line is that all men created equal, they mean in the state of nature. They're basically saying, in a state of nature, let's just say God creates all men equal, but once you form a culture or a society or a government, the government basically creates hierarchies. So, that's something that's rarely talked about. In a way, the language is so general, you could interpret it one way or the other, and you could argue the point successfully. But I actually believe the part about Pauline Maier, how Pauline Maier interprets it, they didn't mean all men are created under a government. They meant in the state of nature, or Thomas Jefferson and, people who voted on it. It's kind of a theoretical, kind of an Enlightenment thing, but I think she's right about that. Other people take it verbatim, and if you're an originalist or a textualist, it doesn't say state of nature, so you can interpret it the other way.
Lincoln says, no, consent of the governed is not the primary claim within the Declaration. It is the unity claim that the Union above all must be preserved, and that, as he puts it, the apple of gold, equality is the true and abiding and eternal and universal spirit of the Declaration in order to achieve freedom for all. And that fundamentally changes, our understanding of it. But I don't think we fully appreciate how it wiped away 80
Right.
years of one understanding of why we had done what we did as a people in 76. But in 1861, it's no longer legitimate. And of course, if the South had won, then we don't know what would have happened, of course, but you would have said, at least for some period, there would have been two interpretations of the Declaration. One would have been a Lincolnian interpretation, and one would have been a Davisonian interpretation, which is, it's not how history turned out. But all the predicates were there because they had been arguing this for decades.
So before we get to Lincoln, and what has two thumbs and likes Lincoln? This guy. But let's go back to the actual moment of the Declaration. Again, I think it's in American Scripture, the Pauline Maier book. She points out that, Jefferson, this obviously, Jefferson said he was just coalescing the American mind, these ideas.
The American mind, yeah.
But she points out that, like, writing declarations of independence was kind of like a civic thing back then, and there were some 90 different town councils would get together and sort of Norman Rockwell kind of gatherings and issue their own declarations of independence, and so this idea that, so here's the context. I'm doing a lot of reading about the Enlightenment, right? And I've come around to the view that the sort of what a famous guest, Jonathan Baraner, I think is the name, on here, called the virgin birth theory of the Enlightenment is wrong, right? There are a lot of people pro-Enlightenment and anti-Enlightenment. Steven Pinker would be pro-Enlightenment, Enlightenment now and all that. But a lot of the post-liberal guys on the new right they share this theory that, like, the Enlightenment just bursts, form like a Big Bang theory out of the Dark Ages, maybe out of the scientific revolution, but whatever. But it's this brand new thing. And then there's this other argument, which I am much more sympathetic to, which is that, the Enlightenment was this new and important thing, but it was the next stage of evolution of a much older thing that you can trace back to Old Testament notions of, Imago Dei. You can trace back to the writings of St. Augustine, Jesus saying, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's and unto God what is God. The whole idea of these divisions of notions of Roman equality, Greek notions of democracy, that these were ideas that were part of the warp and woof of Western civilization. And, my friend, our friend, I assume, Yuval Levin, he's the guy who pointed out to me that if you read, Democracy in America, de Tocqueville offers like this 1,000-year history of liberalism, never mentions the Enlightenment. And so one of the interesting things to me about the Declaration is I always sort of saw the self-evident thing. We consider it self-evident that all men are created equal. I kind of saw it as this, this throat-clearing kind of boilerplate kind of thing, but I never really appreciated the fact that you wouldn't call it self-evident unless it was already pretty self-evident to a lot of people. Like, this is the kind of thing that everyone could buy into to some degree. Not everyone. The British weren't, slaveholders weren't, but like, this was an Enlightenment-based idea that actually had deeper roots in Western culture. And the fact that you had these 90 or some odd, other declarations of independence, it shows you that this was a ripening of these ideas that don't necessarily burst forth. There's people who like to think that the Declaration of Independence, that it is this ideas first thing that was created by a handful of really smart people, and people bought into it like it's this magical formula, when in reality, it was a bottom-up thing about the culture. And what made me think about this in part is when you talk about the objection to a standing army, well, the objection to a standing army goes back to basically the Norman invasion, right? The Brits liked navies because navies protect your liberties outside of off your shores. They can't mess with your stuff, right? They can't get up into your face. Armies are tools of absolutist kings. And so it's reflected in the Constitution. The Constitution says, shall maintain a navy, but periodically raise an army, right? It was the idea that they wouldn't be these permanent things. And so it seems to be like the declaration. I've lost my train of thought here, but the Declaration, by representing a certain consensus about the English point, de Tocqueville has this line that the American is the Englishman left alone, right? That this was a reification and distillation of these discordant British liberal ideas that, because you had to put it in paper, becomes more abstract and philosophical, but it's actually representative of a much older cultural set of assumptions.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. And I would say yes. I think the context, though,
you're allowed to say, Johnny, you're high. I disagree with all of it. This is, from the brow of Jefferson, this sprung forth, de novo.
No, and he's clear that it's not, right. And his you already mentioned it, his famous letter much later in life. This one, I think, to James Madison, where he says that I did not consider it my charge to write something that had never been thought or said. It was to be an expression of the American mind, and that's where Pauline Maier comes up. So there's two levels. The one level is what actually was going on then, and then the second layer is when the academics got their feet into it. So Pauline Maier is responding to Gary Wills, who's responding to Carl Becker. And so Carl Becker's sort of responding to Herbert Friedenwald. But we'll start with Becker because he's the important one. Carl Becker, 1922, the Declaration of Independence and Interpretation. He's the guy who, even though Friedenwald was the first one to really link, explicitly trace John Locke and Thomas Jefferson, the influence of Locke on Jefferson, the apotheosis of that is Carl Becker, 1922. It's all Locke, second treatise, and people then, flippantly refer to, Richard Henry Lee's comment that, yes, the Declaration was nothing but the second treatise restated. And so it's all that style of natural rights, individual-oriented rights, or I was going to say individualism, can't use it twice in the same sentence, which is drawing directly from Locke and these conceptions of limitations on government. Half a century forward, you get to Gary Wills, who says, it's not really Locke, it's the Scottish Enlightenment, like Francis Hutchinson, which is much more communal oriented. And when you read what Jefferson's really concerned about, it's building this moral community as opposed to making the primacy of the individual and these natural rights from God. But both of them are still saying, yes, it is Jefferson. Comes along Pauline Maier in 1997. She says, yeah, it's not really Locke. It's not really Hutchinson. But more importantly, it's not really Jefferson. Now, she's not saying, of course, Jefferson didn't write it. What she's saying, though, is what you said. She goes around, she collects these 90 different declarations, whether they were of independence or of more of rights than, directly of independence.
Yeah.
That's this major step that no one even knows what it means to be independent at the time. But these are what people have been talking about, their rights as Englishmen in North America, British Americans.
Right.
And then she says, and then you take what Jefferson drafted and it goes through a committee, which is true, and it goes to Congress, which is true. And so what we get by the end is something that is an amalgam of all of these strands. And of course, that's not entirely different from what Will says. Will says there's two declarations that we have to account for. There's Jefferson's declaration and then there's Congress's declaration, right? The one that they come up with. So all of that is just, to say you're right in terms of how people were trying to understand it. I think the context of the time is the most important, that they are writing it, of course, for specific reasons at a specific time. And it's true. On the one hand, what we take most important, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, which Jefferson originally wrote as sacred and undeniable. So it's a little bit different. And then we don't know who made that change or why they made that change. But self-evident gives a different cast to it, the same way that Lincoln talks about axioms and propositions as if these were, mathematically deduced, and yet also have to be proved. Proposition has to be proved. That's why he uses that term in the Gettysburg Address for the Civil War. You have to prove this proposition. But, Jefferson's writing it, and it's not just window dressing, but it is part of this logical argument because it sets the basis for what to him was the really important part, which were the 28 charges, or 27, depending on how you count. That's what, for example, when the British get into it, they ignore the preamble and the conclusion. They go point by point through the charges to show that the charges are illegitimate, therefore the justification is illegitimate, and therefore the revolution or the rebellion is illegitimate. And for Jefferson, he had actually started writing these charges for his own draft constitution for the state of Virginia, which is another great part of the story. We think Jefferson is, as you said, from the brow of Jefferson comes the American ideal. He didn't even want to be in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
He wanted to be in Williamsburg, and he wanted to be writing a constitution for Virginia.
Well, Busch Gardens is kind of awesome, so I get it. But go on. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's true. And so was Williamsburg. He wanted to take the tour of Williamsburg, go in, see the cobbler and the shoemaker. And he loves the idea that it's they didn't phrase it this way yet, but the states, the colonies, were to be the laboratories of democracy, which is why they were going to confederate the Union. They wasn't federated, and there was no idea of a constitution. Each state would have its own constitution. So for his state of Virginia constitution, he starts writing these charges. And then when he's forced into this administrative task, he transposes them over to the Declaration. This is what was really important. And also, in many cases, overwrought, misleading, happened once, but he makes it sound as if it was happening every day. There's a lot of problems with the charges themselves. And there's good analyses of the charges even to this day. My colleague Andrew Roberts, in his biography of George III just a few years ago, goes point by point through the charges to show how illegitimate they are, except for two, which is great. I think it's a great thing about the Declaration that people still care enough to talk about it. So the we hold these truths to be self-evident: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which, as everyone knows, he changes from Locke's.
What's up? Oh, excuse me. What's up, Cage Reality? You want to talk about this video? That's what you want to talk about, sure. But I'm not ready to move on. Yep, I will drop the link. So just give me a minute.
Property, and even from George Mason's Virginia Bill of Rights, which he has just gotten, because to Jefferson, property is alienable. Literally, you can transfer it, you can sell it, you can inherit it.
Right.
But life and liberty, and in this case, a pursuit, not the attainment necessarily, but the pursuit of happiness, however that's defined, though usually defined in terms of property and standing and honor and the like, that's inalienable. You can't transfer or sell or barter those away. But to make the charge of why the kings, or to make the case of why the charges against the king are so grievous, why it is despotism, and more importantly, tyranny as defined in the 18th century. We think of tyranny maybe a little bit differently today, but tyranny in the 18th century, you have to set the predicate, which is that these are the things that are being violated by the government that we no longer consent to, and that the government is only to do those things because those are rights. So all of that is just to, is sort of to respond to you in the sense of, does it, are we going back to, to Roman law? Are we going back to Augustine? Or where are we going back to? And there's no question that these were ideas that had in various incarnations been floating around. They make their way through the English Civil War of the 1640s, and then very critically for Jefferson and the Americans, the English Bill of Rights of 1689. There's no doubt that they were, first of all, they saw themselves as the inheritor of these rights, as well as a new Israel, having left the old world to create a new world, that these rights were threatened by, as Bernard Bailyn points out so perfectly in his magisterial, the ideological origins of the American Revolution, a great conspiracy of the king and his ministers in Parliament. It's not just that they were doing it, but that it's a conspiracy, and conspiracies must be met, right? So from our birth, we were born from believing in conspiracies, and Bailyn goes through this painstakingly to show how much of the writing of the time was talking about a conspiracy, not just that they were misguided or made some mistakes. No. There's a conspiracy against us, and therefore it rises to this existential level, because a mistake can be corrected. something that they're not fully aware of, you can inform them. But we had informed them and they ignored us. And we had pleaded and they ignored us. So it has to be a conspiracy. That's where the charges come in. That to them is the whole justification. And so
Yes,
What's
sir.
up, Cage?
Yeah, yes, sir. How you doing, brother? Happy Friday. Thank you
Pretty
for having
good.
me. Yeah,
Sure.
I like to hear, family. It's proper.
How you doing?
Hey, same old on my end, man. Thank you for asking. Yeah, thank you.
So any comments on the video?
So far, I only listened to a little bit because, like, I don't usually watch other things. Right, like I just pop up. But yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
From what he's saying is,
Well, just to set the context, because sometimes I'm late on actually, if I even bother talking about a theme for the show. Basically tomorrow's our fourth, the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence for
of
the United
course,
States.
happy 4th. Yeah.
So today I'm going to talk. Basically, we're going to talk about the Declaration of Independence and kind of videos about where we are as a country at 250. As I was trying to establish yesterday, I tend to be kind of center left in my politics um, because, kind of the way I was raised. I mean, I guess you could technically say I was raised fairly conservative. I went to Catholic schools. Like the first time I even went to something close to a public school was the University of Georgia, which, you have to get in in the first place.
Is that like Springfield or something?
I'm sorry.
Is that like Springfield or
No, it's in Athens, Georgia.
Athens? Okay, that's funny. Like they have a Greek name on there. Okay.
So, but my politics tends to be center left. I don't like extremes, right or left. Now there are things on the left,
I'm
to the
sorry.
left of me.
No. I get your ideology, but I'm just wondering, like,
Well, good.
what did
Okay, well,
you
hold on.
study? What did you study there? Out of curiosity.
Chemistry.
You said that before. Okay, well, look, you're not making shit up because that's what you said before. All right, what
Yeah.
kind? Like my lady
Just
did organic
it's
chemistry.
just nope. It was just a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry.
I love chemistry.
You kind of tend to specialize if you go get a graduate degree. I never used the degree. Wound up going in the Navy at some point, and that probably the Navy's the most definitional experience. I didn't retire. I was in for about 5 years. But anyway, I don't want to, get too far. The reason I mentioned politics is kind of my response to things like a history. This guy,
Well, as a chemist in a background, for the people.
I'm not that interested. I'm not that interested in the chemistry part.
I know, but I am.
I was. Well, I don't care if you are.
Okay, but I just have a question, though. I just have a question for you.
Okay, well, let's make your question quick.
All right. So what? Okay, dopamine is a precursor of what?
I'm sorry. What is dopamine?
Dopamine is a precursor. Okay.
I mean, the last time I had biochemistry was literally almost 40 years ago. What you don't use, you lose. I think somebody mentioned that yesterday.
What did you do? What did you do in the military?
I was a naval officer.
Okay, well, thank you for your service today. You know what I mean?
Well, thank you. I wasn't in the Canadian Navy though.
Yeah, over here we have something called Joint Task Force 2. That'd be interesting to pull up because people think Canadians.
I've never worked with Canadian ships, but every now and again there'd be French or Australians. So you kind of get the point. So this show today, which I was trying to get to, is basically a precursor, kind of a brush up, a pop quiz about what we're going to cover tomorrow. I'm going to wind up probably covering a lot of looking at parades and speeches and stuff like that, mainly on C-SPAN. So I'm a history lover. So
History buff.
yes. So that's what this show is about. Though there are a few news articles that I want to cover before we get.
Okay, well, you made the parameters very clear, so I'm not going to derail that. But if I can, if
Oh
I
yeah,
have any
well, I mean, you're
question, can I
welcome to
ask a
stay and
question?
comment. I just wanted to make sure that it's not even that much about me. Now, one thing, and I think I might have said it yesterday. This show tends to be stuff that I would be watching whether I was live streaming or not, and it can be boring, and that's just the way it is. People who don't
Okay,
like
well,
hearing
that's
about
fine.
history and
Then they
stuff.
can go find somewhere else to watch, right? For
Correct.
me, I find it highly interesting, and I'm just asking, like, I don't want to interrupt or whatever, but yeah, I like to ask questions where questions are due to be asked, right?
Oh, well, you're
Just
welcome to do that. It's not like I'm fussing at you, but it's not even, it's Friday. I don't necessarily have a strict agenda, but
it's 5:09 here. My woman's coming over around like 9.
oh, well,
So yeah,
we're
sometime.
both on in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
I'm in Georgia.
I know. I got lots of friends over there. Yeah, shout out to Georgia.
Oh, see, hey, Jalba. Stanley is a fence sitter in the literal sense. Don't even know what that really means. But if Stanley knows how to make, and I'm talking in the third person to Jalba here, I know how to make quick decisions, snap decisions even. That's what I did in the Navy. I got good at it. However,
You're
when you
trained
have
for that, right? Under pressure, you have to
exactly,
make
well,
that blink of an eye decision, right? And there's no
correct.
going back on that decision. That
However,
shit is
if
fired.
you
You know what I mean? So it's like,
have the time, if you have the time to fence sit and figure out which side of the fence you're on, take the time. Don't make snap decisions unless you have to. And the other
I'm saying
thing,
if you're put up against the wall and you're in that thing, it's like
right?
snap it.
And funny you should say that. I was also trained that the worst decision is no decision. Even if you're wrong, make a decision.
Oh, I think they call that implied consent. I think that's what they call it. Because if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything, right? So it's
Well,
implied consent.
no, in the military sense, you don't necessarily need consent. You just make the decision. If you're the leader of that
Yeah,
group.
that's what I
Now,
mean.
if there's time to get consultation, what do you think? What do you think? Sure, do that.
No, but
But
you're
no,
trained to make you're trained to make split
correct.
decisions. At a
Well,
blink of an eye.
oddly enough, you're trained to stay calm to make the decision.
Exactly.
And
You don't do a rash decision. It's okay. Well,
correct.
the main
Right.
thing is going home and defending your people, right? And then that's it.
Right. So you get it. So in Java, the link is posted if you wanna come up. But I kind of it set the tone, and it's gonna be kind of history and politics, which is what the show is about to begin with.
And bro, remember the other day when I met you? I'm like, I can't.
It
I'm
was
gonna go
yesterday.
talk to this. I'm gonna go talk. Yeah, the other day, yesterday, same thing. I'm like, I'm gonna go talk to the guy. I can't make any decisions on somebody unless I talk to them direct. And
Right.
yeah, because that's how I am. I'm not gonna hear no hearsay.
Well, no,
Whatever
and
you
I
call it.
appreciate that
So,
about you, to be honest.
and I told you I'm gonna pull up. So I pulled up.
Yeah.
That's how
Well, I'm happy you did.
Yeah.
Kick the tires.
I love kicking
I do
tires.
think that when you look at it, Jefferson is being very, very specific in this rather logical exposition of why he puts that in there. And again, he does not harp back on it through his life until the end of his life, when it has become the understanding of the document that it really wasn't in 76 or 80, except for the anti-federalists. And after that.
Yeah, you kind of trigger all sorts of PTSD I have about Harry Jaffa when you talk about Carl Becker's interpretation, and we don't need to get deep in the weeds. I do think it's worth just dwelling briefly on the point about the Brits going over it and saying these complaints are illegitimate, therefore the rebellion is illegitimate. To debate whether or not your reasons for rebellion are legitimate is to concede the point that rebellion can be legitimate, which is a concession that is sort of
I'm not trying to
problematic
interrupt it, but I have a
from the
question.
British
here.
perspective going into it, right? I mean,
Okay.
the idea that, well, the right, if you're saying, well, these complaints aren't true.
Okay, so my question is this, because I know people from the United Kingdom and all that, Great Britain, whatever they want to call it, and it's funny because, like, sometimes joke around, like, how does this little island kind of thing take over and colonize like the vast majority of the population? And Buddy pretty much told me, he's like, okay, we're gonna insert something into there, make them fight amongst each other, then we're gonna swoop in and it's like order out of the chaos, right? We're gonna create chaos
No, it's
purposely.
way more complicated than that.
I know it is, but just in a basic level, I was like, okay.
No, not even he's not. It's such a nonsense point that I'm not even sure how to contextualize it. But based on what I've read, let me tell you something that really is interesting. Number one, Portugal and Spain, and Portugal specifically, were the first to get into slavery. Like, it was pre-transatlantic slave trade, but they were really the first. And not that
Pause.
if you okay,
At what
no,
point,
I'm
though?
not
At what point?
pausing. No. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm gonna hear. I'm gonna listen. Thank you.
Good. So, because we're going to get to England. As a matter of fact, England came to the slavery game like kind of late. The other thing that helped England was, believe this or not, Manchester became like a real center of the cotton trade. The textile industry literally spurred the Industrial Revolution.
All right. Have you looked at the Silk Road?
I'm sorry, what? No, nothing to
Silk
do
Road?
with the Silk. Nothing to do with the Silk Road.
That has a lot to do with the textile industry.
No, it literally. Well, no. There's a book called Empire of Cotton by a guy named Sven Beckert, and I recently read it, and it was recommended to me by an elder of mine.
Sorry, what was that called? I want to.
Empire of Cotton.
Empire of Cotton.
By Sven Beckert, Sven.
Yeah, Sven Beckert. Yeah, I see it here.
Yeah. Read that book. It just put a lot of things in context. So I think that helped Britain. Let's see, they started probably back in the 18th century and became kind of a powerhouse. But they just basically, I had no clue that the textile industry was basically like the first like worldwide commodity. He goes into the history better than I ever could because he's an actual historian. The other thing, there's Protestantism versus Catholicism. Believe that or not, that actually,
hey bro,
that actually was part of it. So it's several different. It's kind of a nuanced thing. And
bro, we're both Catholic. I went to multiple elementary schools and high schools, but I went to a Catholic high school and a Catholic elementary school. But I also went to.
I didn't learn this in Catholic school.
Yeah, I've been there too.
As an adult. So my point, and I was going to get to this. The other thing that happened is British just happen to have a navy. It's way easier to project power.
They better have a navy. They're on a fucking island surrounded by water.
So there were several things that worked to England's advantage. So it wasn't just one thing.
So it's multifaceted.
Multiple provable, and you can read history from several different angles. My points that I'm making, Sven Beckert doesn't get into slavery that much. He does, but not that much. This is like decades of reading different points of view on just how England became that big.
Can I
Um,
ask you a question quick? After.
sure.
What's up, Stanley? What's up, Cage?
Hey,
All right,
hey,
hold on.
brother.
I want to ask you a
Yeah,
question
I'm saying
because
hi. That's what I'm doing.
yeah, what's up, Zabala? Yeah.
No, and I'm glad you did.
But I have a question to ask.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're done yet or I can ask it. You know what I mean? I'm not
No,
trying to
please
interrupt
ask
you.
the question.
All right, so it's going to be a question after I explain my own reality, okay? So
Why
after I
is your
went,
reality that important at this point?
it is because yeah, I was like literally like a hair trigger line, like getting into the military and special forces thing, but something told me not to do it. I went a different way. So I'm just wondering, like, because like I'd be at school and they'd be there, like when you walk around, and they'd be like, "Oh, join, sign up." Da, da, da. Like,
We just lost you there, Cage. Well, until he comes back, so you have to cook breakfast. That's cool. How you doing?
No, yeah, it's fine. But I was gonna say, do you know who enslaved who first? Because I know the answer
Who
to that
enslaved
question.
whom?
Yeah,
Um,
first. I
does it
mean,
really matter?
well, it was okay. So it was the Middle East, right? They were sharing. I mean,
Right, but
oh, they were
let
enslaving
me ask you.
Africans.
Okay, you're going way out. I think I explained this
This is
yesterday.
no, but this is the first few
No, I'm
cases.
sorry. It doesn't work that way on my panel. You'll wait till I'm done, please. I don't particularly care. Of course, slavery's existed probably as long as Homo sapiens have existed. I don't care who started
Mhm.
it. What I do care about is American history. Geopolitics is more your thing. Now, you have to know a little bit of geopolitics to understand American politics, of course. But it's obvious that slavery wasn't something that the British invented because they were one of the last of the European nations to even get into the slave trade.
Yes,
So
correct.
so I don't care about slavery in the Middle East, except to know that shoot, Islam, slavery, Christianity, and slavery. That's all I need to know because I tend to, and I'm sorry, call me limited, but I honestly care about American politics, American history, and I do need to know the world history as much as I need to know to put American history into context.
Sure, but I think that like you should. I think you should delve into it a little bit more because then you understand
No, I'm not
who
going
was.
to. I don't need
No, no,
to.
no, no. Well, you don't
I
need to, but you
personally,
you would know
I
who sold the
appreciate,
slaves to America.
I appreciate your input. I appreciate your opinion. But do you not think like I know all this stuff? I know Africans, sold Africans,
Yeah,
you know, but the
yeah,
bottom line is there are two sides to every business deal. Africans didn't force Europeans to buy slaves. And there tends not to be a sell side of a transaction if there's no demand. So, this bullshit that people like Thomas Sowell and his little acolytes want to do about Africans selling Africans, well, fuck, who cares? I'm an American. I'm looking at the American side of the transaction, and that's it. Sorry, but I don't have. I'm old, and I really didn't even start getting into history. More than I've always been a history buff because my mother was a history buff. But I'm retired, so I get a chance to do a lot of reading, and I really didn't even get that interested into American history to this degree until I would honestly say probably the last 15 years. So I don't have time to go back and become a world history expert, and I don't need to. So I everyone knows that Africans selling Africans, it was complicit. Um, so I don't need that lesson if everyone already knows it.
Fair enough, but knowledge is power. That's all I'm gonna say to you.
I just said I know that, but what you concentrate on, what your show is about, the knowledge you want to impart. Again, I tend to be very United States centric,
Yeah,
so
you have your niche. I get
I'm
that.
really yeah, it's a niche, and I am more interested in the buy side of the slave transaction. And
Sure.
if you actually, because I've actually read at least one fairly decent book about how the African slave trade started. Of course, Islam in Africa predates the Portuguese, um,
Yeah.
getting into the slave market. Um, yeah, of course I know that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was through Portugal that the slaves arrived in
Yeah,
America. I mean, because,
first slave
coastal wise,
first slave
yeah.
auction, first
Well, the
recorded slave
transatlantic.
auction. First
Yeah,
recorded slave auction was Lisbon in like
yeah,
1451. I know this.
yeah, yeah.
So
Okay.
it's not that I don't know it, it's what I emphasize.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's you're sure you do whatever you want with it. I mean, if you want to like
Correct.
have that niche, that's cool, man. At least you're knowledgeable about it.
Yeah, I know it. But look, the one of the reasons, and I'll just give a brief explanation, a lot of people like Thomas Jefferson knew that slavery was wrong. Why do you think there was an abolition movement? There were people, this man of their times thing. I I'm sympathetic to that argument. Back then, slavery was a thing and stuff like that. I'm sympathetic to it, but I don't think that is the kind of excuse that you can just blow it off. There were plenty of opportunities to get rid of slavery. There were a lot of us bad assumptions made, and I'm sympathetic to those arguments, but you can't deny what happened. The woulda, coulda, shoulda, it doesn't always work for me.
Okay,
Slavery
but
slavery could
if
have
you want
ended in the
to keep it,
United States way earlier than it did.
sure. But can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If you're dealing with the psychology of slavery and everything,
Well, I'm
do you
not.
think
I
there were
I've never even taken a psychology class. So no, I don't do psychology.
okay? Okay. Well, I mean, but I'm gonna ask you the question. Do you think that there were some like fairer or let's say less? I mean, let's say less evil slave owners, and do you think that they were fair with their slaves?
I think slavery is evil. And let me tell you why. Let's look at it from kind of a capitalistic point of view. Let's do
Sure.
a Marxist critique of capitalism. In fact, if you believe that labor is something, and this is capitalism, labor is a commodity that workers basically sell to their employers. Okay,
Sure.
so you've got a whole bunch of people who were kidnapped, or just sold outright because, whatever the reasons were, but they wound up on ships. Most slaves went to Brazil, by the way, and then the Caribbean, and then the United States. The United States was not the larger importer, but the bottom line
Well, sure. There
is
was no airplanes,
these
so
people
travel.
these people were robbed of their labor. They labored for free under force. The theft of freedom, whether the slave owner is kind or not, it's still theft.
Yeah.
So, evil is maybe some were more evil than others, but owning a slave is evil, period. It doesn't matter whether you fatten them up and they're treated nicely. They can't do what they want to do. It's a theft of labor, it's a theft of freedom. So it's evil in and of itself. Hopefully
No,
that makes
I would 100% agree with that. But I mean, I don't know if you know, but okay, I know you don't like geopolitics, but like there's places in the Middle East where they
I
bring like
don't care.
Bangladeshis. Yeah,
I
you
don't
don't care. That's fine. But I'm saying, like, it
I'm
happens
as I said,
today. It happens.
I tried to explain where my niche is, and this is a United States that has a Declaration of Independence, and even worse, a
Sure.
constitution. So I'm kind of, everyone has their niche, and I was born in the U.S. I served in the U.S. Navy. I kind of have an American point of view, and there are
Bro, I get
lots of
it. I
things
get it.
wrong.
Hey,
There are
bro, my
lots of
bad, my bad.
no, don't hold on. I'm talking to Balber.
All right. Let
Yeah,
me.
can I finish up with Balber first? And I don't even remember. I know, and Balber, I will agree with you that these Americans are so limited and basically tunnel visioned. I'm just going to have to agree. If that's your criticism, then I just have to raise my hand and say I'm guilty.
No, I wasn't criticizing, but okay,
No. But well, in a way, you were, and I'm saying I agree with your criticism.
yeah, fair enough.
All right. So I had a timer on my phone because my younger brother is out there in the
Oh,
wilderness, and the wilderness is very vast. All right.
mhm.
And he said he had to do a solar hike, even though he said he saw bad omens, but he had to go do it and prove it to himself, anyways. So I had a timer on my phone. He said 45 minutes because someone told me to call him. He's like, "You told me that?" I'm like, "Okay, 45 minutes," because he goes camping, whatever. Regardless, so the timer went off with my original question. So I kept fucking calling him because I swear, if you didn't answer, I'm like, I don't know. I had a weird feeling. And I'm like, okay, now we need helicopters and fucking thermal shit to go scan and find him. I'd go up there and fucking find him in that goddamn forest. But regardless, so my original question was, yeah, he's completely fine now. He's back to camp. But yeah, my original question was, like I was trying to say before, the timer went off and I had to go check on my little brother. I was trying to ask. I was saying like, okay, like I almost like signed the form and all that to get signed up, probably get a special force. Like my nickname in fucking high school was military in case. Like women and shit. Like, well, I guess they're women now. Yeah, they call me like military. What are you doing? Shit like that. So, anyways, yeah, I was about to sign up, and they went to like lower income areas because I want to move my mom in like a lower income area to take care of her, get her the fuck out of there. And they go and try like not conscripting you, whatever. They try signing you up for that shit. Like when you leave, they're not allowed to do it on school grounds or
What's
whatever.
your question?
So what made you get into the military?
Um, actually, it was my father, I guess.
So it's like a lineage thing.
As a matter of fact, funny enough, because I graduated from college and got into OCS, Navy OCS, and the same day I actually got a civilian job with Merck. I guess it would have been pharmaceutical sales, but right out of college with the chemistry degree, I guess. Oh, and by the way, a totally separate story, but I've been one of these weird people where it just so happened when I interviewed with Merck, the very last top, because it was multiple interviews, kind of like a pyramid thing, almost like
I'm sorry. Like what's Merck? I'm sorry. Like I'm not.
it's a pharmaceutical company. It used to be the world's largest. I don't think it is anymore. But bottom line is, I had other options. And I literally went to my father and said, "Well, what do you think I should do?" I remember it because I just gotten a phone call and he happened to be in the den. And this is my father's still around, by the way. Dude, I'm like, I don't know what to do. So my
Well,
father was there and we talked about it.
that's kind of odd because like over here, people go to the military in order to get like college or university degree, right? Like it's kind of opposite of what you
I've
did.
I've been very lucky in my life.
Yeah, so you kind of did like the opposite way. Like, I've never really heard of too many people that went to the
Well,
got their
my father, basically, he's from very small town, South Georgia. He grew up during like Jim Crow. So he was one of those people where the military got him out of that small town, and he has been very successful. My mother has too. So, they had 59 years of marriage and success and all that jazz. And you know what? I'm sure my mother my mother must have been in the bill in the room, but you know, um I call him daddy. I'm like, what do you think I should do? Not, and I think at the time I genuinely was kind of like, I don't know what to do. Both ways are gonna be
but you found your
pretty
way either way,
successful.
right? You found your way regardless, right? So
I guess I would have, but to be
no,
honest,
right now, you're
I,
here, right?
I, yeah, but I think he
Can
made the
I show
right
you? Hey,
decision.
bro, I don't
Okay,
want to
can,
interrupt you,
can
but I
I
want to show
finish
you
my
something.
answer? Can I finish my answer, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm kind of long-winded. I think I learned more in the Navy about myself than I would have learned at Merck. So in the end, it was the right decision.
Okay, well,
Can I
anyways,
show you something
I
quickly?
gotta
Like,
head
look.
off. But thanks for
Well,
having me. Have a good stream. Yeah.
Balba, don't be a stranger. I
No,
mean,
no, no,
it's
no. I mean,
not.
I have to head off. I told you I have to go cook breakfast
No,
and
I'm
stuff.
saying in
Okay.
the future, don't be a stranger. You're welcome here anytime.
Oh, well, thank you, and I appreciate that. And you're welcome on my stream anytime, even though
Yeah,
I sort of
it's a
stopped
little bit of a different
streaming for a
vibe.
bit. Yeah, I know. But come have fun on the weekends if you want.
Well, no,
All right.
I
Well,
do a
thank you for
Saturday
having
show.
me, and yeah,
Absolutely.
and I hope you have a good rest of your stream. All right, Stanley. Take care.
Thank you. You too. Kelvin, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to show you something. Like, I haven't had the guts to fucking look into this, but we keep certain records, right? Just like the military does. And this right here
Hold
is
on
a
one sec.
fucking.
Do you want me to put this on the big screen?
Bro, this is a VHS of my goddamn whole birth, everything, right there. It says, "Love heart, do not use tape of me." So I don't even know if I'm even ready to fucking look at this shit. But either way, it's in the bag.
Well, we we will we will premiere it at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I'm saying I should get it digitized or something. No,
I would think.
we're gonna preserve that, right? It could be like an artifact. Like the aliens will find like 3,000 years of some shit. I don't fucking know. Fucking, it's a little bit different.
All right. Well, let's get back to this because I do at some point going to talk I'm going to breeze through the news articles that I found kind of interesting. And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, everyone, please make sure you've hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please subscribe. Kick the tires.
I
Let,
subscribed and
let's
hit the
see.
like button on my way in. You know what I mean? Ready.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. But it's kind of a different vibe. There is fuckery, but tends to happen on the weekends. I try and keep it kind of tight
No,
during the week.
I hear you, bro. And you're saying so the military, so you didn't know what kind of to do, and then the military taught you who you were, like going to like
No, not necessarily.
not really, but it
I
shows you
knew
another
who
aspect of self. It shows you another aspect of who you are.
no. I
Just I
had
don't
an
get it
idea.
then. I'm just trying to wonder.
Okay, well let me explain it to you. I had very strong parents, a strong mother, and a strong father. I knew who I
See?
was. In a way, the Navy it kind of expanded who I was. And let me tell you, one of the things the thing that I learned most is I can't do something just right off the bat, like, without actually thinking the I
Yeah.
can't through. There are a lot of things you can do. And
Oh, exactly. You can. If
if
there's a
the
will, there's a way,
reflex
right?
if the
Yeah.
reflex is I can't, let's actually make sure you
To
can't.
see how we can. Yeah,
Can't
focus
is
on
an
that.
option. Can't is an option, but it shouldn't be your first option. You need to think can't through. Probably the most important lesson I learned.
God damn, that there's a lot of knowledge to that. Okay.
Yeah, the Navy was good for me. It literally taught me that hey, you
If
can
there's a
do it.
will, there's a way.
Correct. But it's got to be well thought out. There's got to be a plan, but also make
Write
sure
it
there's a
down,
plan
execute the
B
plan
and a
properly.
plan C. There are multiple routes to, whatever your destination is. Probably the most important thing, if I had to
They
boil
all
it
lead
down.
back to the same road, the main road eventually, right? Kind of.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that
therefore,
makes
the
a lot of
rebellion is
sense
illegitimate.
to me.
I'm
It
sorry,
makes a lot of
what?
sense to me. I'm saying it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, but I
That's,
knew who I was before I went into the Navy.
but
Let's put it this way. I
expanded
knew
you.
who I was. The Navy taught me what I'm capable of. I knew who I
Oh,
was. Now I know what I'm capable of.
it can even go beyond that too. For example,
Right.
I do this stuff with people. I used to go online, I only got online because of the Freedom Convoy thing, like where they locked during this. Before I never even had internet. Okay, like I had internet on the phone, but I never had cable. I never had like an internet connection, like through a router or Wi-Fi. This stuff went me on there, or I got on there because of that. Because everything got locked down. You had to pivot, pivot. Well, it throws at you. It's like 99% how you react to it, 1% how what's going on. So pretty much, I started going on the internet. I met a whole different types of people from every walk of life through the internet, which is great. But I also see it as like a double-edged sword, right? And regardless from there, I do something. It's like, okay, I can show you. Like I'm not fucking lying to you. I have this shit recorded. It's private, but I can show you. Regardless that I went to random people like, hey, you know how much capable you are of. You can. Funny enough, it's called bending spoons. Is that took over the StreamYard thing that we're using at the moment. Regardless, it's like okay, I'm like okay, roll the dice. Random people I never met before. Be them quote Black Americans. Be them I don't give a fuck if you're green. Regardless, yeah, they roll the dice and they get it when you visualize it and you put something into action, execute it properly. Boom, it's right there. There's no probability and no chance. I already know it because it's all within your mind. There could be, depending on your mind state. Like I had one dude go on there and he literally rolled the same number on a dice randomly. Like it was not loaded, nothing.
Good.
Like the same
Interesting
number on the
story.
dice, like 10.
Can
I
can
think it was like
I
8 or 9 times.
can I go ahead? Let's put a pin in that and let's get back to this video.
Just saying, yeah, the capabilities are crazy. It's even beyond
Yep.
physical stuff. Like,
You're at least insinuating that if you had real complaints or true complaints, maybe there is a right to rebellion, which is itself a fairly revolutionary sort of thing. Obviously, the Brits kind of reject it. Then again, the Brits have some problems with all of this because they had debates about rights of rebellion prior to 1776 on their own soil. But which it just
Bobby, that's an interesting point, but not a very inviting point. I'm probably going to do a fairly long stream. At a minimum, I'll probably start around 10 or 10:30 in the morning because there are a bunch of CNN parades and speeches that, I want to at least look at. So today, just to catch everybody up, is more about, the history of the Declaration of Independence, thoughts about it, that sort of thing. Tomorrow will actually, I will cover and, watch the actual celebrations. And the title of the show, MAGA is a Goonocracy. I forget who said it. It probably would have been someone like Kelvin. But one of the stories I'm going to talk about is Donald Trump has basically made this 250th celebration about him and his his administration.
He's a fucking
And I
egomaniac.
literally think Donald Trump is possibly at the same time the most American president in recent memory, but he's also the most anti-American
They call him
president.
like the
This is
Antichrist.
about
Nobody knows more
this is
about anything than I do. Okay, nobody knows more about golf fields than I do. I'm a self-made man with a little $1 million loan from my daddy. Nobody knows more about grass than I do. Hey, you know what? Have you realized that grass has life just like you do? And nobody knows more about wind than I do. We have windmills. Okay, fucking retarded. Just like
right. So I'm sorry. Let me finish what I was saying. I'm kind of talking to my chat here. Um, most American, but not, but still at the same time anti-American. What he doesn't understand is at least post Andrew Jackson, this is about the people. Donald Trump didn't make America. Donald Trump isn't doing the hard work of maintaining America. Leaders
no,
don't
we'll just use
often,
these little slaves.
leaders,
Okay.
okay, I do not know why I can't get a sentence out. Just let me finish. I will prompt you, when I'm done. I don't know um, what Donald Trump doesn't understand as a leader is that you celebrate the people doing the hard work of making America what it is. You're the leader. It doesn't mean you're doing all the work. It doesn't mean you even know about all the work. What you do is keep people motivated to do the work. Give them a purpose. And Donald Trump is making it all about him and failing as he goes. Donald Trump is alienating even his base at this point. And there's still a war going on, and Donald Trump is going to be speaking at Mount Rushmore, like those 13 soldiers and sailors. There were sailors injured, but 13 soldiers killed. Like they don't matter on July 4th. I bet he won't even mention them. And that is a sign. Donald Trump really, I don't know. I think he should be impeached. I think there could be grounds, but there's not going to be the will to do it. So where we are right now is we just got to sweat it out. We got to just gut it out until this dude is gone, and hopefully he takes MAGA with him. No, God bless Trump. No, Bobby. You might be the only one that I run into. You're just you're looking over a lot of things that Donald Trump is just, you're happy with that overtime. Donald Trump made $2 billion just in crypto profits in the last year.
That's soft.
So
But
he's
yeah,
happy.
but
He's
I have a
happy.
question when you're done.
Hold your question right quick. Donald Trump is happy to give you your $25,000 because that's the most you can make in tips or overtime. They're caps. You can't make $2 billion in overtime. So Donald Trump will give you your little 25K, Bobby, because
What
he's
about in
making
halftime?
billions and he's making billions and billions while you have to be happy with 25K, Bobby. Are you okay with that? God bless him, where he's making billions and you might just make 25K extra.
Okay, but yeah, I have a question. Can I ask it yet or no?
Well, you don't have to care about another man's pockets, and that's very
May I ask
admirable
you a
of you,
question,
Bobby.
brother?
But other people do
No
have
question?
problems with it. Please, just give me one sec. Bobby, you may not care, but other people do. So what's your question, Cage?
Do you really think the people they put on the stage are the people? Hold on. It's not going to be a loaded question. But do you really
What
think these
stage are you
people that
talking
are on the
about?
stage, like, okay, these quote presidents or prime ministers, for example, we had Trudeau. He was literally a fucking goddamn drama teacher for high school students. You know, now we have another one, Trump, that actually had The Apprentice, and he was like
Well,
trained to
Trudeau
be an actor.
Trump,
Trained to be an
hold on,
actor. Hold on, who's
hold
running
on.
the strings?
No,
Who's pulling the
dude,
fucking strings
dude,
behind it?
you're acting like this is Bulba's show. It's not. It's a totally different show, and I don't like being overrun. So when I speak, please let me speak. When you speak, if it's appropriate to speak, you speak. Let me help you out here. Justin Trudeau and Trump, other than their last names being, starting with T, they led different countries, different politics, etc. So I don't even
All right,
understand the
I'm saying the
comparison.
similarity there is that
I don't think there's similarities.
Trump was in The Apprentice, right? So he had a TV show before he became there, or whatever, the little puppet that they call your president. And same with the prime minister that we had here. Now we have fucking Carney in a carnival. He used to be the
Well,
fucking British.
Carney actually has more experience than either Trump.
Yeah, he was the British finance
Carney has
minister. He's
more
very fucking
experience
Canadian.
on the world stage than Trump.
But buddy, you're not letting me.
Okay, I don't motherfucking have to let you finish.
Okay, well then you know what? Have a great
Let
stream.
me
I want to go.
explain this shit to you, son. I've been trying to be gentle. You don't get equal time if you're not the biggest ego on this panel. Period. Okay, that you don't get the time to explain your point while I'm questioning your point. Fuck the equality. This is not a free speech platform unless I decide it's a free speech platform. You're not in charge. You are not equal on this panel. And stop thinking you are. This is not Bulba's panel. If you want equality, go to his panel. Fuck that bullshit. The fuck?
Does go to the
dude, what the fuck is going on with these people? Dude, you're not letting me. Well, motherfucker, I'm trying to interrogate your point. This is what I mean. These weirdos want to come up here and act like this is some sort of equal opportunity. Dude, I don't do DEI American politics, period. You can come back up if you can deal with my questions, son. The fuck? Damn, you apparently your job today, Cage, was to come up and push me to test my limits. Well, now you know my limits. Damn.
The founding generation seeking to secure what they would call at the time their up until at least 70, 74, right? Their ancient rights as Englishmen.
Their ancient liberties, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why they originally were like petitioning Parliament. And then all of a sudden they kind of do a heel turn and say, no, we have to actually ask the king, even though they're like anti-monarchical. And it's this weird sort of contradiction, right? Where you're saying you're all about representation and all of this stuff.
That's pretty funny, Bobby. I guess
the representative body of Parliament is the one that's screwing you. So then you start to appeal to the king and you make it a fight about a king rather than a fight about being screwed by Parliament.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the first appeals are to the king, the First Continental Congress. I mean, earlier too, but the First Continental Congress, and then the Olive Branch petition after the war has started. That's exactly right. And Parliament is not mentioned in the Declaration.
Right.
It's only the king. And there is this sense by then that so the parliamentary issue had already been played out, right? The British had come up with all of these ideas that they were trying to sell to the colonists. That, well, you're represented virtually in Parliament. You know, they were way ahead of the virtual time, right? And you know, they're not buying. They're saying, well, look, you're as represented as some, you know, backwards, you know, village in England that also doesn't have a member in Parliament, because all of the interests of the empire are represented, and the colonists are having none of it. And
okay, here we go. Now look at this. You don't own YouTube, bro. Don't let that luxury get taken away, genius. Well, try and take it away, son. You're not YouTube either. Only YouTube can do it. Son, if I thought you would have kind of gotten me from our interaction yesterday, you can have free speech, but this is my platform. And if I want to interrogate your point in the middle of your point, deal with it or don't. Stop acting like I owe you equal time. I am not Balba. I'm not other content creators. The fuck? This boy be crazy. You people must be beyond stupid. Well, hey, I didn't toss you off, Cage. You can come back if you can deal with me. You left. I didn't toss you off. So if I'm too stupid for you to remain on the panel, that's a you problem. That's a you decision. But if I have a question and I stop you mid-sentence, you need to deal with it or don't. But you don't get to overtalk me. I can overtalk you. That's why a lot of people don't come up to the panel. Because if I think your point is ridiculous, how the fuck could you compare Trudeau and Trump and not be laughed at? What's stupid is you comparing Trump and Trudeau. Totally like bogus point, to use a Canadianism. It's bogus, eh? or that's my approximation of a Canadianism.
So
Right.
the whole parliamentary angle has been played out, although there are people, Joseph Galloway of Pennsylvania, who essentially proposes what becomes the Commonwealth. And he says, we all have the same king, which was a long, or was a, it was a, obviously it was a long-standing belief, but in the crisis, it becomes a very powerful strain initially to say we all have the same king, but again, no taxation without representation. That's the parliament and these other things. So we'll have our own parliament, and you'll have your parliament, but we'll be under the same king. And the British obviously are too short-sighted and stubborn to accept that. And yet, ironically, later in history, that's what they are forced. Right. They are forced into. But they're not able to get there. And so these ideas that you could still be within the larger, because think about it, it was crazy to leave the empire. Why would you want to leave the empire? Yeah, there were problems. They wouldn't let us trade with the world, navigation acts, fine. But the biggest part of trading anyway was the British Caribbean and Britain.
Right.
The most powerful army, navy on earth. Law that, who wants to live under French law, or the despotism of Louis, the different Louis. No, it's insane to leave the empire at the time, right? And it was very hard for them to make that break. It helps when George, who is, very involved in this, certainly Rick Atkinson shows that in his book. And, Andrew has a different take on George, but, shows that George was not a passive figurehead. When George, who's manipulating Parliament into declaring them rebels, and therefore to be chastised, so that there's a legitimate reason for sending over thousands of troops to Boston, for example, after the Tea Party. George declares them in rebellion and out of his protection. Those are the terms used, out of his protection. And so suddenly now they're faced with this idea that we are on our own. You can no longer rely on the king. And then comes Tom Paine, right? And January 76, this devastating, never before seen attack on monarchy that resonates so deeply, which would not have resonated had he written it in January 75, because we weren't at war.
Right.
But after 9 months of war, it hits the tone, more radical than most Americans were, but it hits the tone of the moment in a way that is not, for, I think, most Americans, ideological. It's contextual. The context being, we're at war, they have bombarded our cities, they are an invading force. They're not with pain on the, monarchy is this. I mean, they accept it, but this has not been where their thoughts were. And so again, I think a lot of it is deeply contextual. Now, there was something you mentioned that I wanted to come back to. You mentioned,
right. Just so for while you think about it for a second, the problem with Becker, according to Jaffa, who Jaffa respected as a historian and said he wrote the best book on the Declaration ever written or something like that. His problem was with what, we're not going to go into the weeds on this, but with German historicist thinking.
Yeah.
And the problem with Becker, according to Jaffa, was that he gets the history right and then just completely fumbles on the philosophy because the German historicists basically said everything's context.
Right.
Everything is, it just becomes a cultural value rather than a philosophical truth that is timeless regardless of context, right? This is actually for dorks out there who are really interested in this stuff. The reason why we call the Austrian school in economics is because the German historicists hated the Austrian school. It was considered an epithet because the Austrian economists thought that economic rules applied everywhere, like scientific rules. And the German historicists said, no, certain countries have this kind of economics and other cultures have this kind of economics. And it changes when you cross borders or climates or whatever and everything.
Now, see, this is where Jonah Goldberg gets weird. Who cares about this German economics and Austrian school and all this stuff if we're talking about the Declaration of Independence? Dude just, this is so weird. And I haven't watched this video. I haven't pre-watched it or screened it. Very weird.
Like the American word empathy, the English word empathy was like invented in like the early 20th century because we didn't have a word for empathy, but it was a German historicist word which you had to like dive in and understand everything in its context. And there were no immutable grand truths. And Jaffa called BS on that and got into a big fight. And it was a very difficult guy to deal with.
So picking up on that to me is actually one of the, obviously I agree with the Declaration, but to me that is historically one of the most fascinating things about its life is that it does go, and I've been using the word context, it goes from this very contextualized document
to being a universal,
a universal document. It goes from July of 76 and it has this slow evolution. And again, to your point about Jefferson from the brow of Jefferson, our understanding of the document also doesn't spring from the brow of Abraham Lincoln. Mm-hmm. It is coming from from decades of strands beginning to weave together, which most prominently are abolitionists, both black and white, people like David Walker, obviously Frederick Douglass, William Lloyd Garrison. It is coming from women suffragists, like Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton. But it's also coming from senior American leaders. And I think the beginning of this process actually starts in 1821 with John Quincy Adams. Mm-hmm. July 4th, it's the 45th anniversary to me.
What's going on, CK?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
I just got off of work, but I was listening to CT, him and Afro Nerd going back and forth. So he's talking about, the 250 years, giving thanks to America. But then he goes to say that...
wait, who is? Afro Nerd or CT?
No. CT is.
Well, Afro Nerd's fairly conservative. I'm surprised he wasn't.
No, Afro... So their conversation... I forgot. Maybe I caught like the end of it, but he was basically saying that that blacks need to get over slavery, Jim Crow, and sharecropping, and how he always said slavery, it was like global and stuff, right? But how can you make that statement?
I'm sorry. Can you go back? What did he say about sharecropping?
He basically
swapping out earbuds.
That the black people in America need to get over slavery, sharecropping, and Jim Crow. and just appreciate America.
Who said that?
CT.
CT?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Okay, well, see, this is the problem with that
But
point.
hold on,
No,
Stanley.
you
Hold
go
on.
ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. But how can you tell a people to get over something when all that has to deal with this country?
Well, I was going to go into that.
Okay, okay.
What CT's point doesn't go to is the after effects. See, this is one of these things that has always fascinated me. Goddamn, I really don't want to bring up this example, but you know, if you get shot, like shot, say in the chest or something like that, you might not die, but there are going to be after effects. You're going to be in the hospital. You might lose a limb. Okay. People think shooting somebody in the leg is like a quote magic bullet. I say that in air quotes. Dude, you might lose a leg even if you get shot in if you get shot in the leg. A lot of it is just how lucky you are. What if that bullet severs a femoral artery or something like that? You could bleed out, and you didn't even get shot in the heart or the head. There are after effects, and that's what a CT. And I get disappointed in CT, and I've never been able to figure out CT. A lot of people say he's a character, he's just playing devil's advocate and all that stuff. But there are just some things that being a devil's advocate or grifting or whatever, it's just not worth it. Okay, because what he's doing is discounting the people who died, suffered. And I've made the argument that Jim Crow was actually worse than slavery
Right, right.
because at least during slavery, people were property, and these white people, the plantation class, these slave owners, did not like losing property. During Jim Crow, it was a free for all. So, uh, CT is literally a lot of his approaches are unnuanced, and YouTube doesn't like nuance. I'm learning that slowly but surely. So you go ahead, CK.
Yeah,
I
it's
went
just
off on a
sometimes like
spiel.
when I listen, it's so easy to break down his arguments, but it's just
Right.
the right people are just not on the panel. Sometimes when I listen
You know
to him,
what?
I
I
wish I'd be
enjoy
like, I'm like,
going
man,
up there.
I wish
I go up
Stanley
there
just
if the
goes up there
topic
sometimes.
is
I
interesting.
know you don't want to, but it's so
Well, no,
easy
no,
to
no.
break
It's
down his
not that I
argument.
don't want to, but I've had enough of it. And I know I've been up on CT's panel probably. As a matter of fact, I ran into CT on Sharon's channel like 3 weeks ago.
Okay, okay.
So, I mean, CT and I, as a matter of fact, you weren't here watching because I reviewed part of that Sharon panel. CT got dropped for $20. And I'm like, well, CT, I was in the middle of a conversation. I'll pay $20 to bring him back because I want to finish this conversation. CT can be very engaging sometimes. It's hard for someone like me to understand when he's playing a character, and he certainly was on Sharon's channel. So it's not that I don't appreciate CT. It's just I only listen to that show when the topic kind of piques my interest. It's not, I can't do it daily. I used to, but I can't do that, dude. It'll rot my soul. And CT isn't the problem. It's his
It's the
panelists and
yeah,
his audience.
yeah, it's about because you have like Hafiz, he's up there now telling black people how they should feel. And do
Right.
you live in the UK? You're not even from the UK, but you live in the UK, and you trying to tell us how we need to act over here. It's him
No,
and that
no.
Yoku guy.
No, I'm sorry. Let me just address Khan here. Who the fuck, from your perspective, Khan, why are you telling black people what they should get over? That's bullshit, son. So Khan says nothing wrong with that concept, CKJ. It can be said that blacks should get over slavery, etc., but in what way specifically? Blacks should not be expected to do anything. This is, if you want to conceptualize it, like every black person thinks about slavery every day, because we don't. We don't even think about Jim Crow every
Yeah,
day.
yeah, we don't.
I don't, and I'm a history buff unless I'm reading about Jim Crow. Bottom line is, it is patriarchal. It is literally, what's the word? It is patronizing to tell black people they should get over it. It's better accepted if some black elder, like a CKJ, I'm sorry, well, like you too, but I can deal with a Glenn Lowry, who's, I've never heard Glenn Lowry even say that. Uh,
Stanley,
I can deal with a black elder saying it, but that's a black elder. Dude, even I've called myself a creature of the Enlightenment. Jefferson is my favorite founder. I've read inordinate amounts about Thomas Jefferson and some of the other founders. But dude, the minute I hear some Donald Trump like character, let's pick on Donald Trump, tell me what black people should be doing, or we should assimilate or some bullshit, dude, you need to be black to tell me that.
Stanley, I remember talking to my grandmother, and my grandmother, she'll be 94 in October. And she said when she left Mississippi, I forgot the conversation or whatever, but she was saying like the white guy told her, "Don't you ever come back down here again. Once you leave, don't you ever come back down here." Now my grandmother's still alive, still in her right
Oh
mind.
wow.
But you about to sit up here and tell me, yeah, you need to get over that. My grandmother is still alive.
Yeah.
Well,
let me tell you something. Manna Tomorrow had a similar story that his grandfather told him in Mississippi. There ain't nothing for you here. Dude, my father, now let me tell you, it kind of in that vein, but it was kind of different. My father got out of Adel, Georgia, Cook County, Georgia. I've been there, dude. I wouldn't say I grew up there, but we spent whole summers there, like a month there every year for years. Not so much, well, not so much when we got to high school, but before high school, dude, we were looking forward to that month because we were the city kids. However, there's so many stories about, hey, there are opportunities you're simply not going to get here. I can remember my father, he would run into old high school friends. Dude, these people look like they were from the 1930s.
yeah.
They were broke down, they were drugged up, they were doing menial labor. And here I am, me and my sister pulling into my grandparents' yard in a new ass fucking Buick LeSabre. that shit was slick. So your grandmother knew what she was talking about. My father was like, you know what? The reason we paid money for your education, and this is where it kind of intersects with you and your family, dude. I don't want you to ever have to play second best to white people. Let's educate you with them, and you're smart. Let's see if you can figure it out.
Right.
And I don't know if that's what you would say, but when you talk about your kids and what you're doing for their education, it actually reminds me of my father. And as it turns out, he was right. All three of his kids, dude. My brother, who's 13 years younger, makes way more money than I ever did per year. Dude is killing it. So
Yeah, it's just amazing to me the things that come out of these people's mouths. Yeah, get over it. Yeah, just get over it.
well, let me ask you a question. And I make this argument with CM and Nightish and people like that. And you will be accepted because you seem to have a good head on your shoulders. Some of the stuff you told me, what was the guy's name in Cleveland that was like really well off, and then
Oh yeah, he came.
tides turned.
Yeah, yeah.
I need to show that video again.
I gotta find. I
Um,
saved the video, but I can't think of his name now. But yeah. My
well, if
mother.
you run across it, send me that video.
Yeah, I will.
Because I don't think I saved it, and if I did, I'd have to go way back in Slack to find it. But the bottom line is, I think CT is either playing a character because supposedly he majored in African American studies. But what I'm going to say is,
Stanley.
this is going to sound so old fashioned. These people, CT never had it, but a lot of people with deep roots in American culture who happen to be Black, they've gotten away from the culture or the root of the culture, where the history of the culture. And I'm talking about the Black American subculture. You've heard me talk. I don't even believe that there's a white culture and a Black culture. I think there's an American culture, and it's got a lot of facets to it, subcultures, if you want to call them that.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of these Cali Blacks have just gotten away from it. I don't care if your grandma was from fucking, and again, not you. So I'm not even talking about you, because
Stanley, I don't think these
you seem to be doing. You almost remind me of my father in a way. You believe that or not?
Even talk to their grandparents. Like
I'm sorry.
I said I don't think they even talk to their grandparents. Like my grandmother and my great grandmother was alive. Like I used to sit there and have full conversation. That's why I know so much of what happened back in the day, because they used to tell me. You know what I'm saying? I don't think these guys do that.
No, they don't. They just say, "Oh, hey, my grandmother." Probably never even met her.
Yeah, that too.
But the bottom line, because again, now please don't take this the wrong way, but I once had somebody say, "Well, Stanley, you're just kind of old fashioned." You're kind of old fashioned, CK. You seemed, and I know it's the Navy training. I know it's your education. I know. But dude, if I had to like almost say, hey, look, if you are a YN who's like 19 and you want to know how to be successful as a younger Black man, you need to talk to CKJ. You may not follow directly in his footsteps, but you seem to have your head square on your shoulders. And why can't more young people be like you?
Stanley, they can. They have to want to be like me,
Well, that's true.
I think it's easier to do what I'm doing than to do the opposite.
It actually is.
I'm not
it is so much easier to do the right things.
I'm not doing
That's what I do. It's actually fairly easy to be successful. You just have to want to, like he said. You're just not going to have big paydays every payday, but eventually it pays off.
It definitely adds up.
Yeah, and while it's adding up, you can't be overspending or living above your means and all that sort of stuff. So, did you hear any of Cage's?
No, so I was at work, but I was leaving work, but I was listening to that conversation, and when he had mentioned it, I said, man, let me see if Stanley on. So that's why I was like, let me go talk to him. I need to go talk to somebody with some sense.
Well, I don't know about all that, but look, I think
no, Stanley, I have never heard you say no stupid shit like that before.
Well, I'm sure I say plenty of stupid shit, just not on that topic.
Not when it comes to history, you don't.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's something you got to put into context. It's just kind of complicated. And I think people tend to think history doesn't mean anything other than like on a timeline, this happened, this happened. The thing is there are after effects. There people, it's like dropping that pebble in the proverbial pond. You know, there are ripple effects. So, my thing about Cage is that it's the first time on the panel. Uh, Really, the first time I ever talked to Cage was yesterday, so he doesn't quite get me.
Oh, this is
Balba,
somebody you was talking to?
oh yeah, I had
Yeah,
Balba. You know who Balba is?
no,
He,
I
he
think I
hates it when I pronounce it, so I just call him Balba or David. But and he's right. You know, I'll call you what you want to be called. But he kind of gets me because he's interacted with me. But apparently, you know, if you come up on this panel, look, there are people I trust, and I'll just let you take over the panel. It's like, dude, I'll sit back and sip some Coors Light, and you just take it. But if you're like the first time up here, no. I actually had a place I want to go with this show, even if I don't get there. But bottom line is, this is not like, well, Stanley, you didn't give me my equal time. Well, you might have to earn it. There's some people, if they said that, like you or Deacon
tried
Dave,
to
he
Mike one two
said,
three
if you,
you.
I'm sorry.
I said he tried to Mike 1 2 3 you.
You know what? Actually, that's the perfect analogy. Yeah, he tried to do that shit. It's so funny. Yeah. It's like the only difference is he didn't call me P.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's his little.
And the other thing is like, dude, there are some things, if you start talking politics or American culture, yeah, I'm gonna have 1,000 questions for you. We might have to go sentence by sentence because you know you don't get to say a whole paragraph of stupidity. If you start off wrong, I'm going to examine it sentence by sentence, and you either deal with it or you don't. It just make a good argument. So, anyway, this dude wrote a history, like in his words, the only actual, like, I guess, timeline sort of history about the Declaration of Independence. I've never even heard of the book. It's a new book. I will get it at some point, but I'm going to read Pauline Mayer before I read his book. This dude's name is Michael Auslin, and works for the Hoover Institute, so he probably has at least met Thomas Sowell, and we go from there. Now, the interesting thing is the way he's talking about his book. It's he makes it interesting, and Jonah Goldberg is just making it, you know, creepy. To be honest, Goldberg, he likes to interject himself into these interviews. Um, so I don't know. Maybe he shouldn't, because he's talking about the Austrian School of Economics. What does that actually have to do with the uh, Declaration of Independence?
Stanley, I'm gonna be back. I just got to the house.
Okay. All right.
I'll be back up.
All right. Well, I'll be around for a while.
All right.
So folks, hit the like button, especially because I see Cage has brought some folks over. Hit the like button, folks. If you are listening to me, come over to my channel, because what I'm seeing right now, and this is the weirdest thing. So I got 9 likes and 88 people in I'm seeing on StreamYard. So I don't know how that works, but if you're here, hit the like button, please. If you're new to the channel, you may like it, you may not. You know, that's the best I can offer you. I do American culture, politics, history, and fuckery. It tends to be American based though. I don't do geopolitics. I can dabble in it. I might be able to talk briefly about it, but it's not my focus because I don't need to. Um, I have my interests in what's happening, in some city in Thailand. I don't live there. I might be interested. I might not.
Be a fascinating moment where that original parchment that we were talking about in the beginning is for the first time carried to the Capitol and read in public on July 4th, the actual parchment itself, by John Quincy Adams. He's Secretary of State. And he then gives his famous "We go not abroad in search of monsters to destroy" speech. The part of the speech that no one pays attention to is that after that, though, he links the Declaration to the Constitution as the fount, the foundation, the I think he uses the word wellspring, but anyway, the wellspring of our constitutional order. And it was the first time that someone at that level that I was able to find did that. Up to that point, some people had referred to the Declaration in more eternal universal terms. Some had referred to it. This is early in the abolition movement. Although there were abolitionists in the late 18th century, saying you're not living up to the promises here. But really, I think it's John Quincy Adams, or at least you can make an argument that that's the first time that it really begins to move the Declaration to a different level. To start saying this is what inspired our entire constitutional order. And of course, they're going through, there's the Missouri Compromise of 1820. That was the year before. They're beginning to grapple with these questions that are folding everything. It's like a black hole, right? Everything's sucked in, whether it's states' rights, it's abolition itself, all of these different questions. And then you see it picked up, right? But it's less than 2 decades later that Abraham Lincoln begins to burst on the scene slowly. The 1838 Lyceum address to the Young Men's Lyceum of Springfield, and Lincoln's own understanding of the Declaration certainly, I don't know if it changes, certainly deepens, profoundly deepens over time. But he's already beginning to grapple with these questions of beginning with in 1838, the question of historical memory, saying, if we forget the revolution, which of course, at one degree, it will no longer be a living memory because anyone alive then is dead. What does that mean for us if we now do not attempt to keep its spirit alive? And he builds on that over time. But of course, you get to the 1850s, where you've got Dred Scott in 1857 in Kansas, Nebraska in 1854, and this reignites Lincoln. And much like, and here's where I do, without in any way claiming any deep understanding of or familiarity with Harry Jaffa, simply dipping my toe in the extremely deep waters of Jaffa, I'm very partial to his argument that it is all about the Declaration.
Yeah.
Because most people are on the constitutional side. And I think it is all about the Declaration. I think he's right. Now, the specifics of, him versus Mel Bradford, him versus Martin Diamond.
Sure. Him versus everybody. Yeah.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. I mean, amazing. Him versus everybody. And it is, by the way, really worthwhile going back to that AEI bicentennial volume of 1976 to read those talks, which Jaffa was not invited to, which is why he then wrote his own volume in response, taking on particularly Crystal and Diamond. Crystal and Diamond have two very fascinating essays. Now, these were talks that were given around the country in the years leading up to the Declaration, leading up to bicentennial, sponsored by AEI. And Jaffa particularly is attacking Crystal for calling it a tempered revolution, and Diamond, I think Diamond also a revolution of modest expectations. Maybe that's Crystal. And
Crystal says American Revolution as a successful revolution, and his whole point is that it took human nature into account and had almost Burkean understanding about the crooked temper of humanity. I know that's not Burke's phrase, but that kind of thing. And there's a lot of value, I think, in Irving's essay. But
I think and then in that specifically, because this does link with what we've been talking about, Jaffa's.
You know, one of the problems that I have with this type of analysis is we don't seem to understand the Declaration of Independence and even the Constitution. America moved on from what Madison specifically thought the country would be. In a way, America is a bit more anti-federalist, if we want to use federalist and anti-federalist, or I'm going to do it. Somehow or another, we have balanced federalism, states' rights versus, central authority. To be honest, we've actually done it fairly well. Maybe not as well as I would like, but probably, people on the other side of this argument would say the same. It is more demographic. It is more democratic uh, since Andrew Johnson and I guess Martin Van Buren. Um, it is what it is. Stop thinking Edmund Burke was essential to American conservatism. Today's American conservatism is nothing like half the fucking MAGA crowd, probably more, have never even read Burke. Stop acting like the Burkean conservatives, basically the center right, are even in power. What the fuck is Jonah Goldberg doing? This is a whole lot of what it should be versus what it is. And I understand, you have to have expectations, or you have to have something you want to move the country back to. But I don't hear Jonah Goldberg actually dealing with America how it is. If you're going to talk about the Declaration of Independence as a straight history, it doesn't matter what America is. It's about the Declaration of Independence. And Jonah Goldberg is just going too far. As a matter of fact, I don't know. I'll listen to a little bit more and we might have to move on. Because Jonah Goldberg, why the fuck are you even talking about Burke at this point? He's talked Austrian School of Economics and Edmund Burke. Nothing to do with where we are on July 3rd, 2026.
Argument is the revolution was not finished until the Civil War.
Right.
You cannot say, part of Crystal's argument is that our revolutionaries all died in their beds, and therefore the revolution was successful and over.
Right.
It had been, and Jaffa says no. And then particularly with Diamond's argument is the Declaration gives no indication of the type of government that must be set up. It simply must be consented to. So you could consent to a despotism, theoretically. And Jaffa, goes nuclear over this and says absolutely not, and then goes through these, literally letter by letter readings of the words and the sentences. But I think that's to the point, though. It's that Lincoln is building on this very long tradition, which I agree. It shows that the issue was not settled. It may have been contained, or it may have been mollified in some way. That's not the right word. Almost like you're shaping clay, but you're not getting to where you actually are supposed to be. And that takes Lincoln, and it takes the Civil War.
That's how I left it with Alan Gelzo, was essentially Lincoln.
Look, why are we even talking about this? And again, I'm kind of grousing here, but what is ever really settled in a country as democratized as we are? We're not a straight democracy, but nothing's ever settled with a people that evolves over time. Institutions live longer, quote, live longer than the voters do. 2026 is not 2006 or 1986, and you can just take it all the way back to 1776. So, what wasn't relevant in 2006 isn't necessarily relevant or even proper now. Democracies evolve, people evolve, institutions are way slower to evolve. But even Thomas Burke wasn't necessarily against change. It was just, you shouldn't do snap decisions. So where we are with this conversation is just Jonah Goldberg just pretending that America is something that it's not. Apparently, Jonah Goldberg didn't learn much from MAGA, Trump, and just Trump voters. He's still doing woulda, coulda, shoulda here.
Is the last founder or the last American Revolution? He's the one who is putting it. The way I always, whenever I talk to students about it, it's not original to me, but I think of the Declaration as the mission statement and the Constitution as the user manual. And the Constitution is consistent with the propositions of the mission statement.
I describe it usually in my talks as the Declaration is the Constitution is the operating system and the Declaration is the algorithm, but same thing.
Yeah. And I think that's right. And I think I've often argued, and so some people, when I've made this,
you know what? Listen to these two fools. So, the mission statement, what is this? A goddamn, they're basically talking about a culture war. This is how you fight a culture war. The Constitution's the algorithm. Dude, they're getting weird.
Argument about Lincoln being the last, I got founder, for want of a better term. Some people say, well, maybe Martin Luther King Jr. with his "I Have a Dream" speech, which I think there's a legitimate case to be made there.
Or LBJ, who pushes through the Civil Rights Act and the succeeding acts.
Yeah, we're not going to go there with LBJ, but because I don't know that the 64 and 65 Civil Rights Acts or the 1968 housing are necessarily. I don't know that the connective tissue is as all that strong.
The Voting Rights Act, the housing, yeah. I think more on 64, and then I think
listen to this idiot. Okay, so the Civil Rights Acts there's no connective tissue. They're connected to the 14th and 15th Amendments and the 13th, but more the 14th. The fuck is he talking about, dude? Loving versus Virginia was 1967. That's 14th Amendment. Jonah Goldberg, dude is really more political and emotional in his political philosophy. No one's ever going to call Jonah Goldberg objective. Let's not talk about Johnson, because I don't know that the Civil Rights Acts have that connective tissue. Yes, they do. It's just this dude.
You look at his speech, which I have in the book, that basically says, and this is sort of where you now get to sort of Bloom and the no break on liberalism. LBJ comes back from 64 and says, but it's not enough. And essentially he's arguing that we're moving towards equality of outcome, not just equality of opportunity.
Right.
And I do think you could make a case for 64 as supposedly, but it never ends, right? Because like you just said, there's 65 and there's 68. And then quite frankly, there's Richard Nixon, who's the one who actually gets desegregation in Southern schools.
Listen to these dumb motherfuckers. So, see, this is the weirdest thing. This is where that equality of outcome becomes racial. Justice as an outcome it should always be an outcome that's based in some sort of justice. So there's, I don't know, there's all kinds of arguments I could make, but dude, the equality of outcome, um, justice should always be an outcome. I think it's fair to expect that a law should, not equal, but um, there should be, what's the word? Equanimity. Yeah, the results of any given law should be justice. Now, justice is not necessarily moral. So there we go with that. The bottom line, when they're talking equal outcomes of civil rights laws, the fuck do you think the civil rights laws were created to produce? There's nothing wrong with equal outcomes when you're talking about civil rights. Damn, I almost wish I hadn't listened to this.
Well, that's well into my lifetime, sadly, but well into my lifetime, is that Southern schools were still segregated. So there is no end point. But I like the point about Lincoln is very strong, and yet you do have to account that it is another century before the spirit is fully
the promissory note argument, where King is appealing to the best version of white America. I hate using that phrase, but it's the best shorthand, saying you're not living up to the best version.
Well, bitch, what phrase would you use?
Version of the story you talk about the Declaration as a myth. The myth of the Declaration is what America is falling short of, and he's calling America out on it. And I think that that's fair. I will say the reason why I push back on the LBJ thing, which I'd never heard anyone try to make that case before, and you're just lucky that we're doing this over the internet because I don't have to punch you in the face. But no, I'm just kidding. But I'm just not an LBJ guy.
No, neither am I. But
before, when you were talking about Thomas Paine, it's funny. The other day, somebody asked me, because this is the kind of life I live, am I a Paine guy or a Burke guy? And I'm like, I'm a Burke guy. Yeah. But I think it is fair to say your distinction about Paine in context, I think contextual Paine, I'm down for. Mm-hmm. Philosophical Paine, I'm not down for. And the reason I'm not down for philosophical Paine is the way he describes the role of he's much more of a simpatico with French revolutionary ideas than American revolutionary ideas. And this idea that we all have to go together. And that would be the case for LBJ would be a Painean case. Yeah. Is to say it takes strong government to enforce these outcomes rather than opportunities and that kind of thing. But I can't let this end.
Just one quick point before you don't let it end. And who makes that case exactly is Irving Kristol in that very article. I actually sent it to our old boss. Guess I can mention his name and want to drag him into something. Chris DeMuth. Mm-hmm. And I said, you read this because Kristol says, and this was right at the 250th anniversary of Common Sense, and which I reread. 250th. 1776. Common Sense.
200. You said 250. We're in the 250 now.
I apologize. I meant I sent it on the 250th, and it was written for the 200th. You're exactly right. Okay, fair enough. It was 250th because everybody's suddenly, remember, this was just January. It's pain everywhere. And I read this Kristol piece from 76, right? So from the 200th, where Kristol says Thomas Paine never really understood America.
Yeah.
And I we're going to make the world anew. No, that was the French. That was year zero. That was not our guys who said, we're just conserving our rights. And I sent that to Chris and I said, what do you think about this? And so, we have to get back to it. But your point is exactly right. It's that philosophical Paine. I 100% agree with that. And I think that Kristol was completely on target with that. But, we had this 250th this year where everything was pain. And I just, honestly, I don't think I know enough about it to really know what's right in my own mind. But I'm definitely sympathetic with how you put it 100%.
Yeah. I mean, Yuval Levin's book on Thomas Paine and Edmund Burke, he says that these are basically the birth of the left and right and Anglo-American culture. And I'm souring on left and right as explanatory terms these days, but I think his thesis is largely correct. And the difference between Paine and Burke is that Paine saw all of humanity as this monolithic thing marching towards a destination together.
Right.
And the Burkean worldview is no, the role of the state is to create a space, a zone of liberty where people can live and pursue happiness on an individual basis and going in different directions. And that's much more philosophically where I'm at. But contextually, saying, screw you to the king in 1776, I would be a Big Pain fan.
Yeah.
But the thing it would be just an outrage and people would be tearing up their remnant bingo cards if we didn't touch on it, is I often say that the third or fourth, depending on how you view the Martin Luther King speech, but definitely top 5 things ever written about or referencing the Declaration of Independence is, now look, for importance, I'll put King well above, but for things that I'm just a super fanboy of is Calvin Coolidge's speech on the Declaration of Independence. And his argument, just when you talked before about how propositions have to be proved and all that, his sort of geometrical proof, sort of a point about the Declaration saying if we take it as true that all men are created equal and have to give their consent to be governed and all these things, that is final, cannot be improved upon. That to me is in some ways, Lincoln, Gettysburg is poetry, King is poetry. The actual language of the Declaration is this weird tapestry context thing that you've explained. But like laying out the philosophical proposition of the American founding is Calvin Coolidge, and I'm always here for it.
I have that. I have a section on that in the book is 250 years, so you can't go all that deep into everything, otherwise it'd be 700 pages, and I'm not an Englishman, so I don't write 700 pages. But I have a section on Coolidge, 1926, the sesquicentennial speech. 100% agree with you. What I took from that in particular, though, was his emphasis on religion.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, you know what? Yeah, of course, there's enlightenment. He doesn't say it exactly this way. But he says, yes, we were founded on an idea. We were the first nation founded on an idea. All men are created equal. And as you say, critically says, if that is, it is final. And then he says something else, and that's final. That's great. 100%. But he says, but where did this come from? He says, it comes from our religious soil. And he's going back to people like the Reverend John Wise of 1700, and who is the first within an ecclesiastical context, because he's against episcopacy, to say that churches are all equal. But to prove that, he looks at civil society. He inverts how we usually think about it. He looks at civil society and says, all men are equal in our civil society, and they have a right to their life, their liberty, their property. This is explicitly who Calvin Coolidge brings up. And he says, if we lose our religion, our Judeo-Christian values through a Protestant frame, then we will no longer be Americans. And that is essentially exactly what Tocqueville says in his book. Mm-hmm. He says Americans cannot conceive of their civil polity separate from religion because of their belief in God and natural rights. And I think, so Coolidge, that's 1926, right? Carl Becker's in 1922. I can guarantee you 99.9% of Americans, well, maybe 7%, did not read Carl Becker.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that Calvin Coolidge, in this very American idiom, is how I describe it in the book, describes this, is something that immediately would have resonated with them. And by the way, even to tell you how correct he was contextually, he gives his sesquicentennial speech on July 5th.
Right.
Because as late as the 1920s, when July 4th fell on a Sunday, there were no celebrations. So all the celebrations for America's 150th, 100 years ago, fell on the 5th. And he's then making this point. It is all about our religion. But I also don't think that is something that would have been shocking it wouldn't have been shocking to Jefferson, certainly less to others, that these ideas were understood and expressed through that religious understanding, which is why I describe the Declaration as a covenant. It's a covenant among the signers themselves, but a covenant between the signers and Americans. And the genius of it is that covenant then is expanded both in terms of who it covers and in time. The covenant becomes eternal. And I think that it is in some ways, as you put it, the last founder, Lincoln, who cements that idea of this being an eternal covenant.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a point Gelso makes in a bunch of places. The Lincoln-Douglas debates Douglas is all context, right? Oh, there was a document written in this moment, right? And that's sort of talk about progressive historians, Charles Beard, right? Oh, the founding was just the pale penis people protecting their property, and all that kind of thing. And you shouldn't take these propositions too hard. You have to look at the context. You have to look at, people's interests and all this kind of thing. And the Lincoln argument, the Coolidge argument is no. These things are true, and they're also true of our culture. And if you believe that they're true because they come from God, things that come from God should be universal, certainly according to Christianity, right? And I think that's the bridge there, the sinew that brings those things together. I'll let you close by answering a question that I meant to ask much earlier. There is a debate. I find it an incredibly annoying debate because both sides basically straw man the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm giving away where I come down on this. It's sort of like nature versus nurture. Every intelligent person I know understands it's both and, not either or. But you get this debate all the time in our politics, every 5-10 years. J.D. Vance is on one side of it now, about whether we are a creed, an idea, or a nation. Now, I'm giving it away, I think both. But where do you come down on it? How would you explain it to people sort of in the context of the evolving nature of the Declaration?
No, I mean, I agree completely. I mean, we obviously are creedal, but the creed is the heritage at this point. I mean, I think you have to embrace and live that. And you can't just, plop down here and say I'm an American, but not believe in these things, or quite frankly, carry with you the ancient hatreds or the ancient superstitions, let alone, believe, not believe in democracy. But of course, we're creedal. Otherwise, the vast majority of us wouldn't.
Let me speak to this it's a stupid question. It's also a stupid answer. How can you focus on people coming to America and, talking about ancient feuds or whatever? We're not teaching kids to read, and I won't even talk about the cursive part of it. Kids can't even read cursive, but there are block letters, block letter versions of the founding documents. Dude, we're not training people to even understand the word creed, let alone reading a creed and forming a notion of nation. That's why nationalism, this sort of white nationalism, is a thing, because it keeps people like J.D. Vance and Donald Trump in power. They're elites. This is a very dumb answer. It is a simpleton answer, and it was a dumb question, so I guess you get a dumb answer. No, the problem goes deeper than whether we're one or the other. We're not teaching our kids to even understand the difference, or read a creed, or know what the word creed even means. People will think creed is a fucking band.
Qualify to be Americans, but we are a community. We are a community simply because we are here, and the community must have some level of norms, some level of shared and agreed upon beliefs, and shared and agreed upon practices. And so I agree with you. I think it is both. That's about as far as I go, because then anyone can bring up any particular specific and then start chipping away at either side of it. But I don't think that, if you just look, Joe, and I just think of myself, honestly, I rarely even talk this much about the political thought and political philosophy. I mean, I did in the book, but, I'm a sort of nuts and bolts historian. What happened is really interesting to me. Why people did what they did is interesting to me. Some of that's because they thought certain things. Some of it's just because, stuff happens, right? And I found that there was a lot of stuff happening around the Declaration. So that's fine. But this idea that you can sort of separate the thoughts and beliefs and passion, which it is a passionate document, the Declaration, from the way we think of ourselves, meaning it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not a creed. You don't have to subscribe to it. I think it's crazy when you just look back in history and how at every single point, of every major and not so major national debate and constitutional debate and crisis lay the spirit of the Declaration, right? Yeah, they may not have appealed to it directly, but although in most cases they actually did.
Right.
But everyone recognized it was the spirit. It's why the abolitionists didn't talk initially about the Constitution. They talked about the Declaration. David Walker saying, you, your fathers, and you are not living up to these promises. And that's like 1700s, late.
Wow, David Walker. He is a historian.
Late 1700s, early 1800s. And at every point in time, those beliefs and those ideas are brought forth both eternally, as Lincoln points out, but also for the moment, if you can have it both ways.
Sure.
And so the idea that it's not a creed, I think, is crazy. And yet at the same time, what I found so heartening through the book was to look at all the different groups that appealed to the Declaration because they wanted to be fully American and fully part. They didn't want special treatment. They didn't want enclaves. They didn't want to be separated out. They wanted to be part of this great stream, whether it was slaves and blacks or women or American Indians, Cherokee are appealing.
Okay, and that is such a problematic point. They didn't want special treatment. Dude, justice is not special treatment. If you have harm done to you, the justice system is supposed to make you whole, to use a phrase. If you have had hundreds of years of labor stolen, and then all of a sudden you are freed and you do well up until 1877, and then all of a sudden it devolves into Jim Crow, there is measurable, economically, there is measurable harm done. It's not special treatment to expect justice for damage done. That's what these fucking idiots cannot understand, and half of them are black. This dude's at Hoover, so is Thomas Sowell and fucking Shelby Steele.
To the Declaration. Often, of course, it's for self-interested reasons, but it's to be part
Hey,
of this great mainstream. And one of the things that was most important to me was looking at the immigrants who came in the 1800s to 1920s, that massive bulge, and how immediately they begin translating the Declaration. And I have some of the translations in the book. It's not imposed on them by the Mayflower community. They are doing it for themselves to say to their people, this is your new birthright. This is your birth certificate. And immediately then you see in World War I, the men of 100 nations come together saying, you're fighting in the old world we just left. We support this as Americans. So that to me is where that mix comes in. They embraced and adopted the creed, but they did so as part of this nation.
That's great. That's really great. Michael Osmond, thank you so much for being on The Revenant. I hope you'll come back. You vanished from my life, but I thought I had done something wrong. And the book is National Treasure: How the Declaration of Independence Made America. Thank you again.
Thanks so much.
All right. So,
Michael, or I know. No.
Yeah, I don't need Jonah Goldberg wrapping this up. I have so many problems, especially towards the end, where they got away from the actual history of the Declaration of Independence. As a matter of fact, let me copy this link because I want to drop it on a Discord somewhere. So we're going to do some quick news articles. Again, folks, go ahead and hit the link if you want to come up. If you're new to the show, please like the show for starters. 10 likes, 51 people. We're down from 88. Maybe no one likes the show, and that's fine too. I'm an acquired taste. I don't like bullshit unless I'm in a bullshit mood. And too many people don't. People want to come up and present their beliefs. If you come up here with a belief, have a reason for why you think that. Too many people just want to fucking come up here and go, well, I believe Trump and Trudeau are the same, but you can't connect the dots. Like, if you know anything about Trump, Trudeau, and whatever, god damn it, I can't remember the current Canadian prime minister's name is, but that the newest prime minister is way more accomplished than Justin Trudeau and Trump put together. He's actually held like world leadership positions. So why are you even mentioning three in the same name? And other than their last names begin with T, Trudeau and Trump have zero in common. And I'm just not going to buy that bullshit. And I am going to question it when you present it. I don't need you to go on for 5 minutes about why you think this. Let's cut to the chase. And when I ask you the question, why, and please connect the dots, be ready to do it. And if you can't do it, don't bring it up. And I'm not. Now, there's some people who do have carte blanche. You know, if I've known you for a bit and you usually make good points, I'll give you the latitude. But dude, if you're the first time up here, no, you don't get carte blanche. It's as simple as that. And if you can't deal with it, fine. So I see that I've gone from 88 to 6. Looks like some technology there. And, 6 is the actual number, and I'm just okay with that. So let us move on to newspaper articles. So tomorrow's celebrations in Washington, D.C., it's hot on the East Coast, kind of hot a lot of places in the U.S., and apparently hot in Europe. I was talking to Arawella or listening to Arawella, and apparently, these people in Britain are gonna be thinned out because they're all gonna die from heat prostration or something like that. So let's wish Europe luck. And Americans, especially if you are from around DC, you kind of know how to handle the heat. My first step with the heat is don't be in it if you don't have to. Don't go to a state fair at midday if the shit's going to be 99 degrees. Even in the shade, it's going to be bad. So extreme heat won't stop Capitol 4th concert, Trump speech, or fireworks. Crowds told to come prepared. Prepare for the heat. Extreme heat forced the temporary closure of the Great American State Fair on the National Mall on Friday afternoon, with attendees told it would reopen at 5 p.m. Yeah, it's going to be even worse at 5. Shit's going to be muggy. The fair, which appeared to have attracted a healthy crowd despite the extreme heat, had been treated to multiple practice run flyovers instead of Saturday's extravaganza. We might watch some of it. I have a bunch of stuff bookmarked on C-SPAN. So let's see. U.S. Capitol Police announced Friday morning that the concert would begin at 8 p.m. The public entry will be delayed till 7 p.m. because of the extreme heat. Officials also warned that people who are particularly vulnerable to heat-related illnesses should use extra caution if they plan to attend. Well, my extra caution would be not to attend. The state fair on the mall. Trump refashions America's 250th as a celebration of himself. And boy, howdy, is the LA Times right. So I want to listen to this because it's a fairly short article. Trump's just not my idea of a leader.
Trump refashions America's 250th as a celebration of himself, by Michael Wilner. This article is read by an automated voice. Washington. Small towns across America had big plans to celebrate the nation's semi-quincentennial this weekend. Local historical societies scheduled town square readings of the Declaration of Independence, hired bands to play patriotic tunes, organized parades, and set up themed baking contests. But many of their most ambitious plans were scrapped after the Trump administration cut $100 million in federal funding for humanities nonprofits and state councils at the start of its term. The decision severely hampered local planning for America's 250th anniversary, disrupting history projects, museums, and educational programs nationwide. Instead, the Trump administration funneled tens of millions in federal dollars to Event Strategies, the firm behind Trump's infamous rally at the Ellipse on January 6, 2021, to organize anniversary events throughout the nation's capital centered on President Trump. The result, historians say, has become a centralized, more politicized spectacle, marking the national milestone as a celebration of an imperial presidency rather than a revolution from kingly rule. The spectacular show that Americans will see features Trump at its center, culminating a year of concerted efforts by the president to put his face on passports and currency, national park passes, and government buildings. Yet, beyond the noise of the nation's capital, historians and teachers, docents and curators, archivists, tour guides and reenactors have sustained the messy, organic discourse of the American story, less funded, but no less vocal in their patriotism. The way history has been argued since Trump returned to office has been a reminder that governments and political figures have remarkable power to shape a society's historical memory, said David Ekblad, a history professor at Tufts University and author of Look at the World: The Rise of an American Globalism in the 1930s. Trump's effort to control the anniversary narrative has reminded Ekblad of one of George Orwell's most famous quotes: "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past." The administration's clear signals that it can and will restrict funding to institutions seems to have muted the way many institutions, like museums and universities, have approached the anniversary, Ekblad added. With this said, Trump's own direct, personal use of the 250th has been less about articulating a clear view of the nation's history than using the moment itself to keep attention on him. The White House has taken a more active role in the festivities than initially planned, setting up its own Freedom 250 project to supplement America 250, a bipartisan congressional effort to celebrate the occasion. The Trump administration has directed funding to events centered on the president's attendance, primarily around Washington, and partnered with conservative organizations such as Prageru and Hillsdale College to present the country's founding story through a conservative
What's up,
Christian
dirty
lens.
dude?
Historians are in broad agreement that this year's celebration has garnered far less attention than the bicentennial, marked in 1976, which generated blanket media coverage and widespread national excitement. Andrew Rud.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop that there. And I wonder if Trump, the current administration actually has something to do with it. But I was 11 years old or so in 1976, and I remember it was everywhere. And yeah, shit, it was everywhere. I mean, everything from your pro kids, like from way back in the day. 76 coincided with Olympics, so it was. I have very fond memories of that summer. It was awesome. So Trump has. I'm not going to even blame it on Trump. I'm going to blame it on politics in general. And as I say many times, Trump is kind of a symptom, even though the symptom in Trump's case has problems. It's causing problems. But no, it's the people who voted for Trump. It's the people who did not vote at all. They're part of the problem too. So let us move on. How the labor market weakened in June in 5 charts. Well, bottom line, there were 57,000 jobs created in June, which is about half as many as the month before, if I recall, or the month before that. People leaving the labor market. Now that surprised me. There are people who are just saying fuck it. So I don't know whether because a lot of them would be, like kind of high tech employees. Maybe they're out doing their own thing. But and by the way, these links are posted in the chat. I'm sorry, in the show notes. So some of this stuff, if I don't do a good enough job, you can go and research for yourself. But employers added 57,000 new jobs according to the Labor Department data released Thursday. Unemployment rate ticked down to 4.2%. Now, you wouldn't expect it to tick down with just 57,000 or so jobs created, but what they're saying, employers added 57,000 jobs. Employment rate ticked down to 4.2, unemployment rate. Continued low unemployment reflects a solid pace of hiring and a few layoffs in the broader economy. I think that's bullshit. A few layoffs? However, roughly 750,000 workers exited the labor market in June, the data showed, puzzling economists who are suggesting that statistical noise could be skewing the data. Generally, economists have been surprised by the resilience of the labor market in the face of headwinds due to the Iran war, tariffs, immigration restrictions, and artificial intelligence technologies. Well, let me tell you what I think, and I'm by no means an economist. I'm just expressing my opinion. Trump's hiding shit. Okay, with Trump's new head of the labor of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I simply think it's fudged. So there we go. I'm gonna come up with a Stanleyan, a Stanley versus the Worldian conspiracy theory. Trump's a liar. Many in his administration lie. And why would I believe their numbers? So let us move on. Pirro gives update on Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, in quotes, vandalism probe. Bottom line is that Trump's Justice Department sucks. They're incapable, and Janine Pirro is as incapable as the rest of the Justice Department. This is going to be like Sandwich Gate. It's simply going to go away. Judges are starting to not trust the Justice Department. They used to get kind of benefit of the doubt, if not outright carte blanche. No more. And Trump, I don't know, in a way, Trump has kind of leveled the playing field. If you can't trust the Justice Department, there are defense lawyers going, yay, finally.
Watch live. Pirro gives update on Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool vandalism probe. By the Hill staff. G9 Pirro, U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, will speak with reporters Thursday afternoon about the Trump administration's investigation into alleged vandalism at the newly renovated.
Hey, Dirty, is your criticism, I should have said all? I'm sure they're good people on both sides of that administration.
Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. The probe comes after the National Park Service found the pool's liner was damaged by what appeared to be a sharp object, prompting the basin to be drained as repairs continue. The administration has vowed to hold those responsible accountable, with Pirro previously pledging to prosecute anyone found to have vandalized the historic site. President Trump and other administration officials have maintained that the peeling blue paint and algae growth were the result of tampering. The renovations were part of Trump's broader effort to beautify the nation's capital ahead of America's 250th birthday celebrations. The press conference is scheduled to begin at 2:30 p.m. EDT. Watch the live video above.
Ryan, I have been waiting for you all day. So here's where I go with this, Ryan. I would rather have 7 people, and you're the 7th, by the way. I enjoy you being here, Ryan. Why don't you call CM over too? Here's the deal. There was I was up at like 88 viewers, but apparently they were bots or fake accounts or whatever. I would rather 7 people who rock with me and kind of have a good time watching the bullshit than fake motherfuckers coming up here telling me how to run my goddamn show. I had one motherfucker come up, tell me what I should be doing and all this stuff. Nope. If it means I don't get 100 or whatever number someone like you would approve of, I'm doing as well as your slave Seymour. I'm competitive with Seymour. I have more views, I have more subscribers, and Seymour, dude. By the way, I caught a few minutes of Seymour's show last night. There were fucking 4 viewers. So your slave Seymour, he ain't doing that well. What happened between you and CM again? I've seen just people in the chat going, what would you do to Seymour? How racist were you again, Ryan, to fucking fall out with that weirdo Seymour again? God damn, dude. Did you treat Seymour like shit again? Is that why he got pissed off? And by the way, folks, the link is posted. Let me send Ryan a personalized invitation to hit the link. Let's see what you're made of there, Rye. Because I saw you were up on Latinos, and I may even go and review some of the stupid shit that you and Latino and Deacon Dave were talking about. So heard about what, bitch? You literally don't bring viewers, Ryan. You literally don't. As a matter of fact, Cage brought 88 viewers, even if they were fake. You have not brought one other than yourself. I appreciate you viewing, so it should be you brought a viewer, not viewers. Come on now, Ryan, be honest. So there's your personal engraved invitation, as it were, Ryan. Hit the link. Hit the link, buddy. Come on. Nah, don't be scared. Come on, Ryan. All right. Now, this very few newspaper stories make my jaw drop. So, U.S. officials believed Israel was plotting to kill Iranian negotiators. So maybe that kind of explains why shit wasn't going well. Dude, so Israel was going to kill the fucking the negotiators? Any Israeli attempt to kill Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, or Mohammad Ghalibaf, the parliament speaker, would have derailed peace talks. Derailed? Oh my God. That's kind of an understatement. American officials fear. Dude, Israel is off the fucking chain if this is true, and I've seen it reported in 2 reliable sources. The fuck? Dude, Israel does not care about Trump. Trump is being dissed by Israel. But everybody seems to think Trump is still in control. Bitch, we started a war that Trump, the president of the United States, obviously doesn't have a handle on. Neither does Hegseth. He should be impeached just for that. So next couple stories, kind of poof stories, puff pieces, whatever you want to call them. Public backlash explodes against mass surveillance cameras. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed. Maybe they should be turned on after dark, maybe not during the day. I have mixed feelings about this. They have their uses. Let's see here. What else do we have? This is a Georgia story. FBI assigned scores of analysts to examine election records in Georgia. This is going to be another nothing burger. Trump's FBI and Justice Department, of which the FBI is a part of, they're zeros. Trump has defanged law enforcement at the federal level because he's a criminal, in my opinion. Criminals don't like strong law enforcement. This is also interesting. This is a New Orleans story. I'm sorry, a Louisiana story. Their AG is being indicted on like 18 counts or something, 16 felony counts. Let's listen to this.
The letters Murrell sent New Orleans elected officials were used against her in court today.
Jennifer Crockett examines how the legal back and forth could affect the future of New Orleans.
According to the special prosecutor, this is one of 8 nearly identical letters grand jurors used as evidence today to indict Murrell. It defines Louisiana's usurper statute, and there's one paragraph to focus on particularly. It threatens, quote, personal exposure, fines, imprisonment if they don't drop their clerk dispute. And Murrell writes, this could give the governor the authority to kick the mayor, DA, and 5 council members out of office. Whether that's a criminal act, now that's up for the judicial system to decide. But outside of the courtroom, experts say this spells disaster for an already tenuous relationship between New Orleans and Baton Rouge.
This is a stunning escalation of what started as a political dispute with the tit for tat, then threats being launched back and forth, now an indictment of the sitting attorney general.
The 16-count felony case against State Attorney General Liz Murrell carries serious implications for the city of New Orleans. According to Metropolitan Crime Commission President Raphael Goyeneche, this is an anthill the city should not want to kick.
To see an indictment for this activity is really, to me, a black eye for the city of New Orleans.
He says the rising tensions between the state and city jeopardize their partnership to fight crime, a potential conflict for 20% of criminal cases pending in Orleans courts right now.
This is just the beginning. You know, I expect that the Attorney General is going to go on the offensive.
That offensive is already happening. Governor Jeff Landry ordered the Orleans grand jury investigated. That's after Murrell's defense attorney, Laura Canizero-Rodrigue, laid out a series of allegations from direct contact with Murrell by the special prosecutor to leaks from jurors themselves.
I think even bigger than that, she will have a concern about what's actually happening here in their grand jury process, and she's required to do that. That's part of her role as well. So that's going to be a separate and aside, and that's alarming. That's going to be alarming. That should be alarming to everybody.
Landry also pledged to pardon Murrell if she's convicted.
Well, good. Let's get her convicted, and then he can pardon her. And it's going to be very simple, very open and shut. Nothing difficult about it.
Legally, Landry could not pardon Murrell alone. He would have to get the recommendation from the pardon board. And in a social media post, Mayor Helena Moreno says she's leaving this fight up to the courts. But former New Orleans mayor and current Urban League president Mark Morial said this fight is bigger than a city clerk of courts or a sitting attorney general. He says the governor is taking the state 75 years backwards to another time when Baton Rouge attempted to wrestle control away from New Orleans.
Could never imagine that in 2026 Any governor would be taking a page out of the Earl Long playbook, the playbook of the 1950s. This business of attacking New Orleans, coming from the governor and the attorney general, is so backwards, so unnecessary.
And we don't often report on how we bring you the news each day, but today, being a reporter became part of this story. My colleague Gabby Killett and I were forced out of the courthouse by several Orleans Parish Sheriff's deputies, along with all of the rest of the media that were covering this case. The deputies said they were acting on the order of Judge Leon Roche. The grand jury indictment was not read in open court. Louisiana Code of Criminal Procedure says grand jury indictments, quote, shall be returned into the district court in open court. One producer was even put in handcuffs as their attorney attempted to file a motion to force an open reading. In her statement, Attorney General Liz Murrill said this is something she's looking into. The Orleans court responded, saying the secrecy of the grand jury is paramount.
Well, all I have to say, Ryan, I think the ultimate loser is you. You come into my panel, want to talk about my numbers. I've never even been to your channel. So, do you still have a channel, Ryan? But I'll just stay a loser because I'm a happy loser. What can I say? I'm still doing the show, and I got a really cool compliment from Mela the other day. She says I'm consistent. I tend to come on kind of the same time every day, mostly because I have the time to do it. And I'm glad to see you back in the fold, Ryan. I know you want to be the fussy child, and I know you want to watch my numbers and shit. But unlike dummies like your boy Clifford, I know I'm difficult. I know I do kind of boring stuff, but it's stuff that I would be watching anyway. So it's no big whoop if people like you find it boring. That's why I know more about American history than you. I simply know more. So, I mean, you can be dumb with Latino. You can be dumb with Seymour. And please feel free to clip the show because there's nothing oh, excuse me, there's nothing wrong with not knowing American history. But the only place you'll get called out on it if you come up to my panel and want to make stupid historical points, because I'm not going to let you get away with it. And Ryan, you make a lot of stupid points up on panels like that dumb shit you were talking about. Oh, America, something about 70 years and there haven't been men or some bullshit like that. Dude, that was like the dumbest shit I've heard in quite some time. And apparently you're respected enough on some panels to get away with that dumb fuckery, but not on my panel. That's why your ass doesn't come up here. I'm not afraid of you. There's not enough money you could ever send me to like bow to your dumb ass because I got more money, son. See, this is what a little fuck like you doesn't understand. You can be all kinds of millionaires and shit. I have enough to be comfortable. I don't need to talk about my money. Compared to you, I bet I don't. But I bet I'm not going to starve. And that's all that really matters. You mad hatter. So, allons-y. You can hit the panel, but stop talking shit because I know more words there, rye. And you have queer notions. So that's my criticism of you, son. So next, Mom Donnie lashes out at rich and powerful, turning us against one another during Alternative America 250 speech. I wonder if he actually called it Alternative America. So, New York City socialist mayor, Democratic socialist mayor. This is Washington Examiner, so it is kind of right wing slanted. Zora Mamdani could hardly find anything nice to say about America's 250th anniversary during his speech Friday, and rather focused on accusing wealthy elites, immigration authorities, and political leaders of betraying the country's founding. Okay, this literally sounds like something that Ryan Bardwell would write. So Mamdani's supposed to reach very deeply into his bowels and pull out something nice to say while stating the obvious. Elites are a huge problem these days. American political quote leadership in this Trump administration, huge problem. So you're going to blame Mamdani for pointing out the obvious? Yeah, well, this is magadom. The title of the show kind of talks about MAGA is a goonocracy. Yep, they beat themselves off to make Trump happy. That's why it's a goonocracy. All right. Well, I was actually going to go into more boring videos about American history, and I bet we will get to it. But here is the deal. This particular, let's see, where are we? I hope, because I don't want to have to track this, but this is Ryan, Deacon Dave, and Latino up on Latino's panel. And again, Latino is young. He's got a whole family. He doesn't have time, to read history and know about this stuff. So I'll give him a little bit of a pass. But Ryan Bardwell coming into my chat talking shit where he's just making up all kinds of fucking, like, I can't figure out whether Ryan is a white supremacist or red pill. I think he is a swirl. Ryan Bardwell is a fucking swirler of bad ideas, bad cultural notions, and possibly just ill-bred. Who spells like that in a chat? It's like, this motherfucker spells my meh, M-E-H. Like, fucking, dude, you can talk a certain way, but your spelling is atrocious. And if you think writing in dialect is a thing, dude, you're not good at it. You're not that kind of writer. You're just not good at it. So, ill-bred, uneducated, but motherfucking, because he's white, he thinks he is the man. And the reason Ryan doesn't come up to my panel is because I treat him the way I think he actually is in reality. It is not a Stanley problem if other panels care about his fucking money. I don't have to, bitch. If I got 7 people in my chat, those are 7 people I want to talk to and interact with, bitch. And you came in to be the 7th, and you were too pussy to hit my panel, son. And you can tell I've just had a couple deport all America haters. Well, I'm telling you right now, that would get rid of half of the MAGA voters there, Brian. So let's see what Ryan and company had to say about masculinity. And by the way, I think Ryan's very masculine, but he's not manly.
Also said what I'm fixing to say, but these bastards are too damn lazy to do that. They'd rather just bitch and complain.
Yeah, that's where we at, man.
They're too lazy.
I mean, dude, what is it? The saying goes, "Great time make weak men," or some shit like that.
Oh yeah.
That's where
Every
we
time I
at
try to
right
quote it, yeah, I get it all messed up. Yeah,
that's where we at right now, dude.
yeah.
Let me backtrack a little bit because let them set this very dumb point up.
Yeah. Some of them have a 10-year plan. And some of them are just doing it now because they probably retire and this is how they want to live off.
Now, let me also say this. We got a fucking racist, Ryan Bardwell, who obviously just abuses black people on when he shows up on a panel. And we got Latino who apparently doesn't identify as black, but they talk about black people kind of like that Be Brave. They would rather be racist and shit on the black community. Why don't they critique their own communities? I never hear Ryan talk about how fucked up Texas is. I never hear him talk about Ken Paxton, that fucking philandering fucking crook. I never hear the Bardwells of the world talk about how fucked up just Texas is. And Latino's a family man. I don't even listen to him once he starts talking about something other than his local community or his family. Outside of Latino's local community or his family, that motherfucker doesn't know shit. He can be amusing. He can write songs. He is real good with the art and stuff. But if I want like a good critique of American culture, I don't go there. And Deacon Dave, I'll wait for Deacon Dave to bring his ass up here and then we can re-review this. Like Deacon Dave tends to be too go along to get along.
Everything off to the family members or whatever. No matter what the situation, sometimes it's not always because they're white trash. Like
I agree, because everybody has a story. Latino, everybody has a story.
Oh, and I lived in Florida, and fuck is the name of it? Okeechobee, and there's a whole bunch of trailers out there, dude. And the lady that we were living in,
So listen to this analysis. There's a whole bunch of trailers. Talk about stereotype. Dude, so nothing good can come out of a trailer? Is that the point? I lived in Okeechobee and there were a bunch of trailers. Now that is a good way to talk about a cultural critique. Awesome.
We lived in a little shack and we were like sleeping on the floor for now because we're trying to get an apartment because we just moved over there. And she gets paid like 110 a year and she decides to live in there.
Okay, so listen to this. There are a whole bunch of trailers there, but I'm living in a shack. I am interested in this story. Let's see if there's a lesson to learn. And I listened to a bunch of it, but I didn't listen closely because I was busy doing something else. But let's see what we got here. Hopefully this winds up being a good cultural analysis. But we'll see.
Right.
So it's not like, she doesn't have the money to get an apartment or whatever, or even buy a house. She can, but the way she's seeing it, the way she's seeing it is shit. If I do the shit for 5 years to save my money, I could just buy my house outright.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think that I agree with you. I agree with you. No, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't know. They don't have much morals.
I think that black men should have kids with black women that are respectable, though, because
I think black men need to be
Wait,
there
what?
for
Who
their
she say
children,
didn't
point
have
blank,
morals?
period.
Oh,
It was during the pause. Who doesn't have morals? She
No, I
said.
love it. I grew up in that. But I'm Caribbean, so I don't know about the black Americans. Yeah, I don't know. They don't have much morals.
I think that.
Oh,
Who she said that don't got moral? She
said black Americans. She said black Americans don't have no morals.
Oh.
Listen to this. So Latino goes oof, and Ryan is getting all excited, but the lady just said she's Caribbean and doesn't know much about African Americans. They're gonna go oof. The woman literally just essentially said she doesn't know that much, but oof, dude. Latinos lived here for decades. Ryan supposedly is from here. They should know some black people like in their lives, and maybe they don't. But the lady just said it basically just disqualified herself. But they're gonna go oof, dude. They literally are not thinkers. They don't qualify shit. They're not objective. Oof.
Hey, listen, that Carmelo case. Me and one of my friends, they say we gotta do the sniff test before we deal with people a certain kind of way. And it used to be the George Floyd. What's your stance on that? Now it's the Carmelo. Like, what do you think of that? And it's always somebody that comes along saying, "Oh yeah, they did him dirty. He got stroked in court and all this and that shit." They start talking like that, man. I get the fuck away from them.
They need to free that boy, man.
Yeah, they talk like that. I avoid them. That's the sniff test.
It's like my buddy. I rock with Rush,
test?
Labito Necrit, but he's like, "Yo, you should come out. I'm doing a whole thing on Carmelo's innocence," and I'm like, "Nah, that's not the stream for me, bro. I'll pass on that." Respectfully. I rock with you, but I can't, man. Like I just can't.
Did they say anything other than he should have walked away? Nah, I'm good.
Nah, none of them said that, man. And it's the same thing with the one that John just showed with the guy in Florida.
So we got all these racist motherfuckers. And I'm going to be honest. I have huge criticisms of not only Latinos audiences, or I think Ryan has an audience. These people just want to hear racist shit, mostly for entertainment. And I'm sorry, an anti-black just is not my cup of tea for entertainment. I don't think John makes good points. I don't think Latino makes good points about the black community. Ryan certainly doesn't. And CM, let's just bring him up. I think CM is fucked up in the head. These people have boutique opinions. And I actually have a harsher word to use. These people don't know Black America because they've never lived in it. Latino's not black, at least he doesn't identify. Deacon Dave does not live anywhere near the locus of where I consider black community to be more true to true historically. And Ryan, that motherfucker is just a racist.
The guy who got shot
and left. Yeah, she could have gotten the car and left, but he's also stupid because it's like you see one of these people with low impulse pointing a gun at you, man. Fuck that handicapped spot, man. I'm calling the police. Let them handle that shit if it really bothers you that much.
Right. I think you have to be completely right before you can pull some self-defense shit. You got to do everything in your power to avoid the situation. You can't be in the wrong to start off. Like leave the tent. Find a regular parking spot. Yeah, that doesn't mean that she didn't. If she was under attack, she couldn't use self-defense. But it's not night and day. Now you got to talk about it.
Yeah. Wow, man. So now we come to the point in this country where if people set some shit off, I guess they can now claim self-defense. Like, this is fucking wild, bro.
People don't understand how the world works, man.
It's amazing, man. We got people trying to explain laws and shit.
John Galt had asked me. John had me on his panel and asked me. Well, he asked me a lot of stuff. He was because I ain't said shit about nothing to nobody.
I'm going to say this, Lawrence. To be honest, I pretty much expected it. I heard they fell out again or something, but who knows? Because I saw him and Bardwell and Ponder were up there, and I actually saw it, and I'm like, nah, not gonna even listen to this shit. Because if I hop into that chat, let them make up and be friends. Bottom line is, their relationship is let them have their relationship. I have my criticism and critiques, but it's CM's channel. He can be who he wants to be over there. But where I get bent out of shape is when Massa Ryan comes over here and wants to act like my channel has a problem. In CM, it's self-evident that CM's just fucked in the head. So I don't have a problem with them being friends. To your point, Lawrence, it's not that surprising. CM isn't that popular. he doesn't get along with anyone.
He wanted to get me up there. He wanted to pick my brain, And I said, I can only speak how the law operates. I can't give my own personal thing. I said, I can if you really want me to, but I can only address it from the point of the law. You don't have to agree with the law. I don't agree with a lot of laws, but they are laws and you got to enforce them. But some things you should have a little leeway in there. There should be some wiggle room in there because every situation is going to be a little bit different. You can't say, well, they were all the same. Of course, they want to bring up past stuff. That was not the same. That wasn't the same situation.
Yeah. They don't understand that, though.
They want to make it that way. And then the more they keep.
Have you ever heard Ryan's whole line of logic? He keeps saying, I don't have nothing to say. I don't really have an opinion until he does. And then it's always racist. And then here Latino just fucking, maybe it's just a respect thing because Ryan is kind of an elder in that sort of racist anti-black community. I slap Ryan upside the head when he says dumb shit. No one else seems to be willing to do that. If I think you're an idiot and you can't back up your bullshit, I'm not shy about just writing you off and mocking you. Now, it might be too much, but be kind to idiots. That's never been like, I wasn't raised like that.
Talking about it, then it turns into a racial issue. I said, well, that's what you meant from the very beginning. Why didn't you just say, let's make it about race?
It's like the Supreme Court decision with the birthright thing. It's like they made it more emotional than actually.
They damn sure did. It didn't have to. Right. It didn't have to.
Listen to this dumb fuck. Two dumb fucks. They made it emotional by reading the plain language of the 14th Amendment, Section 1. This is the dumbest analysis possible. And here's the deal. None of these two dummies even read. I bet they didn't even read a newspaper article about it, or maybe they heard it on Fox News. I literally brought 4 writings on that decision. Chief Justice Roberts, Clarence Thomas, Kavanaugh, and Jackson. I read just the beginnings because, just kind of a synopsis of their 4 different approaches. I bet these bitches couldn't even find SupremeCourt.gov. Dude, they're talking out their ass if they're talking about emotion. Sorry. It's unerudite. It's un-American. You want to talk about fucked up notions of a Supreme Court decision days before the 250th anniversary of America's founding and call it emotional? That's why I don't tolerate these kind of dumb fucks on my panel. If you want to come up and you want to talk some fuckery, fine. But if you really want to get into what a Supreme Court decision, the nitty gritty, I expect you to have actually read at least part of the decision, because I didn't read the whole thing. The whole thing's almost 200 pages. But they want to come up and talk bullshit amongst each other, and they get pissed off when they come up to my panel and I just swat them down. I'm not going to change, folks.
It didn't have to be that way.
And it didn't have to be that way. But hey, and this is what I try to explain to my wife. It's like she gets pissed off at me when I say these things. And it's like I'm glad that you accomplished what you accomplished, and other women accomplished what they accomplished. But like when it comes to certain positions and like high ranking shit that is gonna affect millions upon millions of people, I think that you guys should not have a position there, dude. Like that's just my
I agree. I've always said that. Even my mother agreed with that.
Like she gets mad at me for saying that, but
now listen to this misogyny. This is casual misogyny. Oh, I don't think women should have high positions. Apparently, you know what? I'm not going to go there. All I'm going to say is Latino's a family man, and his family dynamics are his problem. But dude, I think that you should not insult the breadwinner in your family. And Ryan, I just heard bits and pieces about his relationships. So I don't know enough to really make a comment. But being a casual misogynist is red pill, but it's not manly. It's masculinity. It's not manly.
But I'm like, dude, this is the reason why I say this is because you and us are different, bro. Like we're not the same thing, dude. Like you guys are emotionally based.
Very. We're logical. Men are logical.
Exactly. There you go. Even if it hurts or whatever, we're just like, no. But
these 2 dumb fucks, their analysis of the the birthright citizenship case was it's emotional, but they want to say they're logical. God damn. I honestly wish if Ryan's still listening, dude, click the link so I can just ask you about how that even makes sense.
It's the right thing to do.
Just throw some dirt on it. Keep moving. Just throw some dirt on it. Keep moving.
You feel me? Like, come on, man. It's like, yeah, but you don't feel you don't feel like it's not right, and it's like I don't care how it feels. It's just right.
Yeah.
Like that's what you don't understand. You want me to?
So where's the logic in it? Just feels right. That sounds emotional to me. It sounds goddamn, dude. These people, if their arguments were buckets of water, there'd be no water left in that bucket by the time they got to the conclusion of their argument. They want to talk about emotions while being emotional and then call it logic. That's just, dude, that's why Ryan doesn't want to come up here, because I call it as I see it. Ryan is very good at what he does, but this politics thing, this cultural thing, dude just doesn't know enough. How you feel is not fact. Feelings aren't facts.
Feel some shit that I'm not supposed to, based off the letter of the law, man. Like it's
Letter
plain
of the
simple.
law.
That's it. And like I had a bunch of people attack me, just out of the blue, started attacking me, I said, hey, it ain't me. I said, if you got
Now listen to this motherfucking victim complex. How is this not emotion? I had a bunch of people attack me. That motherfucker sounds like Hank Hill. I just realized who Ryan sounds like. This is King of the Hill talk. I just had a bunch of people attack me.
problem with laws, contact your legislator, get the shit changed. That's how the process works. Now, going out here acting like a fucking fool and then getting on the internet and just,
well, Peg, I just had a bunch of people attack me.
turn up a bunch of drama, then you're going to incite other people to do fuck
I just had a bunch of people attack me.
shit. I mean, what? That's not the way the process should operate.
Man, but you heard the speech that Clarence Thomas gave. He basically stated what you just said. He's like, if you hate the law, then and change it. By what? By how? By voting, by going to school, becoming a politician, and then you.
Now, which one of these motherfuckers has even been to school, let alone a politician or legislator? Yeah, that's it. That's it. It sounds good, Bobby. That's a good idea. Dude, motherfucking Ryan Bardwell is the king of the anti-black hill on this sector of YouTube. I'm gonna start calling him Hank.
Taking that position, like you know what I mean? It's like we as American or our country, and not only our country but ourselves.
He's correct, but he also said what I'm fixing to say. But these bastards are too damn lazy to do that. They'd rather just bitch and complain.
Yeah, that's where we at,
man.
They're too lazy.
Which one of these two idiots has ever been a legislator? I bet they don't even fucking vote. Ooh, which one? Dude, they are literally calling people lazy for not doing what they're not doing. How is that not emotional? This is so sad.
I mean, dude, what is it? The saying goes, "Great time make weak men," or some shit like that.
Oh yeah.
That's
Every time I try to quote it, I get it all messed up.
Dude, they can't even motherfucking get their fucking horrible, ahistorical fucking aphorisms right. They struggle, and Deacon Dave has to come in and correct them both. But Deacon Dave stays. I guess he's working or something. But dude, this is literally trailer park level logic. It's being uneducated and being proud of it. Stupidity is freedom in that trailer park that Latino talked about. Lots of trailer parks in Okeechobee. Well, stupidity is freedom.
Yeah,
that's where we at right now, dude.
Yeah, weak men make good times, strong men make hard times, and then it kind of goes into the reverse.
Yeah.
No, strong men make good times. Good times.
No, look at this. Actually, Ryan was actually righter because Trump is a strong man and he's making bad times. And Deacon Dave, dude, Deacon Dave should have not said anything. He should have just let them sound like fucking fools. They're both anti-black.
This makes weak men make hard times. Hard times make strong men.
Yeah, I heard Alex Jones say it many, many times, and I could never quote it back right.
Yeah,
But that's where we've been for the last. That's where we've been for the last 70 years. It's just been a constant. It's just going straight downhill.
Look, Brian Barwell, right? He has. You want to know why Ryan Barwell has strong knees and a strong thigh? Because when his dad would be like, "Yo, change it to channel 2," he would have to get up and change it. I remember a time where I had to. This is how it was, but now we.
So listen to this cultural analysis. So Ryan is a strong man with strong knees because his daddy made him get up to change the motherfucking TV channel because there were no remotes. Dude, this is Archie Bunker 2026 logic.
We just got clickers. We got remotes. Everything is simplified, man. I'm telling you, this is where we at now in America, bro. Cars drive you whatever the hell you want.
Goddamn, I remember in the.
Now listen to Ryan Bardwell do his new money flex here.
Almost mid to late 70s, my mom and dad bought the first damn remote TV console. So no, I didn't have to flip no damn clicker.
It was
my parents were well off, man.
It was a boomer joke, man.
I know, I got it, but I said, hang on, I don't remember that shit. I'm sure there were other families around the neighborhood, but we didn't.
It's like shit. We had the top line of the top, cream of the crop.
Shit, my dad was a Teamster, man. He drove a truck for the Army and for the rail.
Dude, listen to this fucking goddamn dude. Damn, somebody hit the link so you can. Oh, these motherfuckers are still on. I see Leonard. Leonard is over there now. Deacon Dave is still there because he's comfy. And Latino is still there. Dude, this is so fucking low class. So just unerudite. And look, I'm not against people being with their own kind. However, being with your own kind, don't come over here and criticize me because I got no viewers. Maybe I only have 10 right now of my own kind. Dude, this shit is trailer trash fucking cultural analysis. Oh, I was rich. This motherfucker had to bring up that new money. We was rich. God damn. Dude, this is so hilarious.
Railroad, man. He was a Teamster. Shit, he made damn good money. I mean, damn good money.
Damn good money.
Damn, there was a
damn good money.
A guy here the other day. Oh, damn it. I wish that you were watching, hopped on, man. He was a state trooper from Illinois.
I was lurking. I was watching from the balcony.
Yeah. I was like, it sounds very country too. I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's how they sound like in Illinois. I'm like, they don't sound country like that in Illinois, do they?
Listen to this dumb motherfucker. Oh, they sound like that in Illinois. What the fuck does that even mean? This is like this. Hey, you know what? This is very American. This is very 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Stupidity is freedom. What in the fuck? This is like 2026 hee-haw. These motherfuckers are all in that cornfield. Most of you will probably be way too young to remember hee-haw. But there is this interlude between skits where they'd be in this fake cornfield on on the stage, and they would literally be telling jokes in this mock cornfield. You might be a redneck. Those sorts of jokes. And that's what this panel is for me. They sound like that in Illinois. God damn.
I'm sure there's some parts, there's some rural areas,
Yeah, like today I'm at the supermarket and fucking the ladies in it, saying something through the intercom. She's like, Becky, aisle 5. And it's like that fucking New England accent. I was just like, oh, it's just so
that nasal,
trashy.
that deviated septum thing.
Well, hold
I
it.
dude.
Yeah.
So this motherfucker makes a racial slur about Pakistanis and no one points that out. The fuck is wrong with this boy? This is, dude, don't come on my panel if you think you can say, quote, Packy and get away with it. Dude, I'm going to call you on that shit. And then you'll get mad because I interrupted your flow and, ooh, let me make the argument. But, dude, you just made a racial slur. These are fucking racists. They just throw out these racial slurs like they're professional comedians, and they're not funny. And Brian, to your point, there's a black, a white, and a Hispanic. Okay, and the fuck does that even mean, Brian?
It's horrible.
I know.
But they bitch about the way I talk. They complain about the way I sound.
Man, I prefer that Texas, slang, man, whatever you want to call it. I prefer that all day, dude. Should remind me of like Yellowstone or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, badass TV show.
Black men should have kids with black women that are respectable.
Let's listen to this dumb fucker here. Chris, why don't you hit the link? It's posted. You're drunk. Dude, who the fuck are you? My ma? Are you my mommy tonight, Chris M? Dude, you came all the way over here to tell me I'm drunk? Dude, why are you not on this panel with Ryan, Deacon Dave, and Latino? You literally sound like my ma. Dude, I might just flush you from this fucking chat just for pretending you're my ma. What are you, a bull mammy tonight, boy? Dude, you sound like an idiot, Chris M.
Because
I think black men need to be there for their children, point blank, period.
Oh, okay.
Black men, half of these children out here, I could bet you they say they don't have a father. Their father isn't present on their life, or their father just pitching in for child support. A lot of these black children don't have fathers. A mother can't hold down a group of 5 boys.
So should we blame the mother for that or the father for that? For the father not being there?
I think you should blame the black men. I mean,
the men.
Yeah, if you want to break up with your mother or your child, that's fine. But it don't take much to be present.
Yeah, but how about this woman happens to keep popping babies with different men? Like, at what point?
Right. Exactly. Getting a check every month.
You know what I mean? But at what point do we say it's her fault?
So this is effective cultural analysis based on a motherfucking video by a woman who admits she doesn't know much about African Americans. She called them African Americans, so it's in quote. But they're going to take her seriously because basically they're racists. The white man and the Latino are going to shit on a black woman who just admits she's not any sort of expert on Black American culture, but they're going to take it all serious. Dude, Chris M., I wish these two idiots were drunk so they'd have an excuse for their stupidity and their just shit level, trailer park level, racist analysis of Black American culture, and let's just call it American culture. They're not good at this. And, the whole reason I'm a little bit, concerned about this is I just had racist Ryan, who can't get along with black people who fucking call him out on his racist behaviors, his racist logic. He just gets all in their piss.
Yeah. I mean, we know how this works. I mean, there's no,
You don't.
no
You don't.
sex.
They're God, bro.
Right. No, here's the deal. And Deacon knows this. There's not going to be any kids made unless she, the female, says it's okay to do it. Right. So that puts everything in her court. That puts everything in her court. She made the conscious decision to procreate with this nibba and have umpteen kids. And all of a sudden, he's a no good punk. You want
to know what's crazy? I used to say this shit all the time. I used to get flocked for it, man. So I just stopped saying it. But I'm like, because if you did not let him go in, let's say, at that point, wouldn't it not be a crime? If you're doing it by force, right? So there you go. You're right.
Man, no, man. You guys are messing it up, man. They give life.
Nothing else.
They give life, man. They don't do no wrong. That's men. It's always men.
Oh, you're being facetious. You're being sarcastic. I know you know better.
In a child's life, I don't think it takes much.
Well, I mean, a lot of black mothers also purposely keep the father away. Like the father will want to see the child and they'll be like, no, they'll deny him access.
We assume a lot first-hand perspective, but you don't know what the father did to get pushed away in the first place. I don't think no black mom would want to raise her child alone. But I think after a while, you realize the father not there. He only there inconvenient or just want to come to the birthdays or just want to come to the big events that, he could just show his face and be proud of his kids. And of course, but the fathers don't want to be there during the hard part. They're not there during the pregnancy or the birth. So why would the mother allow them to be there for the child growing up? So a lot of black women that limit black men seeing their children, I think it's because they weren't there.
She happens to know a lot about Black America, but she's not Black American. She says she was.
Well, I guess she probably watches your stream. Probably watches Muncie's YouTube streams.
She watches Tariq Nasheed, bro. She knows that there's a difference thanks to Tariq Nasheed. That's what she's watching. They're well aware. Trust me.
Yeah.
During the hard part, so why let them enjoy the good part?
Do you think the man is leaving the kids or is he more so leaving the woman because he doesn't like her? Or like, what do you?
Leaving your children. You don't have to like your woman to be there for your children. There's many black families that are allowed that can do co-parenting just fine. It's not hard. It's a level of respect. Black men don't have that. So this generation.
All in all, we got to blame the black men.
Yeah. A lot goes on the women as well. I feel like a lot of the women they allow black men to act the way they do, and that's why the behavior is so consistent.
It's your fault, Deacon.
To kind of do what
It's your fault, Deacon.
It is. It is. You know why? You know why?
Why?
Because I'm a motherfucker.
Literally and figuratively.
It's your fault, bro. Stanley's fault too.
they want to do.
So, last question. What do the women do wrong? Because I see you talking about men, but what are the women doing wrong in this situation?
To do what they do. Not telling them, baby mothers that get cheated on and this, that, and the third, and continue to let the man back in their life, or toxic relationships and continue to let, when a relationship goes bad and you're both supposed to work on it. I feel like the women allow men to do kind of what they want. And I feel like that's the problem. Because when you're with a woman who allows you to do whatever, why do you feel the need to act right? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you and that woman break up, oh, well, my old girlfriend, she let me do this. She let me stay out late. She let me cheat on her. So, you know, and it just carries on as a cycle. So I feel like women need
Yo,
to be
this
more
sounds
strict
oddly specific.
on their men.
Yeah, she been hurt.
This just sounds like something she went through.
She been hurt.
Yeah, that's why you can feel, you can hear that pain in her voice too. The
There's something
agony,
there. There's something going
the
on.
the heartburn,
She hurt.
the heartburn.
You know what he needs to ask her? What her relationship was with her parents, her mom and dad.
I don't think he's keen on certain details. I think he has a point and he attacks his points. He's not that observant.
Nah, he's not.
But you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you want to get to the core of it, pull a Jesse Lee Peterson on her and say, how'd you get along with your mom and dad? Who'd you love more, your mom or your dad? What was your relationship like? There's your problem right there.
You know why they're like that, Ryan? It's that pro-blackness. Like you still,
she said it.
Even though
she
you
said
have,
she's pro-black.
No, I'm talking about him. Even though he has his critiques, he doesn't know how to read at the same time.
What you mean read?
Pick up on key details.
Oh, pick up on things. Okay.
Yeah, he's not reading. He's not reading what she's saying. He's listening because she's still God at the end of the day.
But do you see something else? Have you noticed she will not have any kind of eye contact with him when she's answering his questions? She's looking around.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not even watching it, honestly, but I'm in the store. I'm like, I can hear it, but I can't see it.
Latino, do you notice that? He's talking to her and after she's avoiding the eye contact with him.
Wondering eyes.
Yeah. Just looking around. Yeah. A lot of females do that when they're not really engaged in it.
Yeah,
she's at the point right now, she's annoyed.
Yeah, like,
she's annoyed.
Just get away. Good pickup. Like it's like,
well, he's making her
enough questions.
Yeah, he's making her think of something she don't normally think about. So
yeah,
right.
Too.
So, yeah, she's just she's just in her natural state. Her natural
she
state.
hasn't evaluated herself on that either. So
they don't want to. There's probably a lot of hurt there, like you said, a lot of damage.
Yep. We're picking up on it.
Sometimes everybody cries.
She seems angry. She's got it's like an underlying anger that's been simmering for a while.
So when, not as angry as the last chicks, dude. Like those chicks.
I didn't see none of that. Oh, the bull mammies? Yeah, I did see those two bull mammies.
Like, come on, man. Them chicks, yo, I'll stop the interview, bro. Like,
Women need to start being the bosses.
We wear the pants anyways.
All right, well, you guys heard it here.
See? Damn, you were right, Ryan.
I usually am. I usually am.
You called it, bro.
It's weird how that happens.
You called it. It's crazy.
A lot of people feel like black people have the worst culture. Why do you think they feel like that?
Because they're not us. They say we have the worst culture, but everything they do in life is our culture. Like, you know, from our music to our hair, to our nails, to everything, we really did that. Like,
so you did say hair. So you think maybe white women copy black women with hair, or what are you trying to say with that?
they really appropriate us on a lot of stuff that we do. Like, back then, they weren't wearing no cornrows. Why do I see y'all with the Cassie style now? Y'all, like, come on.
When black women tell them that, they'd be like, well, black women wear wigs and weaves. So is that the same? Like a black woman wearing a straight hair wig and a white woman wearing cornrows?
If you're struggling with the
God damn it. I need to get Prime. Premium, whatever you call that shit.
Nah, don't pay them no more than they already make. They're gonna take 30% once you get your super chats anyway. Don't give them no more.
For real.
And that's what they get mixed up. They're getting mixed up culture and hair texture. Anybody can have a straight hair texture. That's not just based off of.
What about black women though? What about black women? Can they have straight hair?
It does. I mean, based on what they're mixed with, sometimes it could be a looser curly pattern.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like You know, like we're more coily type.
So when they straighten it, that means they're trying to be like another race or like a white woman. Because honestly, like just like you said, if white women never met black women, they would never be wearing like cornrows. So, and if black women never met white women, they wouldn't be straightening their hair. You think that's maybe a fact too?
No, I don't. We wear our hair textures in certain styles to protect it.
Okay.
Because our coily hair is just something that if a white woman got braids, they couldn't handle that. Their hair is too thin, it's too fine. I feel like it would fall out or something like that.
You don't think straightening it is damaging it too, though? I'm seeing a lot of black women out here with, you know, like wigs on, weaves on, fake hair. Why don't you think we see a lot more natural?
Every time a woman wears their natural hair, they're being put down.
By who?
They're caught by anyone.
By black women?
No, by black men. By white
Really?
men. Yeah, actually, they call them bald head this, bald head that. Oh, why does your hair look like this? Oh, why is your hair so nappy? No, it's not nappy. It's your coils, y'all. And that's why.
Well, I mean, if you didn't comb it,
to wear their natural hair.
I'm saying, if you don't style it, you could be nappy and style it, but if it's just straight nappy or you got a lot of new growth, you know how like you got the afro up under single braids or some shit like that? Yeah, that's a problem, bro.
I know what she's talking about. I know what she's talking about. She has seen a few videos of Tommy Sotomayor and Kevin Samuels. They used to talk about that all the time. You know that.
Yeah, but I don't think people were really making fun of people's hair, were they?
Yes.
When was this? Because I'm 38.
Shit, the last 15 years I've seen. That's all Sotomayor talking about. He called them nappy headed hoes, and he said, "What? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that?" You know.
Well, let's be honest, bro. Like when it comes to that, that's usually black dudes, bro. That's not you and I, Ryan, bro. Like
no, I don't give a damn either way. I don't care what they do. I ain't with
them here. That's what I'm saying. It's usually the ghetto dudes, you know, the ghetto YNs that be calling chicks like that. Cause that, like, come on, what's the point? What's the point of that? I don't know. I don't get it. So that's just me.
It does seem really stupid and petty.
But I think I know that they do it because it pisses them off. That's what it is.
It pisses them off. Okay.
What the tick on their hair?
Yeah,
I guess so.
It don't matter how you wear your hair if your attitude is shit.
Like
that's what I was thinking.
If the chick, it's just straight up nappy headed, like you know, looking like a Kuma from Street Fighter, and
all right,
she ain't do anything to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. And she pop up on Kevin Samuels, and Kevin Samuels like, come on, sister.
Yeah, he's gonna go in. He's gonna go in.
That's what I'm talking about. So when
I don't.
And then the honeymooner comes up. Dude. So this is bad. This is like trailer park meets hood meets red pill. And then Leonard comes up. This is fucking gonna be hilarious. I haven't heard the Leonard part.
No.
When you go in on those girls like that, they're gonna get hurt. They're gonna be like, "Oh, why you gotta go in my head?" And that's why I was trying to tell you, Deacon, in that last video. You seen that chick? All she was doing is filming the nose to her forehead. She didn't want you to see nothing more than that. I pinpointed that shit out earlier, man. I'm like, yo, there's a lot of people that do that type of shit where they only show you the nose and the forehead. What up, Leonard?
Yeah, with that doggone with that hair thing, that's been going on,
right, Leonard? You know I ain't lying, Leonard, right?
Yeah, but that's been going on since the 80s, man.
Like,
oh yeah, that's been going on.
Look at Leonard.
What
right?
the hair thing?
The hair thing. The hair thing has been going on since Diana Ross had on all that horse hair in Central Park. Since Donna Summer was singing "Last Dance, Last Chance for Love," all that. You see what I'm saying?
That's all you see.
All that there.
But you're right, Leonard. But it wasn't a trend back then. It wasn't a thing that was talked about.
Right. It wasn't a trend when it was Donna Summer. When Diana Ross tried to reinvent.
You know what? I'm actually I'm gonna look to see if I can find something that just isn't disgusting. It's like literally this is bottom of YouTube, to use Universal Jones's term of it's bottom of YouTube analysis. And I'm not having a good time listening to this. So we'll listen a couple minutes more. It's like none of them have any idea of what Black culture is, including Leonard Roy. Dude, he's a fucking Northerner. It is kind of bad. And these guys want to act like these two people up on that big screen are like totems or indicative of Black culture, when this young lady says she's from the Caribbean. Maybe she grew up here, but etc. But they're going to sit here and critique Black American culture on the 3rd of July, and none of them grew up in it. Motherfuckers. If you grow up in Chicago, that's not Black culture. It is Chicago Black culture. Ryan is just a racist. Deacon Dave didn't grow up in what I would consider close to what Black culture is. He's a big city boy too. Exposure in the summers, your grandmother's from the South, that doesn't mean shit. Latinos just go along to get along racist. So he's going to pretty much tell Ryan, hey, good job, every racist point Ryan makes. It's really disturbing to a person like me anyway.
Event herself in the 80s, that's when they went horse hair crazy. Had a bunch of doggone bald head horses running all around. That's what happened. See, they even had
Wait, Leonard. When did the young ones started doing it? When did they start doing it?
So
in the 80s, look at that Diana Ross. That's what it
they're
became.
Gonna act
So-called luxurious.
But she was a performer.
So you're going to ask a man who mooned a whole fucking panel about his impressions of even cultural history? Why is Leonard still on these panels? The motherfucker is depraved. Why is he even given this kind of respect? I would rather not have 50 people in my chat if it means bringing someone like Leonard up. Ryan Bardwell, he can come up, but I'm gonna fucking question almost every word because it's all racist. Deacon Dave, hey, anytime you want to come up, I might even give you carte blanche, but you don't have that kind of largesse up here. Some of the shit you say is just misogynist and anti-black. In Latino, I love you, man, but you don't know shit about any part of Black culture. Stick to talking about Dominican stuff. You might come off as less clownish. And Chris M, oh damn, the only reason you're still here is I haven't flustered you. Racism is like a superpower he could never possess, but he had it in spades, LOL. Yeah, you'll last long with those sorts of idiotism.
I'm talking about like on street level.
But that's what just people mimic what they see, thinking that's the.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, all them magazines, all them
okay.
fashion magazines, and all that mess. Ebony,
Check this
all
out.
that.
Check this out. All I'm wearing these baby hairs, right?
Oh God, yeah.
What they call that? You know, Michael Jackson started that style of combing your hair after it's permed on each side, right?
Me and you
that's a
talked
Michael
about that here a while back.
thing.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, check this out. They had this. It was a song by this group called Today. That was called "Him or Me."
Him and me.
And Jimmy Bullhorn and the Critters, they made a parody of it. Hair or weave. Hair or weave. Is your hair or weave? Oh, girl, I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that.
How could you do this to me? I thought it was real, but it was a weave.
Hey, Lenny,
wait a minute. I never heard that. I gotta get that one on wax.
Look it up. Look, that's what you do. Look it up. Look it up on YouTube. Hair or weave.
Let's
it was a parody song.
Let's stop this bullshit. Dude, these people are not my kind of people with this kind of conversation.
We can't talk about this in front of women, but we all know how we feel.
You talk about that whole tribe.
Okay, well, Leonard feels this way in front of women because he's fucking ugly. What the fuck is he talking about?
You set yourself up. Because we tribal in the motherfucker. We be wanting to be, I'm Chief Oogie Oogie of the Slapper tribe. You know?
Jesus.
Hey, smack.
That's a great.
I heard you. What was you saying, Latino?
Oh, give me 1 second. I have this thing fucking playing with.
I just wanted to tell you though, real quick. You're missing out, man. A lot of money in these streets today. I'm cleaning up.
Oh, I know. This is ridiculous, dude. I don't even want to think about it, bro. I would have had made easily today.
Hey,
like 350.
What did I just do?
Yeah.
Why are you crying?
No, I'm fucking happy, bro. Like it's better than nothing. I appreciate
Listen to this.
If you need more, I'll give you more.
Shout out to Ryan, man. God bless.
See, this, oh my God. So, hey, didn't I give you something? Shout me out. If you need more, I'll give you more. Oh, this is disgusting. Dude. Listen to this shit. Dude, you gonna sell your pride to Ryan? The fuck?
Yo, but check this out, dude. You guys want to laugh some?
Yeah. Let's laugh.
Because, like, I'm trying to figure out why people accept him when literally days prior he's like talking like horrible stuff about them.
Well, yeah, just because she had a premiere set, he said, "Oh, I'm going to have people go camera her house."
I've seen this. I was there,
and she didn't even say nothing bad about him.
Yeah, he's a bully.
Exactly.
Come to my house. I said to him, I was like, "Come over here." Like I will never put guns on camera. I will never do that.
Oh my God.
Never. But it's like, dude, literally like 4 feet away from me right now, like you would never leave the front lawn.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and that's not a threat. I'm just saying, like, if someone was to come and try to harm me, that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Jay's got a question for you.
I can't read that.
I remember this. I remember this shit.
Let's see the ankles or something. Are they talking about an ankle bracelet or I don't know.
A tether?
I think that was a statement. Oh, hold on. Stage.
Who's got a tether?
Lucifer.
Yeah, I just had enough of this fucking bullshit. And you know what? We may have to, because I actually didn't really have a timeline for this show, but listening to these motherfuckers just made me weary. I am so sad for the United States because people like this panel, they're multiplying. And it's kind of sad. So let's see. Let's listen to this. It'll get back to serious. The link is posted if anyone wants to come up and lighten the mood. If no one wants to come up, we can just kind of wrap this up. Oops.
I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Shea.
As we head into the July 4th weekend, marking the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States, we turn now to the relationship between Black radicals and one of the nation's most important founding documents, the Declaration of Independence. UCLA historian Robin D.G. Kelly's new essay in Hammer and Hope is titled, "Do You Understand Your Own Language? Black Radicals Read the Declaration of Independence." It begins with Kelly writing that every so-called Independence Day, he makes his kids listen to passages from Frederick Douglass's famous speech, "What to the Slave is the 4th of July."
And you can hear that speech tomorrow on Democracy Now!, read by the late, great James Earl Jones. But born into slavery around 1818, Frederick Douglass became a key leader of the abolitionist movement. On July 5th, 1852, in Rochester, New York, he gave one of his most famous speeches addressing the Rochester Ladies Anti-Slavery Sewing Society. I want to play a brief excerpt of that reading, read by James Earl Jones, at a performance of Voices of the People's History of the United States, based on the late Howard Zinn's iconic book.
What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days of the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is a constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham.
And you can hear that full speech tomorrow, read by James Earl Jones here on Democracy Now! For more on the significance of this speech, we're joined in Los Angeles by Robin D.G. Kelly, professor of U.S. history at UCLA, author of many books, including Freedom Dreams, The Black Radical Imagination. Professor Kelly, welcome back to Democracy Now! Why you had your children read this speech every year, and what does it mean to talk about why you say Black radicals read the Declaration of Independence?
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Yeah, sometimes I make them listen to James Earl Jones's version. When I listen to Democracy Now!, I never miss it. Yeah, it's interesting because on one hand, that speech is very important as a critique of the contradictions between a declaration that's claiming that all men are created equal, that's built on this Enlightenment ideology of kind of mass equality on the one hand, but on the other hand, that's not the history of the United States. And so, and I don't make them listen to all of it, but I think the part where Douglass goes on to talk about this being a sham, mere bombast, is significant. I also have them, or read to them, David Walker's appeal, where, the title of my piece comes from David Walker's appeal to the colored citizens of the world, published in 1829, where he basically says, look, your declaration is hypocrisy, essentially. But then he also warns white readers. He says, look, the part of the Declaration you need to be careful about is the right of people to basically overthrow their government. And what we're seeing in the United States is a corrupt government built on slavery. And I guarantee you that these enslaved people and others who support them will overthrow this government. And of course, it kind of came to pass in the form of the Civil War, the kind of insurrection that he imagined, right?
Well, I kind of disagree with that. I guess he can make the argument. Robin D.G. Kelly, a fairly famous historian, but he is more in that DSA type.
And Professor Robin Kelly, if you could also talk about the fact that Douglas, despite his criticism of the Declaration, as you point out in your piece, remained a staunch defender of the U.S. Constitution, calling it, quote, a glorious liberty document opposed to slavery. If you could explain why that's your the case, and your sense of the differences, if any, between the Declaration and the Constitution on the question of slavery.
Right. Well, abolitionists were divided over the Constitution. People like William Lloyd Garrison took a position that the Constitution was inherently anti-slavery. And a case can be made, I think a strong case could be made, that, that Garrison was saying that the Constitution was pro-slavery. But a case can be made that it is pro-slavery when you look at the use of the assumption that that there's some people who are held in service, held in bondage, right? And that so much of even the organization of Congress was based on this idea of counting 3 out of 5 enslaved people, though they don't have any rights, right? For the purposes of representation. The Declaration of Independence is a little bit different in that it is not a constitution, it's not law per se, but it does make these claims that go beyond the drafters. When the drafters developed this declaration, they assumed that human beings were basically white men. They imagined an independent nation that's based on kind of Herrenvolk republic, that is a white republic. There was no assumption that other people, either Native people, Black people, would participate in that republic. There might be some exceptions, of course. And so the Declaration, the language goes beyond its intention. And for a lot of Black people, both enslaved and free Black people during the American Revolution, they saw the Declaration as doing multiple things. It wasn't about American nationalism, it wasn't about American independence. What it was about was a referendum on the definition of the human. It was also a justification for rebellion, right? And then the third thing is that they saw it as a kind of lever to argue against the conceits of liberty. That is to say that the claims that, you know, all people have a right to liberty, no matter who it was intended for, they could use that language against their slave owners, against those who ruled the colonies, right? And against those who ruled the new republic. And so in some ways, they were making a case that their claims of freedom were far more universal than the provincial claims of the colonists fighting for freedom against British colonial rule, you know. And ultimately, the American Revolution was hardly an anti-colonial movement because in many ways, it was a struggle to take control of this empire, this expanding West. I think one of the most important parts of the argument for independence was a resistance to the British proclamation of 1763 that said that colonists cannot move beyond the Appalachian Mountains. And in the end, they were pushing against British limitations on expansion. In other words, they wanted more empire for themselves. And in the end, what we get is a nation that is pro-slavery, ultimately, or divided on the question of slavery, in which the proceeds and benefits of American capitalism would generate or flow to those who are.
You know, and this isn't specific to Kelly's argument here, but I don't, when people, historians even say that America was divided over slavery, I think that's even not true. America was not that divided over slavery, because if it was, there never would have been a compromise, or there would have been a compromise somewhere in maybe the Civil War was the compromise, but even the Civil War wasn't specifically about slavery until the end, at least not in words. It started because of slavery. I guess you could make the argument that slavery was always the 800-pound gorilla in that room, but I don't think America was that much against slavery. The North made a lot of money on slavery, from cotton picking in the South to back before 1808. Northern shipping made a lot of money in the transatlantic slave trade. There were slaves in New York until there weren't. Um, you'll never convince me that the United States was against slavery. And if YouTube is to be believed, and I don't take YouTube that seriously, but I don't know that America's that much against slavery now.
Who is settler colonial, who is settler colonists, as opposed to Britain or the Crown.
Robin Kelly, I'm wondering if you could finally comment on the closure of the ripping down of documents that talk about slavery. More than 80 years after the Declaration of Independence was signed, the abolitionist John Brown rewrote the Declaration as an abolitionist document. Looking now at the Harper's Ferry Museum that would honor him, that has a wall of remembrance to highlight hundreds of enslaved people. That's known as the place where the raid on the town's armory led to an uprising. That museum has not been opened. The monument that talks about George Washington having slaves on the mall in Philadelphia was ripped down by the Trump administration. We have 20 seconds.
Right. Well, in short, John Brown's Declaration of Liberty was a response to Chief Justice Taney's decision on Dred Scott. And so if we don't recover that history, we're going to basically not understand the way in which the 14th Amendment was a response to the denial of citizenship on the part of Black people.
Robin D.G. Kelly, yes. We're going to have to leave it there, but it is a very profound point. Professor of U.S. History at UCLA. We're going to link to your piece in Hammer and Hope. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you...
Interesting. Nothing that wasn't, painfully obvious. Once again, I've kind of run out of, I had videos I was going to show, but I've kind of just fallen out of the mood. That Latino fucking panel with fucking Ryan Bardwell, Leonard, and Deacon Dave, that's, to me, that was just really off-putting. How can people be so stupid? So, I don't know. Let me see if I can find something else that's worth me watching. If not, shit, I may just go and watch reruns or something. You know what? Let's watch this. You know what? Let me let's not watch this. Let's do this.
So we're currently forecast for the wind to pick up and start coming out of the northeast. Unfortunately, this will be our last day to sail in the Chesapeake and
wow,
conditions.
That's a
So
bunch
there won't
of
be any
old people
savings
doing
today.
YouTube, apparently.
Welcome. We are Diane, Craig, and Bonnie. We are sailing out of sight.
So currently, pull up here. The weather forecasts seem to change or modify every hour, every couple of hours.
What is this?
So
What is this
where are
music?
we at here? So we're currently forecast for the wind to pick up and start coming out of the northeast around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. And current predictions.
What's up, 12?
Hey, Stanley. Happy Independence Weekend.
Oh, same to you.
I'll be live streaming the parade in Kenai tomorrow, and I was wondering if you could share my link in the chat, since I'm not a mod, or I could do it.
What time is the parade?
I think the celebration started at 11 a.m. Alaska time, so that'd be 3 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
There should be a slot. Because I'm thinking about actually starting maybe by 10, because C-SPAN has a whole lot of parades and speeches and stuff. So something local would be good. So I just gave you a mod stick. Use it well, because it can go away again. But yeah, as a matter of fact, what you need to do is because I'm sub to your channel. When's the last time you went live? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. I don't do it all the time, but I figure I'd do it tomorrow and show people like what we do on the Kenai, for fun.
Right. Well, go ahead and drop the link, and
I shared it in the back. I'm not a moderator, or I'd drop it in the
yeah, I
chat.
just gave you a mod stick.
Oh, you did?
So,
all right. Thank you, Stan.
Yep. And what I'll do is the live scheduled? Because I don't see a live. Did you actually schedule it?
No, I haven't scheduled it. I'll probably just go live from StreamYard on YouTube.
You can set up a live. Oh, wait, you'll go live StreamYard without YouTube?
No, I'll use StreamYard to go live on YouTube because I don't have enough.
Here's my point. You can schedule the live through StreamYard, and it basically sets up YouTube.
Okay. Well,
yeah. But anyway, drop your channel link. I am subscribed, I think. Yeah, I'm subscribed. So you know what? It's on personalized. So it's all. So when you go live, I'll get it either way, whether you schedule it or not.
Yeah. That'd be good.
So yeah, I didn't, I have like a 10:30, like C-SPAN's doing one thing or another. The earliest is like 7, and I don't know if I want to get up that early. But there's a 12:30. There's several things CNN is covering. And then if you're gonna do a live at 3, should be able to live stream it or simulcast.
Yeah, that would be good. I appreciate it, Stan.
Yep.
I don't do a whole lot of lives, but I figured tomorrow, what the hell?
Right.
I'm gonna go to Walmart and buy a new T-shirt for the parade tomorrow. First thing I'm gonna do.
You're not going shirtless?
No, it's not a pride parade, Stanley.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that shirtless is necessarily a pride parade.
Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. And let me see.
Were you going alone? Or is there a pack of people going? You still there?
Probably gonna be a big event, I'm thinking.
Well, you going with a group of people, or you just showing up with a camera?
Just showing up with a friend, and uh we're gonna kick off the parade. There's gonna be a grand master and all that. He's a former mayor of Kenai, and he's gonna kick off the event. And I think it's gonna be a really good time. So
Well, we shall see. Maybe if it's a good enough parade, people will want to move up there.
yeah, maybe. It's a pretty nice place to live. I think it's going to be an early winter, though.
Yeah. You know, this is weird. You know, this is a little off point, but I need to make kind of a point to the Ryan Bardwells of the world in the Chris Singers. This is kind of surprising. This has been kind of a boring stream, but I'm almost at 5 hours, and for me, and you know, I'm like not just small scale, I'm minuscule scale, but I got like 164 viewers. Just, you know, and for me, you know, if I get like 40 viewers, it's a little bit under 40 viewers at this point per hour. But, you know, because I'm not doing anything that's engaging, you know, I tend to look at the number of viewers and then compare it to how long people are engaged with the channel. I tend to have more viewers when, like right now, people are spending about 11 minutes per average. So 164 people. The average is about 11 minutes before they get bored and move on, which is fine because I show boring shit. However, I really look at the number of viewers per hour. That's kind of my number that I look at. And you know, how long people are engaged with the material. And sometimes I'm just going to go, well, I'm showing a bunch of history shit. You know, only people that are interested in it are going to stay. So, you know, when I get idiots like Ryan coming in, well, you only got 7 people. Well, 167 people have been here. They got bored because I show boring shit, but I'm not going to change. I'm happy that a bunch of people came in and at least checked me out. I'm okay with that. You know, I show boring shit. You have to do trade-offs. And
yeah,
you know what? There are people, and I really should point this out, and I haven't been doing a good job of it today. Like tomorrow, the only supporter, folks, of this July 4th show is Kimmy, is Brooklyn Watson. And
so
you know
far,
what? Yeah. Well, I haven't really been, you know, hawking the show, but folks, support the show by supporting the host. I'm gonna attempt to go long tomorrow. It's gonna be a long show because I am kind of interested in what's happening, you know, in the July the 4th world. So you may be in and out. You may even have activities, you know, with your family and stuff. I'm not doing anything special tomorrow. As a matter of fact, my son has wandered off to hang out with his friends tonight. So probably I'm not doing anything. My biggest plan for tomorrow is to make chili dogs. It just seems like,
Oh, nice.
if you want,
Can't
if
get
you
much more
want,
American than that, Stanley.
exactly. And I'm gonna make salsa, so we will have a choice of chili dogs or salsa dogs. Actually, the pico de gallo dogs, dude. If you've never had like homemade hot dog buns with these are just gonna be like Gwaltney, nothing like super fancy, dude. Homemade pico de gallo on top of a hot dog is every bit as good as chili. And
That sounds good.
it's like really good. Good homemade pico de gallo. Oh, that shit's awesome on hot dogs. So
Yeah, and then
yeah.
after the festivities tomorrow, we're gonna have free hot dogs and hamburgers in the park for
Nice.
the whole community. So
Well, you're gonna film that too?
well, we'll see how long the battery lasts. You know how that goes. I got.
Well, wait, hold it. Hold on. Do you don't have a charge bank? Like you can when you
Well,
go to
yeah, I have a
Walmart.
battery bank I'm bringing with me. Yes, sir.
Oh no, that should last you. That should give you a good like 5 hours. I mean, or more. Those charge banks are actually pretty good. And by the way, you should get you a second one if you can. Have two of them because they'll fit in your pocket. I'm talking about like that,
Yeah.
not like something big industrial strength like Galt has. Dude, I have because my father gave me one and my son one that's solar power, believe that or not. And then I bought one before he gave us those two. That shit will, dude, I've done like car trips, like 8-hour car trips, and like it was fine. But get two of them, but and they're
Yeah, I
fairly
got
cheap,
what
man.
I got one. It's a Duralast, and
Well, you
it's
need to put
pretty
it on
strong. You can
Is it
even
on charge now?
come. No, it's already full. I checked it this morning.
Keep it. Nah, keep it on charge. I mean, you know your equipment better than I do, so I'm not going to tell you what to do. But no, if you can find one affordable at Walmart when you go get your T-shirt, dude, because I'm more interested in the picnic than I am the parade. Me personally, but no, we should do it. I have zero problems. As a matter of fact, I I will clear the decks if we're watching something just to see what's going on in your neck of the woods.
Right on. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's a pretty good little battery bank. Should last me a couple of hours before it starts draining on my phone, and then that's a couple more hours on
Mhm.
my phone. And but if you're live on StreamYard and you're using the camera, then it's gonna suck up the battery like nobody's business. So,
Oh yeah. Well, I use YouTube. Cameras probably more.
yeah. But did you see John Galt went live and he's picking on the Salvation Army now, saying it's a scam for the poor? And that's like one of the best organizations in the yeah, man. And I don't understand that. How could you pick on the Salvation Army? I mean,
You know what?
I don't understand that.
I have my assessment of why Galt would do that. But I'm gonna leave it to you because we buried a hatchet, but dude, garbage in, garbage out. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't even tune into it.
What were you?
I
What
seen.
were you actually? Were you expecting anything better than that?
Well, I was hoping so, but I mean, they're one of the best organizations that help poor
Oh, is
people
he?
with
He's still
food.
alive.
Yeah, probably picking on the food bank next. You know,
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't he?
like, oh no, that's a little uppity to me, John. Like, I love the organizations around here that help the poor and the homeless and stuff like that. You know, like I donate to them and try to donate my time when I'm available, but I'm not available a lot. So, but I'm not even sure I want to go out tomorrow, but I'm going to. I mean, I have my
Well, you
own
mean going?
issues. So,
You mean to the parade?
yeah, I've never been to the Kenai Parade before, and I've been here 10 years.
Oh shit! Now it looks like John Galt has unblocked me in his chat. Let's go to town. Let's make him block me again. Oh boy.
That's funny.
So John has acknowledged me. He put an exclamation mark. You know what? What the fuck? What if I just say, "Hey, let me come up on your panel"?
Yeah. Hey, simulcast that. That would be fun.
No, it looks like he's on. Is he on YouTube? I can't tell. He might not, because he uses OBS. I don't think he's actually on StreamYard. He may not be able to let me up. But let's listen to a little bit of it. He seems to understand that I'm in the chat. Let's see what kind of shit he's talking.
Business. When you say that, fair enough. Putting niggas out, cleaning up the dead bodies, all that kind of shit. You've been very valuable because I can rely on you to do that shit, to help me with that shit, right? And we've been doing business a long time. Ghetto business right here. The Latino, yeah. Hey, Johnny, what you want to do today?
Well, this is a replay. He's not actually live.
Yeah, he's
But,
just pretending to be live.
Well, no. He's live because he just responded to me when I did test in the.
What did he say?
Oh, he just said Stanley cross 6,000 exclamation mark.
That's it.
So here, let's put this up on the big screen. But honestly, what were you expecting? You're surprised that John Galt would do this?
You need a place to live now. I told you, you can live right there, and you know what I'm saying.
Can you hear
You
this?
just gotta do your shit.
Yeah.
Make sure the trash get taken to the road on Thursday night. Bring the trash can back inside. This little crazy shit.
I don't look.
As hard as
I guess what I want to ask you is, you saying that John Galt is trashing the Salvation Army.
Well, that's the title of the show.
Right. Did you hear his critique, though?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well,
I wouldn't listen
come on.
to it.
No. Let me just take up for John here. Let him actually trash it. Don't just judge a show by its title or a book by its cover.
Yeah.
No, honestly. And you know what? I'm not going to trash John before my time, but if he's not, you got to listen to what the criticism is. Honestly,
Okay, so and they want you to give up all your food stamps.
Pretty high
Wait
tech
a minute,
job
what?
though.
You had to give them your food stamps? Get that out of here. And why do you give them your food stamp? You give them a food stamp
Who's
card?
been doing his editing?
up
This
for
shit
it
is kind of
in
highly
Maryland.
professional.
Then once you wait a minute. Say what? They make you go sign up for food stamps in Maryland. I need, man, I've been looking for a helping hand, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad your ass popped up over here. You feel me? Just people to cut the grass, take the fucking trash out, man. It just, you know, a helping hand, bro. You know what I mean? Do it all, but it would be good to have somebody on site that trust. You know what I mean? I got something for your ass, dude. Right
Okay, you
now.
know what? I see why I'm able to talk to him. This is urban landlord clips, not his.
You want beer?
Maybe it is his main channel.
Mama, you talking about?
Excuse me. Sorry, Stanley.
No, it's his main channel.
Oh shit. Damn. Oh, he ain't up in Petworth anymore. She kicked him out. She did. He was over here one time. He was like,
All right, well,
mama and her new man.
we'll listen to see if he actually has a
So she
criticism.
told Happy.
Is the Salvation
get out of the
Army a
house for week.
scam on the
And so
poor?
that's why I let him stay over there up. So paperwork, and they said, here's your $7. Why you just didn't get the $7 back and say, I'm out of here, man. I ain't working for no damn $7. Because you go sign up for food stamps in Maryland. No, the people comes to the Salvation Army with all the paperwork and shit like that. But were you in the Salvation Army in Maryland or DC? I feel you might as well say. So you in Maryland. That makes sense. All right. So in Maryland, make you sign over your food stamps to the people, get the and so they take your food stamps, basically. Jesus Christ. And you can't call nobody for 30 days. What? Like in prison. They take your phone. What? All of that. Once you reach a certain level, you use your phone and people can come visit you and shit. You in prison. Basically. God damn, that shit's crazy. We're in work prison in America. Move that laptop. Come close to the mic. Damn, every day wait a minute. You remember you couldn't use the phone. So they basically said, you're gonna be trapped over here. You gotta work, right? Gotta definitely work. You gotta work. And you're gonna get $7, right? A whole week. $7 a week. No, it goes up. It goes up. Oh, $8 the second week, $1 every week. And that's in exchange for your food stamp and a promise to get housing. Correct? A promise for a job. But you didn't last through the whole program. I did. I got tired of them telling me what I could do this. It's basically like a freaking slave. You had to be in at a certain time and all that? Yeah. What time you had to be in? 10 o'clock. At night? Yeah,
So
not too bad.
I asked John in the chat what specifically is his critique. Because I don't know. I mean, it's very hard to. The only critique I've ever actually heard that I would agree with would be something about the administrative costs, the overhead, basically. I think any charity doing anything is good enough. And the thing is the way in a pure market or capitalist market economy, where there is no social welfare, they want to say, hey, church groups, etc. If charities decide to set themselves up and actually, help the poor, unless it's obviously a big administrative cost, and a lot of these NGOs and things like that, they do have like, 6-figure like CEO type people. But the thing is, but the thing is that good organizers, like CEO level organizers, they can make more money in the private sector.
Well, I just You know,
like
I've dealt with volunteer organizations like a lot of my adulthood. And I know they're there for the better good of the poor. And
well, yeah, look at something like the United Way, which years ago I actually did work with. That CEO, well, not CEO, but the guy who was in charge of this was in the Norfolk, Virginia area, and it might have been larger. Norfolk, Virginia Beach, like that. I don't know if it was Hampton Roads or whether it was specifically Norfolk, Virginia Beach. Dude was, he was making a living, and the only reason I even know this is, his daughter. I worked with. Well, you know what? Funny enough, I worked with his daughter when he was head of the United Way in Savannah. She went to my sister's high school. And as it turns out, when I was in high school, I worked with her. I think I was like maybe 3 years older than she was. And there was always kind of a spark. And purely by accident, I swear this is purely by accident, I met her. She was waitressing at like someplace like a Ruby Tuesdays, that sort of franchise sort of thing.
yeah.
Totally by accident. Shit, about 6 or 7 years later. And it's so funny because there were sparks, but she was like 3 years younger. I really should have because she was, we just got along. Anyway, her father had kind of quote graduated from head of the Savannah or Chatham County United Way to a much bigger area like a Hampton Roads or Virginia Beach plus Norfolk. So that's quite a promotion. But these heads of the CEO of an area, whatever they call them, they're not making chump change. You're not going to make like Bill Gates money, but you are going to be able to live in an affluent neighborhood.
Yeah, I think last year over the holidays, our radio station raised like $30,000 for the Salvation Army because you have all these funds. Like if you donate $10, then it could turn into $40 because of the sponsorship.
Right. So my point is that, heads of these NGOs or charity organizations, their CEOs tend to make a lot of money, not necessarily competitive, but, enough for saying like a retired CEO to go, hey, look, you know what? I'm going to take a haircut because I'm already rich. I'm going to go be CEO of like the local United Way. What do you think of that? It could be a scam. If you got people making, $100,000.
Yeah.
Or,
I don't know about, I don't think they make that much in the Salvation Army.
You know what? Let's Google it and find out. CEO of Salvation Army
salary. Yeah, in Seattle, Stanley, the Salvation Army has a drug rehab that people can go into and be there for a year and have a place to live and good food to eat. But they have to work every day.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, this is a funny thing. So the CEO of the Salvation Army in the United States is 58,404. General salary aggregators list the average for Salvation Army CEO at 82,000 annually, with a range falling between 45,000 and 132,000. Let's see, why is the salary so low? Stems from misunderstanding of the organization's unique religious and military structure, where leaders are ordained ministers rather than corporate executives. So there's a whole fucking allowance. See, but the thing is that look, you can look at a military officer's salary, and some officers, say let's at the 03 level, which is where, what I was when I got out of the Navy. In 03 on shore duty, like a shore job in DC, say at the Pentagon, it's probably going to make more than a shipboard 03 in Norfolk. Their housing allowance, there's cost of living. So there's some things, and that's, everybody makes the same salary. It's the literal like housing allowances and stuff that
the
make the difference. Per diem, yep. Yeah, one of them's called per diem. I can't remember which one. So and then there's always like, hey, if you're in a combat zone, there's a hazardous duty pay. There's all kinds of things. Like I remember as an ensign, my first deployment, because I was in the Persian Gulf, and shit, where are you gonna spend your money other than the ship store? And I'll get a couple CDs and a bunch of jelly beans. Dude, I saved up like $15,000 because I wasn't wasting money. So
yeah, well, you were smart, Stanley.
No, I wasn't smart. I just had nowhere to spend the money. It was more luck.
Okay.
So John says he's going live.
Who?
Oh, okay. John says he's going to discuss it tonight.
Yeah, I'd love to hear his criticism of the Salvation Army, since that's the title of the show.
Right.
How can you criticize an organization like that? I mean, if you're going to criticize somebody, like, go after these organizations that are able to fund campaigns millions of dollars in secret. I mean, go after them. Don't go after like people that are actually out there helping
Are you
the poor.
gonna listen? He says he's going to talk about it around 11 p.m. Eastern time. Are you going to tune in and go up and make the critique if you find a critique?
I don't. Well, definitely not tomorrow, because I'll be doing my own live stream tomorrow. Oh, tonight? Oh,
yeah, 11 p.m. tonight is when he says he's going to talk about it.
yeah, I don't know. I might be in bed by then.
All right. Well, like I said, I'm hesitant to.
I gotta rest up for tomorrow, Stanley.
Understood. I'm just saying, if I'm around, if I'm awake, I might listen in, mainly because, like I told him in the chat, I'll try not to troll too much. Because I'm always going to troll.
was like no man's better than the next man or whatever. So these dudes over here, you know, shitting on this stuff and stuff like that. It's like, yeah.
So you get forced to sleep with the man who's shitting on himself because ain't nobody's better than anybody else.
Exactly.
You shitting, he's shitting, you're drunk. Both of y'all down at the bottom. So they say y'all just share bunks with each other. They did more than. Oh boy, so that's some rough living. So who were your roommates?
Our roommates were pretty cool.
But they good.
They were.
What were their problems? Drug addicts. What was they?
One dude said he was smoking fentanyl.
Jesus.
Another dude, you know, he left before I did. He said that he was
Man,
fentanyl.
4 people on a Friday night. Damn.
Yeah.
Who is live?
Fentanyl. How the hell does someone get on fentanyl?
I don't know what it is, Stanley, but I haven't been getting your notifications either.
Well, I've been getting them.
I have to look you up. But yeah, Stanley is live. Okay, let's tune in.
Well, are you subscribed? Because you can subscribe, but there's one that's personalized, and then there's one that's like all notifications.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Who knows?
YouTube is goofy.
Well, I criticize YouTube, and that could very well be it. But I'm okay with that.
Hey, someone wants to know what's
I tend to go live around 3 or 4 every afternoon.
What's the majority?
Majority are black, but there's a lot of Latinos there, but a lot of them go there avoiding ICE.
Oh, I ain't think about that shit because it's a safe haven, so ICE can't go in there. God, they ain't think about that. Yeah. Are they usually on drugs?
No, ICE can go anywhere it wants to go. He's wrong about that. Maybe they won't go, but they can go.
A lot of them just be like, oh, they drink too many beers.
ICE?
Like that. So they go in there to
hide from ICE.
Yeah.
Shit, I didn't even think about that. That's some slick shit, bro. That's a hell of a
Yeah, a lot of these sanctuary city mayors might not like it, but they can go where they want to go.
And take their food
There's
stamps. Jeez.
nothing they can do about it.
Why the hell I can't take their food stamp? Huh? Why can't I take the food stamp? Huh?
Yeah, well, you got a Salvation Army store or a thrift store. Like, hey, donate here. But we changing people's lives and stuff like that, so people be donating like their cars and boats and shit like that. And then the Salvation Army take those donations and turn around and sell it.
Damn, they got.
Yeah, and then they help the poor with it. So the fuck what?
All them kinds of people, but
they got like military titles and shit.
Yeah.
Damn, that's some wild shit. Damn, that's some wild shit right there. Damn, I didn't know that shit, bro. Damn. Yeah, damn. How did you find out about this shit?
No, he didn't.
Like, you Google,
probably
like,
had to go to the
program or something?
Probably had to go to the
they give you this car right here, like calls back or something like that.
No shit. This car right here, talking about that. Oh, Salvation Army. And so now, and they call you back. God damn,
I was supposed to call them back.
You think? God damn. Damn, boy, I ain't know all that. I ain't know it was a hustle like that. Because you only see the front end where you donate most of the time.
That.
Damn.
And they have everybody that's standing in the rehab, working, sorting. Some of them, but they have like regular employees, like people that drive the truck.
Those are regular employees.
Yeah, those are regular employees.
Well, boy,
and then,
this is
me or somebody else go with the person to like go to the house to pick up the donations because they be like couches and pianos and stuff.
Get the fuck out of here! They picking up pianos and shit.
Yeah.
What would you be going like rich neighborhoods?
Waldorf.
It's way out. Where else you would go?
That's the.
Jeez,
They go
you get
everywhere.
some shit from Bethesda.
They go everywhere.
That's some good shit.
Yeah, they go everywhere.
God damn. I need to start shopping and fucking.
They got like nice clothes, but you gotta look through the stuff because of course, you know, the people that's working there, like residents, they be stealing like shoes and shit like that.
How many? All your shoes Air Jordans?
Most of them.
God damn, they gave you Air Jordans and shit.
Wow.
Damn.
That's liberal use of that N-word.
You getting them for free. Yeah, all you gotta do is.
I never seen the
So you're not going back.
why people had to have Air Jordans, Stanley.
Why would you go back?
I don't understand that.
Won't be sleeping in the street.
I'm sorry, don't understand
Why
what.
the fuck you went in there in the first place?
Why people have to have Air Jordan shoes? I mean, what the fuck?
Why the hell did you go in there? I gave you a place to live. Huh?
That's your letter.
Same reason people have to have guns.
I gave you a place to live. Why the hell would you even go in there?
It's
Well,
pretty
that's their
simple.
choice, I guess.
Again,
Trying to figure out life.
same reason people have to have firearms because they like firearms.
Yeah, I like my gun. I know that much.
Right. So what I'm trying to let you know here is you're asking the same question I would ask by why do people need guns? Isn't one or two enough?
I don't know.
You chuckle, but listen to what you're asking. You don't understand the culture, and maybe I don't understand gun culture. You don't understand Air Jordan culture. I don't understand gun culture. Seems like one or two would be enough. Why do you need a bunch of guns? Oh, and not you specifically. Why does any American need more than a couple?
Because they can, I guess.
Okay, well then apply that answer to why someone would want Air Jordans. Depends on your aesthetic, depends on what you like.
I like hiking boots.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about any of that. What I'm trying to do is get you to concentrate over the question you asked, which was, because you didn't say it, but why do black people like Air Jordan so much? And what I didn't say is why do white people like guns so much? It's to me the same difference. It's what you like. It's
I
kind
don't
of
see
what
anyone getting robbed.
Understand? I'm not done yet. I don't understand why it's not obvious why you shouldn't even bother answering the question. But you know,
Because people get robbed for wearing Air Jordan.
people have their houses robbed and guns get taken all the time. Again, people literally have their kids. Winder, Georgia, for instance, people literally have their kids take guns out of the house and use them in schools. Which is worse? Start thinking about the context of your questions, and before you ask the questions, compare them to similars. Because I think having guns, Air Jordans aren't going to get as many people killed as guns will.
Well, people can wear what they want. It's the United
I don't
States.
care about any of that. I need you to concentrate on your question. Concentrate on your context of the question. I need you to interrogate your own argument. Guns are more dangerous than Air Jordans, yet white people love them some guns, and guns in the hands of these people's kids. Why don't white people lock up their guns? But kids will take them to school.
No good locked up, Stanley.
white boys, well, I would rather people in their house get offed than a bunch of innocent kids.
Yeah.
Them kids,
Okay.
them kids didn't do anything. Why is some 14-year-old in Winder, Georgia, taking a pistol he got for fucking Christmas into a school and killing a couple teachers and some students? I'm sorry. I think that's a bigger why than why some kid in the hood wants to wear Air Jordans.
Sounds like a parental problem.
No, it sounds like a culture problem. It sounds like your question was, why do black kids want Air Jordans? And my counter question is same reason, or my response is same reason white people want guns. And not all white people, mostly like, people in Winder, Georgia.
I don't carry a gun, Stanley.
Okay, I don't
I
care.
have guns,
You
but
do.
I don't
You don't wear
carry.
you don't wear Air Jordans either. And
No.
neither do I. I've never owned a
I
pair of
wear
Air.
hiking boots.
As far as I can remember, I think my son might have had a pair of Air Jordans in high school, but it wasn't like something I was going to be buying a lot of. Mainly because he didn't like them. If he wanted them, I'd have bought them. But bottom line is, it's aesthetics, what you hold culturally important. And to me, Air Jordans and firearms are kind of the same thing, except one is more dangerous. The person wearing the Jordans could be hurt, maybe fatally, if he gets robbed. But I think if you really wanted to compare the numbers, more kids in school, white kids specifically, white boys in school with their parents' firearms or firearms their parents bought them, I think the numbers would be firearms are more dangerous than the Air Jordan.
Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing.
Okay. I don't give a fuck about knowing what you're doing. I'm talking raw numbers. And the other lesson here is, don't ask stupid questions. The first person to answer a question should be the person who asked the question. You're going to ask me about Air Jordans. Can you take that question? Because it's really a cultural thing. Compare it to, well, you know about white people and guns, and you know about Air Jordans. Why can't you make that kind of internal comparison before it comes out on my panel?
I don't know, Stanley. I don't want to argue about it, man.
Well, if you don't want to argue, don't bring it up on my panel. If you're not willing to, you're going to have to defend the question. You're going to have to defend your own answer. This is what I have never been one to make conversation just for the conversation. If you're going to come up here and ask a cultural, almost a trope sort of question, because that's the question Ryan Bardwell would be asking. And you know my thoughts on Ryan Bardwell. That motherfucker's the most racist dude on the internet, at least in my experience. Now I know there are more, but Ryan's pretty bad. And people let him get away with that shit. And even Imperious will come up here and be kind of serious. And I don't think Ryan has that kind of intellectual firepower. Ryan has to be racist because he's not interesting otherwise. He has nothing else to talk about but race and racist tropes. And we forgot, he does have one other thing in his quiver, That's the fucking misogyny. And at least he stayed his ass in the chat.
Has he ever paneled up Stanley? Ryan Bardwell?
Plenty of times.
I remember the last time he did that.
Oh shoot, it's been a few months, but he and I kind of fell out because he did give me like a fairly large donation, but he thought his large donation was gonna dictate my content. He actually did come up and it was something, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but he tried to do with that thing that he does, like, what about me? What about this? What about that? And I had to tell him, Ryan, you basically supported the show, but you don't get to dictate the content.
Right.
Well, he doesn't seem to understand that. He thinks he's rich enough. He thinks he's fucking Elon Musk. Like, dude, every goddamn body's a millionaire. Dude, you could work like a $10 an hour job, and at the end of 30 years, you could be a millionaire. You have to be wise and invest and save and all that stuff. But dude, being a millionaire in 2026, every fucking body's a millionaire. Let me know when you become a billionaire. Comfortable is cool.
Or a trillionaire.
Yeah, well, that lasted for a few days. He's not a trillionaire anymore. But anyway, it's really nothing. It's kind of even trashy to, obsess over stupidity. But dude, these people, honestly, they are wonderful. But in the truest sense of the word, I wonder how they even made it to 2026 sometimes. How the fuck did these people survive all these years?
Yeah, how does Elon Musk make rockets that go faster than anyone else's? That's crazy.
Elon Musk, number one, he's not making them. Number two, how practical is that? Nope, dude. I think if I had to rank billionaires, I would put Bill Gates at number 3 as far as impact on my life. I'd put Bill Gates at number 3, and I would put what's his name? Amazon guy. Why can't I remember his name right now?
Jeff Bezos.
Well, you know what? Actually, I put Bill Gates at number 2 and Bezos at number 1. Elon Musk wouldn't even make like a top 10 or maybe even a top 20. There's nothing practical that Elon Musk has done that I run into in my day-to-day life.
Yeah.
Ever. Not even now. There's literally nothing. I don't own a Tesla. I'm not going to Mars anytime soon. Someone needs to tell me how Elon Musk has benefited like someone like me. There's not a technology that I use. Not a goddamn thing. I don't use Grok. I don't even use fucking ChatGPT. I don't really use AI. I did use it once to help me write a speech.
Speak Radio uses it to write your profile pictures and stuff like that.
I have no
That's what he uses.
I literally have no idea. Yeah, but it might not be, Elon Musk's AI. So anyway, like I said, Bezos, that's who I was thinking of. Number one, Bill Gates number two, and I'm sure there's probably other billionaires whose products I use. Bill Gates, shit, I've been using Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and Wozniak would be probably number three. I've used, that stuff forever. Never, as far as I know, can't think of anything that Elon Musk has done that comes up in my day-to-day life, or I can't think of anything Elon Musk has been. PayPal, that's it. But he didn't found that by himself. I do have PayPal now. Speaking of that, folks, support the show.
Yeah, like and subscribe
Yeah.
to the Stanley Cross Show.
Support, and by the way, I am such a bad self promoter. I didn't even put up the fucking banner. So support the show by supporting the host. And if you're a foreigner, you can even send me some lira or Deutschmarks, Krugerrands, whatever you got, pesos. I have PayPal now, so please support the show. And let me thank Kimmy, the only sponsor so far of our July 4th extravaganza. And that's like really, that might be over promoting. I don't know if it's going to be an extravaganza, but Ms. Brooklyn Watson, thank you for this Saturday show. And our executive producers once more, the CKJ3, the Lupin Writing, and the Speak Radio. So thank you all for supporting this mess of a show. It's not the the best show ever, but people hang in there, and every now and again there's something folks will be interested in, and I appreciate their support. And it is a Friday night, and apparently people refuse to be bored by my show tonight, which that's fair. If you don't want to be.
Well, it's old men are kind of boring, Stanley.
Yeah, but not
There's
to
that.
me. I'm happy. I'm perfectly happy being boring right now. Hey, Chocolate, why don't you come up and liven up this space? And I heart you. Mariah, this woman is, you know what? This Mariah chick, she is way con. I think she kind of feels bad for me because I'm old. But I
You
love
ain't
her.
that old. My mama is older
I
than
don't
you
know.
are, Stanley.
I don't know. Some days, but look, what us 55 plus crowd, what we find amusing is somewhat different from what the YNs find amusing, and there's just some things I'm not going to do. There's just some things I'm not going to do. Well, Mariah, you are a principal, like the principal. You are a moderator of moderators. You and a couple other people. I'm open to ideas. Within reason. I won't be able to sleep well if I have to do. Now I do enough fuckery, but even then, that's me cutting up. I don't want it to be like the basis of the show. Like people should not see that I'm live and go, what's the fuckery of the day? I would be real sad if that was the main attraction.
Well, it's going to be a fun weekend, Stanley. I
Yeah.
can't wait to live stream tomorrow, so I can't have too many more beers tonight.
Well, okay. I'm glad. I am so glad that you can you can exhibit that kind of self control.
Yeah. Well, you have to. I mean, if you're going to be in public like that, live streaming and putting people's faces on camera and shit like that, you better be sober.
Oh, really? Do you think John
I,
Galt observes those rules?
well, when I've seen him in public, he just sits there and asks people for an interview.
And he's never drunk when he does that?
Yeah, I think he drinks when he's doing it a lot of
He
times.
literally orders drinks or goes inside. Maybe you never watched some of those IRL.
Yeah, no, I
Some of
remember
them are
that.
actually classic.
Yeah. I'm gonna be walking around and shit though, so I'm gonna get my workout on tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Now I can hear in my background they were already starting the fireworks.
Oh, in your neighborhood?
Not in my neighborhood. I can hear it like outside of it. I live in a real sedate neighborhood. It's kind of interesting. I'd be willing to bet I'm probably one of the older people. I live in a cul-de-sac, not at the end of the cul-de-sac, like a few houses in. But there are, some kids and, all that stuff. It's like a dog-friendly neighborhood. Sometimes these dogs get out and congregate. And when Ellie, my dog, was around, we get like 4 dogs and they're just kind of frolicking. And they were all friendly. And I'm like, you know what? Y'all know the way back home. I'm not going to worry about it. I mean, there's not a lot of cars, and it's one of these things, dog friendly. The dogs are friendly. They all have tags, and we all kind of know, whose dogs they are. And if they come and visit, as long as they're not fighting or just being
That's
too
nice.
obnoxious, yeah, just let them
Why
be
do you
dogs.
have to have your own dog when you got neighborhood dogs?
I don't know. I don't have a dog. She died. Will probably be 4 years. Trevor, trying to think. It's probably around 4 years. And I would love. I'm a dog person, but
No, it's not. He
I
kind of
don't.
looks
I don't have the time. And the kind of dog. Look, hold on one sec. I remember years ago when I lived up on the mountain. I was in my 30s. And this lady that I knew, she said, "Hey, I know like a kennel thing. They've got blue tick hounds, and dude, I wanted a coon dog. I love hunting dogs, and you know what? I worked all the time. Dude, there were times when I'd be getting home at 3 or 4 in the morning, and like these hound dogs, like a blue tick hound, these actual hound dogs, dude, they got to walk like 2 or 3 miles a day. They're outside dogs because they've got real oily coats in the first place. If you don't have time to take care, like actually take care of a dog, you really shouldn't have a dog. And that's
I agree with that.
Yeah. Hey, Chocolate.
Is that me? Can you hear me? I sound far away.
Yeah. No, I can hear. No, you sound fine.
We can hear you. What's up, Chocolate?
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Pretty good. We are the life of the party.
I was going to say you was showing up popular this morning. I saw you. I was like, get your hours. Is this live?
Wait,
Oh no,
hold
it's
it. Show enough popular when? I wasn't live this morning.
yeah, you were earlier today, I should say. Because there's like a
Oh yeah, I started around 3. Well, no, actually, it was closer to 4:30.
that's early for me. Because I'm a night person.
Oh, that's right. You're 2 hours behind me. 3
Is it
hours?
2 or 3?
You know what? Arizona doesn't. So you could very well. Well, you're probably 3. You're on California time right now, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're 3.
How are you, Mr. 12th Man?
Pretty good. I'm going live tomorrow at the parade. And we're
He's gonna be like Regis and Kathy Lee at a parade tomorrow.
Oh wow, cool. So you're gonna be sitting on
He's gonna be the Grand Dragon of that Alaska parade.
Oh wait. Not the Grand Dragon.
Come on,
it's
now,
a joke.
Stanley.
No.
I know.
It's a joke. It is a horrible joke.
Hello. Yes, that was
It's gonna be fun.
Well, it does sound.
Gonna be crowded.
I'm gonna try and live stream it. He's gonna do an IRL and stream it to his channel. And I'm probably because I probably do like a real long show tomorrow. So I'm gonna try and catch his local parade, which to me is more interesting than some of these like Washington DC parades and
You
stuff.
mean
The
to
local
tell
stuff.
me, Stanley, you weren't impressed with the
With what?
250th party on the house lawn?
Oh, you mean the mall? Not particularly. Well, part of the you mean the basically it's the Great American State Fair. Well, here's the deal: is that they've had that heat wave, so they couldn't even start today until 5 or something, 7, somewhere in that range. And I've lived in that DC area. Shit's gonna still be uncomfortable without a breeze.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't miss
That
I
could
don't miss
be
that.
okay.
That's the only thing about living near the water. And I don't mind having a lake on my property. I do that.
Oh, dude, let me tell you something right now. I'm from Savannah. The only good thing about places that are actually on the ocean is you'll get weather. Like today, it was supposed to get up to 92, and then dude, it's like the thunderstorm said, nope, here's a cold front for you.
Oh wow.
So it went, I can remember in Savannah, it could get up to like 100 degrees, and then some violent ass thunderstorm would come in. That shit would drop like 20 degrees in like half an hour. It's like, so, and that's kind of Georgia weather. So, you don't necessarily get those every afternoon thunderstorms in DC. You can, but it's not like, not like Georgia weather where it's almost predictable. But
Right. I
don't know. I'm if the mall stuff comes up tomorrow on C-SPAN, that's mostly what I'm going to be watching. Great. But nah, if I lived in DC, I probably wouldn't even bother with it.
Oh, that is hilarious. You are hilarious.
So you doing anything tomorrow special?
I'm doing exactly what I wanted to do. I'm with my family.
Ooh, what was that?
One is to wrap up all these books, and 2, just be with my family and just relax. Me and Roscoe, my brother and my sister, and that's all we've been doing today is just relaxing, playing games. I worked a little bit. I worked a little bit, but I promised myself I'll give myself a little bit of a break. I did something. My sister said
I think the only thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make chili dogs. That's like,
oh my gosh, that's so wild. We're having brats.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, Italian sausages might be out.
Oh, good for you.
I'll probably
No,
be
we're just
eating.
doing that. We're doing that mystery meat Gwaltney. You know, it's so funny, and I hate. Of course, I have a story for
Are you
everything.
all making chili, Stanley, or
Oh
are
yeah,
you
yeah,
doing
yeah.
the canned
I'm
shit?
no,
Oh,
I don't
well,
do
that
that.
doesn't sound inviting no matter how
I
you say it.
have a pound of hot breakfast sausage and a pound of 80/20 hamburger. I make the mix. Basically, I'll have 2 pounds. 1 pound goes to the chili. The other pound goes back into the freezer, maybe for spaghetti or even hamburgers. Um, but no, the only, I make the hot dog buns from scratch too. I'm gonna have salsa. I'll make like pico de gallo. So pico de gallo dogs are, in my opinion, actually
Oh
every bit
my
as good as
gosh.
chili.
Yes, they are so bomb.
Oh yeah, like really
Love it.
good.
You know how to make chili, Stanley? Is you
It's not
put
that
that
hard.
hamburger, you put that hamburger in a ball over a pot, over the pot of chili in the smoker, and then you smoke that hamburger meat into the chili, and
Mhm.
then when the hamburger is done, you chop it all up and throw it in there, man. So you have
I've never
smoked
done that.
smoked chili.
That actually sounds interesting to give it kind of a smoky flavor. Now,
Uh-huh.
um, I have never tried it like that, and I probably will now that you mention it. Like the next time I make it, um, there are ways to get that smoky flavor. I've got this brand of Spanish paprika. One is smoked. It's like it's a brand called Kiva.
Smoked paprika. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that'll add the taste, but what you're talking about is probably better. And next time I make chili, which will probably be in a month. But that pico de gallo I make from scratch, um, it's just ridiculously good because you can control the salt and the heat and all that stuff.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but I was going to
Sounds
talk about the
good.
hot dogs. I used to get like the $10 pack of these like really fancy hot dogs. In the end, I've gone back to Gwaltney. Like Gwaltney, you're from North Carolina. You know what Gwaltney is, chocolate. Dude, I get like what is it, a 24 pack or a 48 pack? Just like the ballpark is a step higher than Gwaltney. But no, I just decided I like those cheap ass hot dogs. They taste, and it'll be a mix of chicken, pork, and beef, or just pork. And people act like they don't eat bacon and all that shit. Fuck it. I'm from Georgia. I'm not ashamed, of that rooter to the tutor sort of mentality. So it's gonna be Gwaltney hot dogs. I took them out of the freezer. It's a fresh pack. So I asked my son, well, you want spaghetti or you want chili dogs? His choice was chili dogs. Now that is a woman after my heart. Bring the bacon. And you know what? I don't even like bacon that much. I could take it or leave it. It is good like on a BLT or something, but as an essential for breakfast. That's the other thing. I do that cheap banquet shit that you put in the microwave, but I think it's delicious. So, oh my lord.
Well, there's going to be all kinds of street food tomorrow, I'm sure, at the parade.
Mm-hmm.
And all kinds of places to quench your thirst. I plan on bringing a couple of beers and something like that. But can't really drink in public, but you can in Alaska as long as you don't be disorderly. You know what I mean?
You gonna have
As long
that AK-47 slung over your shoulder?
as no, sir. I'm gonna be unarmed. I might carry my pocket knife. I have a pocket knife. I'll probably bring that. You know, no Alaskan should go unarmed. I mean, should at least have a pocket knife on you.
Okay, well, explain why no Alaskans should go up. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Oh no, I was just saying, and that's pretty cool that he lives in Alaska. I've always wanted to go and visit. And,
Yeah, you ought to come up here, Chocolate.
well,
I'll be happy to accommodate you.
Oh well, isn't that sweet? Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, find me a nice cabin to stay in. You'll love it.
Oh,
Go fishing, get some
Twelfth
salmon.
Man has been trying to get a lower 48 black woman up there for years.
Love it. You'll love it.
He's like he's got an urban culture heart. However, you know, he lives a backwoods, deep woods lifestyle.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? And I ain't gonna lie. If I have all my creature comforts, I can do the same thing.
Yeah.
Creature comforts.
Yeah, my creature comforts.
You know, when I lived up on the mountain, like we had our house was a little kind of modern. And dude, like heat pumps after like 32 degrees or so are just useless. You know, I remember waking up one morning in the heat pump. My wife had cranked it up to like 80 degrees, and that poor fucking heat pump is just fighting. So I look at the thermostat, and it's like 55 degrees, but the dial up on the thermostat is 80 degrees. It's like this poor fucking heat pump. I'm like, I guess I better go down and stoke the fire in that big ass wood stove. It was a big ass wood stove, and you know, with a ceiling fan or something, you could actually get heat up, but it was generally, once it got cold, it was never going to be that much above 65 degrees on the top floor. You know, if you wanted to be warm, you go down to the basement. You know, you can sleep down there. You know, but it used to get brutally cold, especially for like someone like me who's from, you know, Georgia. Dude, that shit. You got to get used to that cold.
Yeah,
and,
I would assume
it's kind of a mind game.
Yeah, Stanley got
cold. I do like it when it's cold outside.
It got 35 below for 2 weeks in a row, man. I thought I was gonna die, man. Man, that was too much, man.
It was like a chain to that wood stove. It's like I can't go too far away. Did you
have the 12-volt diesel heater too?
How do you keep your pipes from freezing?
Well, if
it stays in the ground.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, but it's got to come to the house somewhere, or does it actually?
You built
it's
it
in the ground. Well, underground, but you know, like my cable, for instance, my FiOS is underground, but it comes up into the house. It's got to escape the ground at some point. Now my water literally is underground because there's a decent quality under.
You have water wells, Stanley, or city
Oh yeah,
water?
yeah. No, well, I'm on city water, but years I lived, with a well in the backyard for years. Now that you don't have to worry
That's
about.
what I have.
I see. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that as long as the pipes are insulated.
So I have a water well, but I don't have running water per se in my dry cabin.
Really?
You know what I mean?
Well,
So
that's gonna get the black women up there.
Have you thought about collecting? Have you thought about collecting fog water?
no, but I've been looking into these interesting contraptions, and
Yeah,
they
they
just
have.
make water out of thin air. They
Yes,
make
that's
fresh
it.
water out of
Right.
thin air.
Yes,
Uh,
sir. It can sit
so
on
you
Well, I
top
can
mean,
of
have
those
your
are the
drinking
roof.
things
water
for the.
like that.
Yeah, you
Do
can.
you
It's
have one of
sitting in.
those contraptions on top of your house?
Ooh, me no. I believe in the I like the like what do you call it? Tankless. Like the tankless air conditioner
Yeah.
with heaters.
You know what though? There's something about the tankless that was a limitation because I had to replace my water heater probably about 3, maybe 4 years ago now.
Well, see, I believe
And
in
we
like
looked into
fireplaces.
tankless, but
Yeah.
it was something there was a limitation that I wasn't going to be able to meet. And I can't remember what it was now. But no, what I'm thinking of, they're what are they, chillers or condensers
Are
or
you talking about
something?
the swamp coolers?
Swamp coolers, yeah.
Yeah, no, those. Yeah, they have them here in Arizona. People
You
have them
can't
on their.
collect you can't collect water out of those?
No, nah, not at
Interesting.
all. Not the
No,
way
and the way to keep
the
your house
filtration
cool in
system.
Arizona is you freeze ice in the freezer, and then you go up there and on top of the roof and dump it in your
Hmm.
swamp cooler, and that gives you air conditioning.
Yeah, people have central air now, so thank goodness.
No, I can only imagine what those bills are out there though.
Yeah, the air conditioning and all those bills. Most places here now have that included in the rent because
Uh-huh.
they know it fluctuates and they know how hot it gets here.
Well, my wife's aunt, I've been out to Salt Lake City a couple times,
Mm,
and she had a swamp cooler on top of her house, and it
yeah.
was perfectly fine, inside. And I
Mm-hmm.
mean, like, I don't know that Utah probably doesn't get as hot. However, it was, it didn't even get Savannah hot, but it was a different type of heat. It's so dry.
Right.
But the swamp cooler seemed to work just fine. And I'm kind of
Cool.
surprised because it's a
No
water
pun
cooling
intended.
system. It takes the condensation and stuff to chill. It's basically a water-based system, right?
Yeah, hydro. I'm into sustainable living, so yeah, that whatever you can
I'm
do.
actually surprised that you can't get fresh water out of something like that. Like do both.
Well, you probably can. Like I said, collection of fog. The higher you
Yeah.
go,
Hmm.
the better the outcome of that. Like I'm 5,000 feet.
Oh
That-
wow.
Yeah. I want to go up to
It
7,000.
doesn't get that hot.
No. I meant high in elevation. Sorry.
No. Now you tell me because I simply don't know, but I remember, and this is just my experience. I'm not
Hmm.
telling you about yours, but it's like 95 degrees on the Valley 4 in Salt Lake, and we went up 9,000 feet. Dude,
Mm.
it was like 20 degrees cooler. I
Yes.
was like, what?
Yes. Yes, it is. It's always cooler up here than it is in Phoenix.
There was a breeze.
Yes.
I'm like,
It
why do
snows
y'all
up
live
here.
down there?
We get
Right.
snow up here.
Right.
Flagstaff, the whole nine. Like
So
if
what's
you
the
drive
highest temperature you've had up there this summer?
northern Arizona or just
Well, where
period?
you live, in
Where
your
I
own
live,
backyard.
it'll get up to 100 up here.
In the mountains? Holy
Yeah.
cow.
Damn.
The sun, we don't have we do have forests, but then we don't. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
where some places, that's why, of course, as you go higher up the mountain, it gets cooler. However, in our situation, well, probably like Utah as well, you have a lot of mountainous areas, but not a lot of trees.
Right.
So,
Well, Stanley, it's supposed to rain on our 4th of July tomorrow, but I'm still going to be out there.
Awful.
Yeah, well, it's going to do the proverbial rain on the parade.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm full of stupid I'm full of stupid dad jokes
that one was
tonight.
good. That was so bad it was good. So bad.
And see,
real.
it was kind of a quick comeback.
Yeah,
I have
really,
to give
it was
myself
quick. Yeah,
And 57 degrees in the rain, Stanley.
You know what? It probably
I
won't
better
be.
bring my raincoat.
So 12th man, are you in the,
Take an umbrella. Don't wear a raincoat.
is it what do you call it? Do you have
I don't have an umbrella.
Oh no.
You get one from Walmart.
What do you,
when you buy your t-shirt, get an umbrella.
is it daytime, nighttime, or you're not in that part of it? Is that in another part of Alaska?
Well, it's going to be tomorrow. I'm going IRL for the parade, regardless.
How many hours of daylight do you get right now?
Probably 23.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Lovely for solar. Like, I run my entire cabin off of solar
Right
in
on.
the summer.
Yeah.
And, it runs my freezer, my refrigerator, and everything else.
Wow.
I mean, God gave us the sun, so we might as well use it.
So you're pro Green New Bill stuff, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't like those great big windmills. I think they're an eyesore, and plus they use oil anyway. And then when they break down, they leak the oil into the ground, and they kill birds.
Kind of like those big gas guzzling trucks.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of those tomorrow, Stanley.
You think?
Probably going to be pretty.
Volvos and Hondas.
Probably going to be pretty redneck tomorrow.
Oh my!
Let me defend my Southern culture. There ain't no fucking rednecks in Alaska unless they come from the South. There's got to be a better term like Klondikes.
That's an ice cream, Stanley.
There are no rednecks north of the Mesa.
Sorry, my dog is barking at something. Let me find
out.
out.
Really?
He's always.
I want to see your doggy. What's your doggy's name?
Come here, Roscoe.
Roscoe.
Yeah, man.
Roscoe Pico Train.
Hey,
Remember
Roscoe.
him?
My whole my sisters laugh like, what? Yes. So funny. Come on. You want to say hi?
Come here, Roscoe.
He's not. He's not a person that likes to listen like his owner. Come here. Big jump. Good boy. Don't you eat that. What's wrong with you? It's a piece of nothing. Come on, you gonna say hi? Come on, get up. Up, come here. Say hi. You know what he doing? He's trying to put his face in the window. I'm sorry. I'll try next time. I'll try again because he's not a willing participant. My apologies. That man
My
looks
dog
so
is that. My dog is outside barking at the wind.
Yeah, they bark at anything. 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 He doesn't care what it is. And what's
He
crazy is
can.
he don't bark like all day. But
I would bring him to town for the parade, but he growls at little kids, so I can't take him to town anymore. You know, like, so he just gets to live here in the woods like a country dog.
Oh yeah.
Country dogs are generally pretty good with kids.
Yeah, he's not.
What are you? Can I ask? What are you watching? I don't mean to.
Oh, this is John Galt. He's doing some. It's a replay stream from something or another.
Oh, okay. No. I was still interested in the convo. I just was wondering.
Well, no. I should probably, he's going live at 11 and talking about the Salvation Army apparently.
Oh.
And it was a big concern to 12th Man, who is like a Salvation Army general apparently.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. No, they do say that. They do that though.
Well, I love the Salvation Army. And this year on the radio station KSRM, we raised $30,000 for the Salvation Army. So
Well, that's nice.
yeah, to help the poor.
I'll tell you who the scam is. It's not the Salvation Army. It's Goodwill.
And
because
then,
they're not a nonprofit. Like that's what's so wild.
All the prizes I win on the radio station, I give them to Live in the Name of Christ. Because might be some homeless bastard needs a barbecue sandwich or something. So if I win something from, say, Black Jack's Barbecue, then I just give it to the homeless. I don't need it. I make my own sandwiches. So yeah, it's not about what you got, it's about what you give, to me.
And what you do with what you have. Can you see outside of it being, it might look like a pile of trash, but it actually has value. You know what I mean? So I'm with you on that. Sometimes you do have to make something out of nothing, or what we perceive as nothing.
One of my favorite Salvation Armies is in Seattle, Washington. They have this year-long program that, like, any drug addict or alcoholic or homeless, no matter who you are, can just walk in there and become a resident and go to these classes. And yeah, you have to work every day, but I mean, you get, and then they help get you off to a clean start. In the end, you work your way up in the ranks, and become a part of the community. And they help clean people up. So yeah, I'm supportive of that. Doesn't matter if you've been doing fentanyl, cocaine, or whatever. You know what I mean? You could just walk in there and give your life to the Lord, and
So have you been
work for God.
more a what was the hair club for men thing? I'm not just the CEO, I'm a client. is that why you're so quote high on that program?
No, I just think it's a good organization. I don't
I see.
see how anybody can critique the Salvation Army. I mean, all they do is
Well,
good.
everything is up for critique. You can critique shit. They critique Jesus Christ. If you didn't know.
Oh, that's true. I've seen the
So
work
this
they
is
do.
some by E7. She's an E7 singing songs at Mount Rushmore, and I'm gonna look at this crowd to see if there are any black people there.
Can hear the sound, Stanley. Can you
Well,
start it
yeah,
over?
no, it's live. Why would I do that? You want to hear her singing? This is so sad. Live as a highway. Now, what do you think of this? She's shaking her booty in those Air Force. Oh, is that Space Force or Air Force? I think that's Space Force.
She looks like Air Force, Stanley. Be honest.
Yeah. I don't reckon. I'm looking at her hat. I didn't know the Air Force symbol was like that. But look at her.
Jamming.
Yeah, and now, funny
She
enough,
looks so porcelain.
you can listen to these quote live things, and sometimes you'll get like not a strike, but you'll get like, oh hey, this music is copyrighted, and which leads me to believe some of it is lip sync. I'm sorry. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm not sure that I'm into someone in a military uniform shaking her booty in front of people. Now it's just
I didn't see her shaking her booty.
I'm not even kidding about this. This is not what the goddamn military's for. I really have a problem with this. No, you laugh. I'm not.
Well, I think they should make the military fun.
No, the military.
Make it attractive.
This does not
so
look
young
like
people will
this. Does
join.
not look. This does not look like lethality. Sorry.
Okay.
You're making them into fucking performers. And this, I don't care if it's a military band or any of that bullshit. It is the Air Force. So nope, I'm not a fan, but maybe you are. So let's
not
listen. Let's listen to this. Well, I'll never command a fucking band. She's an E7. I don't think she's an E8. Don't. Sorry, this just doesn't do it for me.
Trying to make the military more attractive, then that's what they're doing.
And they are fucking up. You'll attract the wrong element. I don't want.
They need to be.
When I go, hey, I need you to take this hill. I want you to bring your guitar. You know, the enemy is not a booty when you fucking try and take the hill by singing. Sorry, it just doesn't work for me. Rock and roll, baby. And again,
Come on, have fun, Stanley. Lighten up, homie.
Sorry, I was a line officer. I wouldn't even fucking want to be like these. Now these are support people. They're not. They won't be on the front lines unless we need them. So I can understand, but goddamn, I find this really an abomination, to be honest. And I'm not even being contrary here. This is not what the fucking military is for. And thank God I've never seen the Navy do this. So, it's what the Air Force is for, apparently, entertainment. Jesus Christ.
Yikes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Jesus. I'm sorry. This is not doing it for me. Thank God I haven't seen a black member of that band. Oh, she's lip syncing. This isn't even live.
Yeah, retake. You can't get copyrighted for that, Stanley, because he's re-singing a song.
Hold on.
I think that's by Don Henley. Life is a highway.
Yeah, it's not Don Henley, by the way. I forget who it is, but it's not Don Henley. You can say, what I've gotten is, you know how sometimes you'll get like, hey, this is music that, it's copyrighted, but it's not a strike. It's just, hey, you need to know. And I usually just go in and delete it because at some point, if I ever get monetized, you probably have to go back and do a bunch of editing. All I'm saying is that this isn't live. She's not singing live. And I just kind of saw the way she was singing into the microphone. So these people are jamming to lip syncing, which does not surprise me. And all the women are blonde. Now, maybe it could be that the video and the sound are off, but she doesn't look like she's actually singing. There could be a delay.
Might be karaoke, Stanley.
That's even fucking worse. So you got the goddamn up there singing karaoke? Oh, that's even worse. Thank you for making
How's it going, Stanley? Top of the evening to you, sir.
What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Doing a lot well at.
Well,
Fuck your Cowboys.
Dr. Earth.
How you doing, Stanley? Everything going okay? What you bitching about tonight?
Well, I don't know.
We're not bitching about anything.
Hey, Stanley, if you allow me a couple of minutes, and I'm gonna be.
I was about to say, well, bitch, give me something to bitch about.
Well, if you allow me a couple of minutes, then I'm gonna mute up. I just need about a minute and a half.
Oh, sure, I do.
Okay.
You must address the other panelists. Say hello.
Well, sometimes you gotta bypass stuff,
especially to my darling.
What's up, Mike? 1, 2, 3. How's it going, bitch?
You can
Stanley,
just
will you allow me
to say "fuck off, 12th man," but you must address.
Who is this? Who is this young lady?
Sir, nice to meet you.
Miss Charlie. Oh, I talked to you before, Miss Charlie.
Yes, you have.
You doing okay tonight?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you.
Awesome. You enjoyed? You ready for the
Yourself?
4th? Are you ready for the 4th?
I'm cooking for my family. That's usually
Nice.
what I like
What are
to
you
do.
cooking? What are you
Ooh.
cooking?
Well, we're having crispy fries and some Italian sausages with like diced onions and
Oh, can I
mustard.
ask you a question?
Yeah.
And I don't want to be rude, but you started off
Oh,
with
but
crispy
I don't
fries.
want to
And,
be rude,
you
but
lost
I'm
Mike.
going to be rude.
I gotta be real. You lost Mike when you said crispy
Don't
fries.
be rude, bitch.
Motherfucker, you're not there. Why did
Of
she
course,
lose
Okay.
you?
I'm.
It's
I'm
all
making.
right. People
So
like what they
Stanley,
like.
okay, I respect you, ma'am. That's true. You are telling the truth.
He likes limp fries.
But hey, Stanley, real quick, I'm not gonna be here long because I'm about to
He
get
likes
out.
it moist, white, and limp.
I'm about to get see.
You know,
Talking
you
stupid.
know how to get good fries.
Hey,
You
Stanley, real quick,
fry them in large.
I'm getting
You
ready to
get
go out. I'm getting
you
ready to
get
Oh,
go
I
beef
out.
know.
tallow and you fry
How's
them in
I
the
just
beef
wanted to come up
tallow.
and say. I just
That's
wanted
how
to
to
come.
make good
how are
French
you and
fries.
your new Sugarfoot?
Well, I just wanted to come up and say I'm not gonna be here long. I'm
Sound
getting
like
ready
you're
to
in a
go out.
good mood.
I'm just getting ready to go out, but I'm not trying to be here long. Just I'm not here to argue or nothing. I just want to come up here and say, Stanley, I appreciate your service. You know, tomorrow is 250th, and
Of what?
I gotta appreciate the service you did, and you know, and
Well, kind
thank
of you.
you for what you claim you did, but it's okay as long as you
Oh
did
wait,
something.
did you miss that show? Hold on one sec, Mike. This won't take long. I'm surprised. I did a whole show where I put some pictures I found online of me, used them in a thumbnail. You missed that? Holy cow.
Yeah, I haven't been here in a long time, Stanley. You know that.
Yeah, well, when you miss shows, you miss out.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing my own shows. I'm not missing that on nothing. I'm doing my own thing. But I got to run out of here. So I just want to say appreciate your service and hope everybody has a safe and happy 4th of July. Shout out to America.
You
250
too,
years.
Mike.
Shout out to America.
Well,
250 years.
Hold on before you
Shout
go.
out, shout out to Donald Trump, who's the head of my life.
I don't know if you can actually see this from the screen, but see that little thing there? That's me in the Navy.
Oh, okay. We don't know that. You know,
I had a
it's little.
whole
It's little.
that was my
Okay, we get it. You don't have to bring up pictures.
bitch. Don't say supposed. That's my
We
point.
get it. You was in the fucking KB. We get it. I appreciate your service and you know, shout out to Donald Trump.
Well, next time you get it, like you will after this date tonight, I bet you're gonna get it somewhere that most men don't get it.
Well, see, Stanley, and you know that's
Don't
cool.
ever
Your
say,
opinion. You know,
don't ever say
I'm not
supposed.
here to argue with you. You know, that's your opinion. If
Well,
you feel
then
that way, you know, God bless you, sir.
don't come up here being all passive aggressive.
Well, God bless you,
Over a
sir. If
date.
you feel that way, you know, I can't change your mind one way or the other. But what I
Dude,
can say
but
is,
you can have me shove this. Well, I was gonna say up where you're gonna get it tonight after your date.
see, this is where you weak liberals. You
See,
people,
watch
you
me.
fucking weak
I'm gonna be
liberals, you
passive
fucking
aggressive like
Democrats.
you.
It's people like
I
you
am
that need
going
to
to
be
be
kicked out of the
passive
country.
aggressive
It's
like
people
you,
like you
Miss.
that need to be fucking kicked out of the country tomorrow.
Is your date gonna call you
So,
Monsieur?
Miss Chocolate, I apologize.
Do
You know,
you
I came
want
up
it?
here and
Do you
interrupted the
want it
show, but I
when
just have to say, I
do
hope you
you
have a good
want it
4th of
where
July.
you've never got it
Shout out to
before,
Donald Trump and y'all stay safe.
Monsieur, I have a Pepe Le Pew for you.
Miss Chocolate, I do apologize, but I did want to say I hope you have a happy
Well,
4th of
thank
July with
you.
your family.
You
With your
too.
family. I hope you enjoy it. Y'all stay safe and don't
Oh, look at
overdo
this
it. Don't
motherfucker being
overdo it.
fake. He's being
Well,
fake
thanks.
nice.
Thank you. Appreciate
Don't
it.
oh no problem. But don't
You
overdo
the
it is
you
what I
the
try to
thing.
teach people. You know, it's okay to have fun, but don't overdo it.
Hey,
The
are you
problems
driving
become
tonight
when you
there?
overdo
You
it.
driving tonight there, Otis?
I have and my name is not Otis. This is not
No,
Mississippi
I was thinking
plantation.
of Otis, the town
This
drunk.
is not a Mississippi plantation.
You probably never saw Mayberry. You probably never saw the Andy Griffith show.
Andy Griffin. I grew up on Andy Griffin.
But then you know who Otis is.
See, motherfucker, you don't see Stanley. Your motherfucker problem is you don't know how to be quiet. Sometimes I'm talking to the lady.
Watch me, dude. I don't have to be quiet on my own fucking panel. You know that.
Well, that is true. That is true. But you gotta have some
was when jails
cussing
were
decorum.
cool. He could let himself into jail and let himself out.
Hey, 12 man,
And
I got a
then
question for you, and I'm gonna be real quick 'cause I got to get out of here.
and B would bring him fried chicken and a whole basket of goodies.
12 man, I got a
Those were
question
the
for you. I gotta
days.
get out of here. I got a question for you real quick. 12 man.
Okay.
12 man,
Okay.
has life
Go ahead.
been treating you okay, Pimpin'?
Huh?
Has life been treating you okay, Pimpin'?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna
what
be
have you
live.
been doing with yourself? Steady drinking, sipping on and drinking, ain't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna be live streaming the parade tomorrow.
Okay,
Be
I gotta
sure
go. Shout
to
out to Donald Trump, Stanley. Thank you for having me up. If you're still alive, I'll
subscribe
come
to
back.
my channel. We're
Miss
gonna have
Chocolate,
a great time.
fuck your
Before
channel.
you go,
Miss
before
Chocolate,
you
you have a
go,
good night, and talk to you some other time.
Mariah shouted you out. Say hello.
Oh, shout out to my girl Mariah. That's the Sugarfoot there. She the OG Sugarfoot. Mariah. Shout out to Mariah. She get all the praise.
Does your Sugarfoot look as good as Mariah?
I'm not going to compare it. I can't compare it. I never seen Mariah in person. I just going off of the avatar. She is beautiful.
I didn't think so.
Mariah is beautiful, but I can't judge somebody from a picture. I gotta
can't
see.
judge.
So at this point right now, my
judge.
that I'm with tonight, she looks better.
I would, in Mariah.
baby,
I don't. You know what? I'm gonna objectify you, Mariah, if I keep this up. So I'll stop.
Shout out to Mariah.
However,
I like Mariah. She cool. She keep it real and shut the fuck up, Stanley. Mariah keeps it real and
if you ever bring your Sugarfoot up to this panel, she's gonna be my Sugarfoot. I bet she does. Oh my Lord. Why do you have to be so nice, Mariah?
She's a sweetheart. Right on, Mariah. Shout out to the nice girl.
That Mariah, she's just like this show's Jiminy Cricket right now.
That's funny.
She is my good conscience. No, I want to be horrible.
I shall return. Bear with me.
Oh. Well, hopefully it wasn't too rough. I'm kind of, funny enough, she's talking about what she's cooking, and I'm like, damn, I'm kind of hungry. I haven't actually made dinner yet.
You guys like what you're hearing? All right. I love it.
I wonder how she handles troops. Oh, look at the Air Force band rocking out.
Those are your elites, Stanley. Calm down.
I pretty much have dinner laid out. I just haven't cooked it.
So what you cooking?
Just got some pork chops that have been kind of aging in the refrigerator. And probably green beans. Well, I got a salad. I may eat that.
That sounds good. You're gonna fry the pork. You're gonna fry the pork chops, or how are you gonna cook those?
It's basically gonna be a dry fry. I'm not using oil or anything. Probably put a little bit of oil on the surface just to make sure it gets brown. But I'm not. Or I could just make a sandwich. A sandwich and a salad.
That's what I'm gonna have, a roast beef sandwich with au jus.
Oh my lord, these people. So I was thinking maybe oh look at these Air Force. You know what? I was gonna get all racial and go, look at these Air Force whiteys rocking out, but that would just be horribly racist. You know, funny enough, Brian, when I was growing up, like, our thing was like fried pork chops or something. I didn't get introduced to something like pork and applesauce till I met my wife, and that was kind of their family's thing. I've never thought pork and applesauce were like, it's not bad. I'd eat it, but pork and applesauce, it just, it's just
Best pork chop I ever had was on the smoker, man. I smoked that joker about hour and a half, man. It came out so juicy and smoky, man.
Yeah, I don't like I said,
I'm
it's
gonna
not
have a hard
bad.
time copycatting that.
All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna have to make a run. I gotta finish cooking, but I had to come up and
All
say
right.
hey.
Well,
And I'm
bon
listening.
appetit.
I'm listening. Yes, I will talk to y'all later. I just took the fries out, so yeah.
Good talking to you, Chocolate.
Always. You got it. Have a good holiday.
I
Okay.
had a good talking to you. I'll
Of
be
course.
live tomorrow if you want.
Okay. Well, then I'll come by and see you if I don't
Now
see
you'll
you.
have to go more than bored.
Bye.
It's like I was so bored.
That is so not true. But I can't take her lip syncing and her singing. She looked hot. She looks hot.
Oh, she probably is.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
But it's what? Where is Mount Rushmore? Is it North Dakota or South Dakota? I can't remember now.
South Dakota, Stanley.
Oh, it's South?
Okay.
Okay. All right,
So
y'all.
I mean, it's gotten hot there. Well, Chocolate as always. Thank you so much. This is what we call this, Schoolhouse Rock?
Like cowboy rock or something.
No, these aren't cowboys.
Look at all those cowboy hats out there.
Now look at these. I don't know whether they're junior park rangers. Dude, I don't want to see people in uniform shaking their booties. It just doesn't work. No, seriously.
Too bad.
Fucking pop to and stand at attention. Dude, this is not service to the country.
Says who? Might
Says
get
me.
a bunch more people to join, Stanley.
Okay, yeah, the band.
It's a recruitment video. Understand?
Can I rock out like the Air Force band? Motherfucker, no, we need warriors. We don't need trumpet players.
It's a recruitment video, evidently.
I play trumpet because of Trump.
Can we hear the audio? Can we hear it sing?
Yeah, hear it now. Break it down. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ.
I love a woman in uniform. Turns me on.
I thought you were going to say I love a woman in uniform. It reminds me of a man in uniform. No, God. This is cringe. Ma'am, it's lip sync. She's not really singing uniquely. So she's shaking her booty in dress blues. Ooh boy.
I ain't seen her shake her booty yet.
What is she doing right now? Patriotic booty shaking. I love it. I'm shaking my booty for the
At
country.
least she
It's
ain't a
my
drag
it's
queen
my
at a pride parade.
it's my patriotic duty to shake my booty on July 4th. Dude, that might be the title of the Saturday show. It's my patriotic duty to shake my booty.
That's funny as hell, Stanley.
Oh yeah. Let me go ahead and name the show tomorrow. For tomorrow. My patriotic duty to shake my Air Force booty. That's even better. It's better. Yeah. It's my duty.
I just flew a jet over there. A jet just flew across Mount Rushmore. You see that?
Nope. I'm making up to a title for tomorrow's show. I'm not that excited over the concert in general.
Yeah, and why is it on July 3rd instead of July 4th? I don't
Well,
understand.
it's a 3-day weekend. I don't know whether the 3-day starts today or Monday. So
Now
this is
that's
supposed to be like
copyrighted music right there, Stanley.
Yeah.
You want to be careful with that thunderstruck.
Oh, you know what? You know what? I was like, gee, that sounds like AC/DC.
Yeah.
I thought it was. I was going to get because I wasn't looking at the screen. I'm like, well, damn, who's that Air Force singer that fucking sounds like AC/DC? You know, AC/DC is an acquired taste. I really didn't acquire it till I don't know. I was in my 30s or something, and I don't own an AC/DC album. Have never had the urge, but um, I can listen to it. So let's see, where are we? It is oh shit, it's almost 11. And everyone, please make sure you hit this like button. I will stay up a little bit longer just to or keep the show going a little bit longer just to see if Galt can actually come on at 11. Like he said he might. I'm not staying up much longer either way because
Yeah, me neither, Stanley. I gotta eat and go to bed and save my strength for IRL tomorrow.
right. And let me, you know, this actually I'm looking at Brian Nichols fawning over John Galt in his chat. There's something Ryan Bardwell said that just disgusted me. Like, this dumb fucker, this racist fuck, Ryan Bardwell, thinks that Jesse Lee Peterson, black people should be listening to Jesse Lee Peterson because Jesse Lee Peterson has some bullshit about, you know, how black culture should be. Dude, this Ryan, if you hear this on a replay, stay your ass in the chat. Next time you come up, I'm just going to shred you for the fun of it. Dude is just a waste case, and he's for them blacks without brains.
There will be a flyover of a Black Hawk helicopter. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum is expected to make remarks, and then we'll hear from the president at about 11 p.m. Eastern. That'll be
That's Christy Noam State, South Dakota.
all coming up here on C-SPAN 2. And of course,
I don't think she's governor there.
Well,
And she
no. She was she was
Yeah.
she was in the cabinet for a while.
Yeah, I think she still is like the Department of
No, she got fired.
Countries or
She got fired.
no, she was demoted, but she wasn't fired.
He got fired from Secretary of DHS.
And now she's a secretary of something else.
No, she's not.
Yeah, the southern
Okay,
countries.
let me fucking help you before you make a fool of yourself. How about Google before you speak? I did the story when she got fired. Yeah, she's got some other role. So did what's her name? Pam Bondi. But they're not cabinet level.
She was demoted. She wasn't fired.
I will put your ass in the back. This is not one of those times you want to be a smarty arty. She got fired from a cabinet level position. A promotion.
Moved to another cabinet. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you sound as stupid as Trump with that one. Dude, you can't take the boy out of MAGA, and you can't take the MAGA out of the boy. These motherfuckers will listen and believe anything Donald Trump says or writes on Truth Social. I haven't heard from Christy Noam in fucking weeks.
Yeah, she's in charge of that department that blows boats up for bringing fentanyl into the country. I think she's in charge of that.
How dumb can you be? That's so she replaced Pete Hexa? That's Department of Defense. And then if you want to talk about the Coast Guard.
Yeah, she's a part of the Department of Defense now.
And who the motherfuck is Secretary of Defense or War, as he calls
part
it.
of the getting along with South America.
Sub cabinet position. She's working for the Secretary of Defense. When she was an equal cabinet level, she got demoted, and you need to.
Yeah. So not fired, but demoted. Thank you.
You know, Donald Trump's balls have the same sweat that frog that excretes the hallucinogenic sweat. It's a demotion. And to be honest, she has no pride because there's no fucking way. After
something about the Americas or something.
Dude, there's no way I would ever accept a sub-cabinet level job under a maniac, by the way, but that's a different show. She got demoted. She had to swallow some things she wouldn't be swallowing from her husband for sure. I'd have left the government, but she has no pride. Probably needs the money.
Leonard Skinner. That's great music, Stanley.
They're still playing Freebird and shit. Oh, that's the real America.
Gotta love South Dakota.
No, I don't.
That's where Sturgis is, Stanley. How could you not love that?
Well, next year I'll go there, and when I get lynched, I'll let you know.
Yeah, you wouldn't get lynched in Sturgis, Stanley. Yeah, women walk around naked around there.
Yeah, well, maybe you don't understand America as well as I do.
As long as they paint their boobs and their pussy, then they get a free pass. Like it's not nudity if you paint your nipples and your shaved
It
pussy and wear a thong.
literally sounds like. Well, it sounds like black culture is not the problem in South Dakota.
You never been to Sturgis? Wow.
And I have no intention of going. It's not on my bucket. Who the fuck are these people? Is that Alan Jackson? Well, doesn't look like it. The fuck is this? Who is this shit kicking band? Oh, Chauncey. Chancey? Hee-haw! 250. He the fuck haul. Now, if Ryan could sing, I bet he would be. I bet he. Hey, and by the way, Mariah, I like country music. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm more a country western or, this. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is, and I'm just unimpressed. And I bet all these guys, these male band members, are wearing long sleeves in the heat because they got fucking tattoos. He the fuck haul is 250. Can you even hear this female? Oh, I can hear her now. He the fuck? Oh, you rocking out, 12th man?
Just chilling, Stanley.
This is damn. Shake your booty.
Thinking about tomorrow. I might have to go
Well,
to
good.
bed early tonight.
I'm thinking about tomorrow too. Like, will I even remember this tomorrow?
Well, don't drink too much. You'll remember it all right.
Oh, you know what? This fucking lame shit just sobered me up.
Welcome to the greatest, freest state in a nation that was founded on the principle.
Oh, this shit was so lame. They cut away to a politician.
Imagine the Native Americans around there. Stanley, imagine the Native Americans around there are all butthurt because got a bunch of Americans congregating around Mount Rushmore, so all the natives are pissed.
You don't think they should be pissed?
They can be pissed all they want.
So you're just one of them ugly Americans in this fucking band was so goddamn boring. They cut away to the governor of South Dakota. Dude, this is so sad. Let's hear what Governor Cowboy Hat has to say.
All right, let's see, Stanley.
And by the way, I'm on the tribal side. Get all these fucking pale skins off my fucking land.
Not your land.
These fucking pale skins. These fucking pale skins who can't make it rain and their booty shaking is just cringe.
Restful. It is often asserted that the world has made a great deal of progress since 1776, and that we may therefore very well discard
This motherfucker
conclusions
thinks
for something more modern.
he's fucking Kevin
But that
Costner.
reasoning cannot
Apparently,
be applied to this great charter. If all men are created equal, that is final. If they are endowed with inalienable rights, that is final. If government derived their just power from the consent of the governed, that is final.
You know what, Mariah?
No
Thank
advance, no progress can be made beyond these propositions. If anyone wishes to deny their truth or their soundness, the only direction in which it can proceed historically is not forward, but backwards, towards a time when there was no equality, no rights of the individual, and no rule of the people. Powerful words from a great leader who loved the Black Hills of South Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, America is not just a piece of land. America is an ideal, a set of values, a shining city on a hill, an example to the world of freedom. But freedom doesn't defend itself. That's our job. My great-great-great-grandfather came to America with 4 brothers alongside General Lafayette to help win the American Revolution. He survived that war. His 4 brothers did not. He was the first in a long history of family service to our nation, including my grandfather.
Uh-oh.
What happened? Stream got interrupted.
Nope, I don't think so.
I liked what he was saying, Stanley.
Well, I'll drop the link for you. So this is
Well, that's probably
John
more
being
interesting than what the Grand Master of the parade will have to say tomorrow. He's just a
We only had 2 people there.
former mayor of Kenai.
It will be Washington Bradley.
That's good.
well.
All right, and you said
This
you're gonna
is
I'm
John.
sorry.
you're gonna send me the address.
Send me the address.
Apparently, this is
Thank
John
you so much.
abusing
Thank
one
you.
of
I'll
his
send you right now.
tenants as usual,
Lisa.
Hello?
and I have no idea whether this is live or not.
That I'm waiting to hear back from an apartment. So basically by Friday, I'm basically thinking until Friday, because if I get approved somewhere, I would not be able to move until Friday because I work Monday through Thursday from 8 to 8.
Where are you currently working, by the way?
Say it again?
Where are you working?
I work in Arlington, Virginia. I can't answer this.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, I know what you're saying.
Oh, no, I was just saying, so you're going to be commuting to
You know
Virginia?
what? I don't even know that this is live.
Where's the plugs at? Where do I plug? Oh, wait there.
There should be a couple plugs in there.
See it.
So there's an AC in the room.
Well, I'm gonna get off here, Stanley. It was nice talking to you today. I gotta rest up for tomorrow.
The door will be up there.
All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
No later than midday, so
All right.
it'll be ready.
Take care, Stanley.
Anyway, part of the reason why I'm playing this, I'm going to play the last little bit of it. This is a lady. She's living in a motel out in Laurel, Maryland.
So we'll let this play a little while, and kind of like 12th Man, I probably need to wrap this show up, mainly because without someone on the panel, it's gonna get real boring.
$159 a night. But her job is
I
in
need someone
That's
tonight to kind of play
because
off my
Arlington is
foolishness.
all the way on the other side of the DMV. If I were to show you a map of Arlington to Laurel, and you would see that is a 41-minute, 26-mile drive. You can see that right here. This is a very long way for this lady to commute, and she's paying $150 in a hotel. So she wants to get into the city, but what is she concerned about? She's concerned about safety. And that is where it also gets interesting because she doesn't have a lot of money. She's a woman. You heard her initially say, what about safety? What about safety? Well, the only house I have for rent for her that she can afford, the room that I have for rent for her that she can afford is with the underman, with Johnny Boy. She's got to live in the same house with Johnny Boy.
House with Johnny Boy. That sounds real safe.
She saw him today. She saw him. I have nowhere else to go. The hotel is gouging me for $150. And you also may have heard her say that she's applying for apartments. And if she gets approved, that's why she won't say short-term rental. In her mind, she thinks she's going to get an apartment one day. Johnny Boy did too. He thought he'd have to complete the Salvation Army program and they would somehow get him an apartment, guarantee him an apartment. But as I've been showing you here on the channel for the last couple of years, it is very difficult for these blacks to find housing, and you're seeing that they're ending up in hotels. I have another call that I'm going to publish tomorrow. Maybe I'll play it a little bit of it tonight, but it is about a black lady. And she called me, and I've already been renting to her. And she called me about her son. And her son is going to Howard. And Howard, give me 1 second. Howard apparently doesn't have any housing for his students. It's interesting. And so what they're doing is they're shipping them off to College Park, Maryland. You're familiar with the name of the town, things like that. You know that College Park, Maryland is where the University of Maryland is. So these kids are having to live with the College Park, Maryland students and paying pretty much a much more exorbitant rent. Somehow Howard has some kind of scheme with these people to provide them the rent. Anyway, so she's calling me. She's saying that's 45 minutes away from the campus. That's too far for my child to live. but she doesn't want to bring him over here in the ghetto. It'd be closer. She doesn't want even pet work. And so this is the issue that a lot of the blacks are facing. The private market is pretty much non-existent. She asked me to call, and I have a landlord buddy. He's been on the channel. I called him. He says, "John, you know I'm not renting to a black. It ain't happening." And his rent is $2,400, and the lady was ponying
Hey,
up saying that
say that
maybe she
landlord's
will make some
name
more.
so
I
he
don't know
can
what
be
this boy is
sued.
majoring in. It's probably all a lost cause, throwing good money after that, nonetheless. But either way it goes,
God,
this is what we're
you know
saying.
I'm
A black
not
lady
renting
living in a
to a
hotel,
black.
going to end up living with an
What
enemy.
in the
So
talk
today,
about
and I'm going to put a couple
anti-black
pictures up
black?
online
God
before I get
dang.
started.
Let's
Today
be blatant
went
about
to,
it.
yeah, I got to put all these pictures up here. So today I went to the house where I have Janelle living, and I got no answer. So I just said, "Damn, let me go over there." And
Yeah, this doesn't
day.
actually look like a
And
live.
I tried my best to say,
I
"Hey,
think
this is
he
what I
is
need you to do. It's very minimal. I need you to clean up, do
rebroadcasting.
this, do that. Very, very basic. I don't need you to do a lot. Just keep the house clean and be my eyes and ears at the house." That's more or less all I
You know
asked
what,
him.
folks?
And so
This is not
here's some of
going
the
to be
things, and now I
super
realize
interesting
why the
to
Salvation Army.
someone like me. So I don't know what time. I think I'll be on probably. Yeah, it could be part 2. But I don't know. I don't want to hear about landlords who say, I won't rent to a black, or that sort of stuff. Dude, I need to be able to sleep at night. Oh. Maybe CM will be live, but I am going to go and cook, obviously, a fairly late dinner and just read a book or something. So, Mariah, thank you for holding it down, as you usually do. Much appreciated. And, folks, I'm pretty sure I'll be on by like midday tomorrow, but there's something starting at 10 or 10:30 tomorrow morning Eastern time, and I'll probably start about there, but don't hold me to it, but I want to kind of get as much as I can of the daylight activities. I don't think I'm going to go real late tomorrow night. It may just be like 10 to 8 or something like that. Because I am kind of burning out with this YouTube bullshit, and the people tend to be uninteresting. Other than there are a few exceptions that I actually enjoy talking to, but it's getting kind of boring. But anyway, I will see you all more than likely around 10 or 10:30 Eastern time tomorrow. And the show is going to be it's your patriotic duty to shake your Air Force booty. That's what the show title's called right now. But we'll see if that holds. So see y'all tomorrow. Enjoyed it.